Hello, hello, hello. I claimed the day before yesterday that I would be streaming yesterday, which I didn't end up doing because I thought my new PC, which I ordered, would arrive that day. So I kept waiting, and waiting, and waiting, and waiting, and waiting, and it never arrived, and then it was kind of too late to start my stream. So sorry about that. It still hasn't arrived today. And so far it's kind of looking like it might not even arrive tomorrow, which is killing me, because my current PC is just making all kinds of awful noise. But I guess that doesn't matter, because we are going to save, what was her name again? Our next client from being accused of something. I guess we can't help her from being accused, but being found guilty of something she totally didn't do. In episode 4 of Tyrion Cuthbert, Attorney of the Arcane. So let's just get in there. Up until now, we've been following the story of Tyrion Cuthbert. Oh, okay. Perspective switch. We've experienced the world through his eyes and fought for justice through his soul. But this time, why don't we start from the perspective of another? Start from this perspective, so we're not going to stay here? Maybe? Episode 4, Severed Ties. Ruby Timora.
I can't believe Cuthbert read the client's mind without asking. It's starting to become a problem. He's becoming more and more reckless with each passing year.
Wonder when this is from, because in the previous case we didn't use the Eye of Horrors all that much.
I wish Frey was still alive. She would know what to do. She made it look so effortless, and he loved her. Would he have listened to her if she was still there? Is something the matter, Timora? No, I was just thinking about something. Well, the trial is about to begin. I don't doubt your abilities, but I'd still appreciate it if you remained focused. All of our futures are at stake, after all. Of course, Miss Frigga.
Beatrice Frigga.
Freelancer.
Wait, I guess this isn't the one that I was thinking of? I guess maybe it's her mother or something? No, that can't be her mother. Maybe it's her sister? Beatrice takes in a deep breath before she claps her hands together.
What's wrong? Nothing, it's just the ritual that I use to calm myself. Right, I'd almost forgotten about that. But more importantly... Hey, what are you doing here?
It's my wife.
My father sent me some sent me to guide Beatrice through the courthouse. It's a new environment for her, and we thought we were both worried about her condition. I still can't believe you were the boss's daughter this entire time. Why didn't you say anything at the academy? Oh, knowing my true identity would have caused friction with your son, wouldn't it? He's not mine. Anyways, I suppose I understand why you stayed quiet. But I still don't appreciate being kept in the dark about this. Oh, speak of the devil.
You spot Cuthbert and McCoy walking into the courtroom with the other members of the gallery. McCoy spots you and gives a friendly yet awkward smile. However, Cuthbert ignores you entirely and walks silently into the courtroom. Hello?
Parental troubles? We had an argument earlier. It's nothing to worry about. If you say so.
You are worried about what he saw in Beatrice's mind, though. I guess he's looking to her mind, huh? He's always been a good kid, but his idealistic sense of justice clouds his judgment sometimes. You just hope that he's not planning to do anything reckless. The trial is about to begin. Do you really have the time to be making small talk here? Prosecutor Steele went to approach the three of you. Is she finally going to have her desired match against Ruby? Or is somebody else going to be in charge of the offense? What's it called? Of the prosecution. But she appears to be accompanied by someone else.
Nightgrave, is that you? What are you doing here?
Well...
He's accompanying me as my aide for this case. I see. So I assume you'll be prosecuting. Of course, I would never pass up the opportunity to face the infamous Ruby tomorrow. Really, if I recall correctly, you haven't even beaten Tyrion once so far. Miss Steelwind, don't strain yourself. What's that look for, Beatrice? You almost look surprised to see me here. Considering the circumstances, I thought you might recuse yourself. I am more than capable of being objective, especially for a case of this much importance. Well, I hope you don't mind us. Your mind is as strong as you think it is. Miss Steelwind, please calm down. Oh, how I love a good reunion.
What? Ruby has it rough too, huh? Oh. Court is now in session for the trial of Beatrice Frege. Miss Steelwind, is the prosecution ready? Miss Steelwind?
Oh, of course. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is also ready, Your Honor.
Something seems off about her today. Is her personal attachment to this case distracting her? Very well, let's begin the proceedings. Prosecutor Steelwind, could you please list the charges?
Your Honor, the defendant is charged with first-degree murder and grand theft. As many of you know, Beatrice Frege is the formerly missing daughter of the now-late William Frege. And the victim of the murder is William Frege himself.
Yes, I am well aware of that. The people of Warrengard will certainly mourn the loss of House Frege's head.
Please, the only people mourning him are the banking house's shareholders.
But anyways, did you also say that the defendant is accused of grand theft?
Yes, Your Honor. The crimes took place during the Lord's Ball, an event that was hosted in Frege Manor yesterday evening. The Haraldson Hall of History had a gallery display within the manor. They were showcasing several magical artifacts donated to the Warrengard Historical Society. One of these items was the Sword of Spell Eating, a magical artifact that allows its wielder to nullify magical effects. Sounds powerful.
It's very red. The Sword of Spell Eating is an ancient artifact. When wielded by a creature, that creature and anything connected to them, physically or magically, are immune to all harmful magical effects. Legends say that it was forged through a blood contract between a mage and a demon. All harmful magical effects, seems like there's a loophole there.
We, the prosecution, believe that the defendant stole this item. She then used it to nullify the magical lock on the victim's study.
But would that be a harmful effect? I guess maybe it can do more than that.
After breaking into the study, she attacked the victim and slashed his throat open using a letter opener.
Not the weapon?
He died of blood loss shortly after.
William Frege died at 3:12 a.m. Cause of death was blood loss after his throat was slashed open. Both carotid arteries were severed. You know, I've read that word a couple of times. I always thought it was cartoid. But I guess it's carotid, and I just misread it every time. Or this is a typo. But I'm guessing I just misread it every single time. Carotid artery. Meaning that death must have followed mere seconds after the wound was inflicted. Body shows several scratch marks on the face and back. Traces of illusion magic were also found on the body. I see, but what possible motive could the defendant have to murder her own father?
William Frege and his daughter were not close. Saying that they had a strained relationship would be an understatement. In fact, 5 years prior to the murder, Beatrice abandoned and fled her home. She went into hiding and did not contact any of her friends or family. Her whereabouts were unknown until she suddenly contacted her father a week ago. My client left the Frege household because of her toxic relationship with her father. That's not exactly helping the case, is it? She wanted to create a life for herself that was free from his influence and abuse. I won't disagree with your claims, but that just highlights how desperate the defendant must have been. She had clearly fallen on hard times and begrudgingly contacted her father for financial aid. I can't possibly understand why they would schedule this meeting during the Lord's Ball. But nevertheless, several witnesses did see her that night, and these same witnesses saw her storming out of her father's study in anger.
Another case of an argument between father and the daughter being accused of the murder.
Her father must have refused her request for gold, so she decided to murder him to claim his inheritance. Luckily, we prepared for this in advance. Yes, they're playing right into our hands.
Uh-huh. Frigga's inheritance? Beatrice Frigga fled from her family 5 years ago and went into hiding. In retaliation, Rowan Frigga told Miriam Frigga that... as per your agreement, this testimony will be confirmed to Miriam Frigga in court. Okay. Wait. Oh, sorry. In retaliation, told Miriam Frigga that he would remove Beatrice from his will. As a result, she wouldn't receive any inheritance. Okay. I thought it wasn't just a recap, the first part, but there was some new stuff in there.
What you're saying is all conjecture, Steelwind. You don't have any evidence of Sir's testimony that confirms what they spoke about. Yes, I'm well aware that you and your client have refused to tell us what was discussed during that meeting.
Ayo Faber. One...
But as long as you both may stay silent, my claims are plausible. Be honest, Steelwind. Do you seriously think that my client committed these crimes in spite of her condition?
Condition? What do you mean by that, Mr. Mora?
Why don't you tell him, Steelwind?
It's more like one...
Tell the court about my client's disability. Your Honor, Beatrice Frigga is considered legally disabled. However, legally disabled, that's a convenient way of putting it, Steelwind. My client isn't just legally disabled. She's completely blind. Oh.
Completely blind, is this true?
We have several medicinal documents and testimony from several surgeons, chirurgeons, attesting to that fact. My client is unable to see anything.
Beatrice Frigga is completely blind. She's unable to see anything through her eyes. This has been verified through several medical reports and qualified chirurgeons. It's interesting that it says here through her eyes, so I wonder if there's some magical ways of sight. Oh, it's chirurgeons? Or is it chirurgeons? Chirurgeons. Probably Kai. I think I've heard chirurgeons. Yeah.
What is the meaning of this, Miss Steelwind?
Do you expect me to believe that a blind woman performed any of the acts you're accusing her of?
I'm glad you also see how ridiculous these claims are, Your Honor. If the court would just let me elaborate, Steelwind, the prosecution's first charge is grand theft. My client would have needed to break into a magically secured display case. Performing such an act would be a difficult task for anyone, much less my client.
Oh yeah, I've heard that recently, which is really weird to me because jail also is pronounced jail, so what the fuck? Well, no, I mean, obviously peanut butter is pronounced peanut butter, not the way you were suggesting just now. That's insane, man. That's actually insulting that you were even suggesting that.
And the second charge is first-degree murder. My client would have needed to use the sword of spell-eating on the lock leading to the victim's body. Then she would have needed to grab a letter opener, overpower the victim, and deliver a precise and fatal blow to the victim's neck. Does any of that sound like a reasonable theory, Your Honor?
Yeah, the protagonist got an upgrade. I'm compelled to agree with you, Mr. Mora. It all sounds quite ludicrous, to be perfectly honest. This is just awful. The Steelwinds are clearly just attacking the Friggas now that their head is deceased.
Objection!
Enough! Your Honor, the court has not seen the evidence that supports this case. Nor have you listened to the Inquisition's testimony regarding their investigation. Until you have done so, you are in no position to pass judgment.
Ruby seemed to be employing some tactics to kind of swing the judge and the witness, not the witnesses, the outside people's, I guess, favor on an emotional level, I guess, without having the entire case presented. Rather underhanded, one might even think, but effective, I guess. Very well, Miss Steelwind, I suppose you have a point.
Huh, guess the young lady has some class after all. But it doesn't matter. Their case against Beatrice is as questionable at best. Frankly, it's surprising that Steelwind even went through with this. It's only a matter of time before the judge sees things out your way. To begin...
Oh wait, that wasn't her speaking, that was the narrator, whatever.
To begin with, the prosecution would like to call Commander Orem White to the stand.
It's my boy Orem, Mr. White.
Commander White, please testify to the court about the Inquisition's findings.
Right. We didn't want to cause panic after the sword was stolen, so we activated the manor's silent security system. It put an anti-magic field over the entire manor. We did a search of the house, and we found the stolen sword in the defendant's bedroom. It didn't look like she was going to run, and Crown Prince Astor told us to stand down, so we just kept a close eye on her. William Frege was in a bad mood that night, so he had already locked himself inside his study. But an hour later, we entered the study and found him lying dead in a pool of blood. The lock was still engaged, and no one teleported in. The perp must have temporarily disabled the lock using the sort of spell he did. We have testimonies that say the defendant was seriously in debt. She must have murdered the victim to get a part of his inheritance. Well, we do have something against that last statement.
Their case against Beatrice is just as you predicted.
The case against Beatrice is just as you predicted. And you already have a countermeasure to disprove the existence of any motive. All you have to do is present that to the court. Why are you acting like this is like a tutorial now or something? Well, let's press everything because why not? Anti-magic field.
Wait, doesn't the sword make the wielder immune to magical effects? An anti-magic field would have only disempowered everyone except the thief.
Yeah, well, we didn't know what the sword could do until after the investigation. Well, that's a blunder. Up until then, we thought it was just a dusty old artifact.
That seems pretty negligent. Are you sure you're qualified for your position, Orem?
Damn.
The situation was unprecedented for everyone involved. One could hardly expect an ancient artifact to have magical capabilities.
What? Isn't that what ancient artifacts are all about? What's the point of a magical artifact, of an ancient artifact, if it doesn't have magical capabilities?
Anyways, what did you do after the theft, Commander? That seems like a strange conclusion to jump to. My client hadn't stepped foot into the Frege Manor in years. After being gone for so long, her bedroom had to have been repurposed for something else.
I'm not sure about the details, but one of the defendant's sisters refused to let the servants disturb that room. Is it the sister that we know? I assume so. I guess she was hoping that her sister would come back one day. Would come back one day. Oh, I guess it's not the one we know.
Nathan.
Master told us to stand down. What? Going to run.
And why would the prince tell you to stand down, Orem?
Well,
Crown Prince Astor knew the defendant well. He was confident that she wasn't going to flee the scene. Are you sure he just knew her well? If I recall correctly, the prince is still very adamant about her innocence.
Crown Prince is vouching for the defendant? If this is true, is this true, Miss Steelwind?
It is. However, I believe that the evidence found throughout the investigation proves the contrary. Are you sure your judgment isn't simply being clouded by a jealousy?
Wow.
Your fiancé was previously engaged to my client, after all.
Oh.
You enjoying this a bit too much?
Bad mood,
Did everyone see him enter the study? Did anyone see him enter the study?
A few people. One of them was Leife. find the spelling weird. I'm gonna go with Leif. But that doesn't sound like a cool name. But Lafay doesn't seem right with the... Laffy. That also sounds dumb. Lafay. Laffy. 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 Laffy Frigga. The victim's second daughter. She said she was that he was really irritated that night, so he went into his study for some peace and quiet. Are we sure she wasn't involved in any way? I guess this meeting was the defendant. His meeting with the defendant put him in a bad mood. But if the manor was covered in an anti-magic field, how did he lock the door magically? I'm not sure how, but the locks in the manor aren't affected by anti-magic fields. Oh, maybe they have anti-magic fields around them? How? The magical locks generate a small anti-magic field around themselves. The two fields cancel each other out. It's like multiplying two negative numbers together. I'm going to be honest. I have no understanding of these things. Is what she's saying true, Beatrice? Yes, overlapping anti-magic fields are a well-studied phenomenon. You just have to take her word for it. He was dead. Who was the person that discovered the body? The same person who saw him last, his daughter, Lafay Frigga. Not suspicious at all. Well, Lafay, that must have been traumatizing for her. Did anyone else accompany Lafay when she happened upon the body? Yeah, supposedly one of the servants got himself locked in a nearby storage closet. Ah, that sounds like a story that we're gonna witness or something. In a flashback of some kind. And he heard the violent attack through one of the air vents. What? When he finally got out, he told Lafay and they went into the study accompanied by some knights. This sword is integral to the case against my client, so why is the description of its capabilities so vague? To be honest, the sword is magic, but it doesn't seem to behave like any spells we know about. And we can't identify its magic like we usually do with artificery devices. According to Lord Haraldson, its powers are demonic in nature. But if you ask me, it's all a bunch of hooey. Anyways, it's obvious that it doesn't follow the normal rules of magic. Wait, what? Sounds familiar, huh? What is it, Mr. Mora? It's nothing. Cuthbert is watching from the gallery, so he must have heard that too. Oh, could the Eye of Horus have something to do with demons? No, focus on acquitting the client first. You can worry about Cuthbert later. Either way, we've tested the sword's magic on similar locks. When used correctly, it is capable of disabling the lock on Lord Frigga's study. And then we have the one that we can pretty obviously present against, but let's press it. Maybe presenting the thing here is a trap, and but only by pressing everything instead do we find the real truth. Probably not, but we'll see. You have testimonies. Wouldn't an official record be more valid evidence? Mr. Mora, you and I both know that your client's creditors are not the type to keep such records. So you're admitting that you're relying on hearsay. One could conclude that. But it doesn't matter if we can prove that this debt exists. The Frigga estate is unimaginably vast. Debt or no debt, that amount of wealth would be a tempting boon to any individual. She has a point. House Frigga owns all of the banking houses in Wurmgard. People can only dream of having that much power and wealth. The prosecution's case against Beatrice is already really weak. You're not even sure why they bothered bringing this to trial in the first place, and you already have testimony from someone else that directly contradicts the commander's testimony. Once you present that to the court, this case is as good as yours. Yeah, no shit. Where is it? wouldn't receive any inheritance, but...
Objection!
Oh.
Your Honor, the prosecution's case against my client is riddled with holes. And the prosecution's proposed motive is the largest among them.
What do you mean, Mr. Mora?
We'll find out after I've had a sip of my chalky milk.
Yum, yum, yum. Of all the elements in this case, the motive is the most believable. Your client would have had much to gain through her father's inheritance.
That may be, but that's assuming my client had anything to inherit at all.
What?
Your Honor, my client fled from her psychologically abusive father 5 years ago. How do you think he would have reacted to that? Lord Frigga was was a petty and vindictive man. Do you honestly think that he'd leave his inheritance to someone who disobeyed him so egregiously? No, he'd do everything in his power to make sure she didn't see a shred of his worth.
Well, she wouldn't see any of that worth anyway. And in the next case, we'll find out who killed Cheesus. Anyway.
Yes, we're already well aware of this.
The moment she slams her cane down, you notice the prosecutor wince a little. Oh, she hurt? But she quickly hides it and regains her composure.
On the night of the murder, the victim made the decision to disinherit the defendant. However, his murderer deprived him of the opportunity to submit his will to his attorney. This only further proves the defendant's motive. She would have needed to act quickly, lest her father submitted the changed will. I'm afraid you're mistaken, Steelwind. William Frigga didn't disinherit my client that night. He disinherited my client 5 years ago. I have witness testimony from Miriam Frigga, William's youngest daughter. By her own admission, her father disinherited my client shortly after she fled the household. What? She never brought that up during the questioning? Perhaps she's not as amicable as to you as you thought. If you don't believe me, why don't we call her to the stand and ask her ourselves? What are you planning, Mr. Morrow? I have no idea what you're talking about. Well, it's clear we won't get anywhere until we hear from Miriam directly. Bailiff, please escort Miriam Frigga to the stand.
We come across as kind of villainous in this case, don't we?
Miriam, is the defense correct? Did your father disinherit Beatrice 5 years ago? Yes. And you didn't think it was necessary to share this information with me? Well, you never asked. If I recall correctly, you also were tight-lipped during questioning this morning. And you say staying quiet for your sister's sake. The witness just lost her father. You can hardly expect her to recall every detail that's relevant to the case. Which raises a more concerning question. How did you extract this information? Who knows, maybe I just have a way with people. Regardless, I suppose you have a point. I'll give the witness the benefit of the doubt for now. In any case, Miriam, please testify to the court about how you found out about Beatrice's disinheritance. Yes, of course.
Oh boy, I am not sure how to feel about this.
One day, we all woke up and discovered that Beatrice had fled from our home. She left a note for us, and in it she renounced her name and denounced my father. My father later called me and my sister into his study. He told us that he'd completely disowned Beatrice and removed any claim she had to the Frigga estate. It was probably a threat to us in case we ever chose to go down the same path she did. He wanted to make an example out of her. This all happened 5 years ago.
I mean, that sounds plausible.
And are you sure this happened 5 years ago? Yes, even now I can remember everything clearly. I see.
Her speech is getting slower. Is she deep in thought? Nightgrave seems extremely concerned for some reason.
And life, eh? What was there with you at this meeting? Yes, she was. However, Livey couldn't have possibly been there. Her words are getting more slurred. You also notice that her balance is slightly swaying. Oh no. Is she really hurt? Hey, are you okay? Of course I... Ugh. What?
By the Scared Lord, is that blood?
Blood?
Bailiff, find anyone capable of casting healing magic. Escort them to the courtroom immediately. Can't let that happen to my wife.
After some scrambling, a couple of healers are able to help Nightgrave stabilize the prosecutor. In all the chaos, you caught a glimpse of her. There were deep wounds and blood on several parts of her body. Oh shit. She must have used some kind of illusion to hide them, but her disguise has completely dissipated now. Why would you do that? Before Steelwind is taken out of the courtroom, you catch her whispering something into Nightgrave's ear. You see a look of confusion from him, but he nods and makes his way to the witness stand. But not before passing a message on to the bailiff, who seems equally confused. Just what the hell is going on?
Mr. Nightgrave, explain yourself. What is going on? Why was Miss Steelwind so gravely injured?
Well, because Grave is in my name, you see. I'm sorry. But I wasn't actually here as Miss Steelwind's aide. I was here as her healer. Her healer?
But then why didn't you heal her?
The truth is, Miss Steelwind was violently attacked at noon today. She was in critical condition, but she insisted on prosecuting the case anyways.
I was wondering what the deal was with him being here.
I owed her a favor, and she asked me to channel my necromancy to keep her wounds closed during the trial.
So you fucked up? Scare Lord, why didn't she just recuse herself?
She must have known. If anyone else tried to prosecute Beatrice, he would have handily won the trial. Nevertheless, she showed up to prosecute because no one else would. And she did it all despite the risk to her life. It almost makes you respect her a little. Almost. Wow. Anyways, is there any need to prolong this trial, Your Honor?
What?
Even you must acknowledge how weak the case against my client is. In addition to that, Miriam's testimony shows that my client had nothing to gain from her father's death.
Mr. Moore, Miss Steelwind has been gravely injured, and you're still only concerned about...
The only thing I'm concerned about is seeking justice for my client.
Even so, we cannot move forward until we find another prosecutor.
And how long do you think that will take, Your Honor? Is Tyrion gonna jump in? It's almost been 12 hours since the murder took place. That gives us what, 36 hours? After that, every magical trace at the crime scene will fully disappear. But there might be someone. If Steelwind had simply allowed another prosecutor to work this case, we wouldn't be in this situation. She took a risk, and now she has to pay the price. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor?
Damn, dude. Damn, dude. Damn, dude. You're not exactly proud of winning this way, but this is what it takes to win, and you won't let an opportunity like this pass you by. I feel like all of the other, I feel like Tyrion and Steelwind Arya would have not taken this win, even if it was the easy way to do it, because obviously there's still stuff missing here. So this casts Ruby in a bit of a, winning because you think that your client is, is in the right without having the entire full picture is more important than finding the full picture. I don't remember how I started the sentence, but that doesn't seem quite right. That doesn't seem to align with the morals of these kinds of games usually, right? By which I mean the Ace Attorney games and what we've seen so far from here. The judge is clearly unhappy with this turn of events, but it's out of his hands now. Well, due to today's unprecedented events, I suppose I have no choice. There aren't any prosecutors available to immediately take Miss Steelwind's place. We will take a brief recess. After that, I'll deliver my verdict. Okay.
Objection!
Ha 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 ha. Your Honor, I'm afraid you can't pass a verdict just yet. Mr. Cuthbert.
Cuthbert? What the hell are you doing?
I don't know. But what I do know is that there was a massive contradiction in Miriam Frega's testimony. but it looks like things are going to be aren't going to be as simple as you expected. Well, geez. I mean, I did see him jumping in, coming. Obviously, I said it out loud, but that's still an interesting development. The night before. I feel so out of place here. Despite your clear hatred for the nobility, you found yourself at a party filled with aristocrats. You hardly recognize anyone, but many of the people here clearly recognize you. You're used to receiving dirty looks from the upper class, but you can literally feel everyone's disdain for you. Why are you in the corner? Why are you in the corner by yourself? I can't believe I let you talk me into coming here. Aw, that's such a pretty dress. She looks very good. For reasons unknown, you lose your train of thought. Very unknown reasons indeed. I've been wanting to wear this dress for a while now. What do you think? What's wrong? You suddenly feel extremely flustered. It's difficult to make eye contact with her. Oh, I see. Are you enchanted by my beauty? Yes. Come on, say something. Cute. Ever since that night in Oranax, you felt like something has been off between you two. Am I interrupting something? Mr. Mora? I wanted to check on you two before we went to meet with Lord Frege. You spot a woman silently following behind her. Is she the client that Mr. Mora is representing? You're pretty sure this is your first time meeting her, but she still looks familiar for some reason. Hi, I'm Tyrion Cuthbert. I'm Mr. Mora's ward. You extend your hand to shake hers. She has an aristocratic air to her, so you hope you're not being too informal. Instead of taking your hand, she claps her hands together and she takes a deep breath. What? Ah, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. It's a bit of a habit of mine. Oh. Nevertheless, she finally shakes your hand. I've heard much about you, Mr. Cuthbert. My name's Beatrice. You're not sure about the details, but your mentor appears to be brokering a deal between Beatrice and William Frege. William Frege is the ruling lord of House Frege, so you're a little curious about what kind of deal he'd be involved in. But you've learned not to pry into your mentor's business. Anyways, we'll probably be gone for a while. Can I trust you two not to cause trouble? You're in a manor filled with the highest members of the nobility, so make sure you use the poison that kills them all. You might meet some familiar yet unfriendly faces. We'll keep a low profile, Mr. Mora. Please do. So why were you so insistent on accompanying Mr. Mora? Wait, yeah, to the Lord's Ball. That's... You know you can tell me anything, right? I guess everything that happened in Oranax made me think about things. I don't really know anything about my past or where I come from. I didn't want to think about it because of my dad and mom, but... You wanted to find out who your biological parents are? I do, but I don't know now. Being here is starting to make me feel weird. I still have my mom, and looking for my birth parents feels wrong somehow. I don't think that's true. Really? Mr. Mora adopted me when I was a child, and she gave me a purpose in life. But I still keep my childhood memories of my mother close to me. Mr. Mora and my mother are both important to me. I don't think it's disrespectful to find out more about yourself, and I'm sure your mother will understand. You think so? Of course. And I'm also sure of another thing. If I'm with you, I doubt any of the nobles here will want to speak with you. Yeah, I didn't want to be rude, but... Don't worry, I can find something to fill the time. You're just going to play chess alone, aren't you? Maybe. You really need to learn to talk to other people. Maybe not in this environment, though. Make some new friends or something. I don't need more friends. I usually want to spend most of my time with you anyways. You can't just say that. I mean, you can. Anyways, I'm going to try to talk to some people. Yeah, I'll see you later. Damn, he didn't get flustered at all. Is Tyrion a smooth operator? Did he have some hidden powers this entire time? Celeste leaves to mingle with some of the other partygoers. You find yourself with very little to do, and you doubt anyone would want to engage in small talk from the likes of you. I can already see her talking to some people, them bad-mouthing Tyrion, and her clapping back tenfold, and thus ruining her own reputation with the noble folk. But we'll see. Your hand instinctively goes to your satchel. It contains your foldable chessboard. Well, it's not as if I have anything better to do. I should try to find an empty table to play on. Several gold-tinted chandeliers hang from the ceiling of the ballroom. They look fancy enough to be worth a small fortune. It irks you a little how much wealth Lord Frigga must be hoarding to afford all of this. Each table has a centerpiece of flowers on it. Most of these, the seats at the table are filled. Tables are filled. It doesn't look like you'll be able to play here. The hallway. This place looks... God damn it! This place looks pretty quiet, but there aren't any tables anywhere. Well, I could play on the floor. Woof. What the? While walking through the hallways, you suddenly find yourself face to face with a large wolf. Immediately upon seeing you, the wolf quickly gallops away. I wonder if that wolf was a person with, you know, some transformation magic, some druid shit, you know. Did someone leave the door open? Leave a door open? I wonder if maybe that was, you know, our blind maiden. Or somebody else of the family, because the color scheme was pretty matching. I guess no, that family tends to have bluish hair, not pure white. We will see. You think about telling someone, but you remember that the manor is full of nobles. You're sure a servant would spot it eventually, and it's not as if anyone will believe you anyways. But it'd be probably best to find somewhere else to play. There are several jewels mounted to the wall, and they all look equidistant from each other. You already knew that House Freyga is wealthy, but embedding jewels into the walls makes the place look pretty tacky. They even have gold-tinted chandeliers in the hallways. It's ridiculous when you really think about it. Nobility, you know what's up. Ah, there's the sword. It looks much less stupid in this shot. In the evidence menu, it kind of just looked like the other sword with a kind of poor paint... God damn it! Poor paint job over it. You look further around the manor and find a room with several displays. It looks like a gallery of some sort, but it's slightly out of place here. There are a few nobles in the room, and they are all silently appreciating the exhibits. Perhaps Lord Freyga paid a museum to create some historical displays for the Lord's Ball? Now there's a face I haven't seen before. Hello. As we take a closer look at one of the exhibits, an old man approaches you. Is that a monkey on his back? Hello, my name is Harold Harrodson. I'm the curator of this collection. Harold Harrodson? Is that a pseudonym or something? No. Harold Harrodson, historian. No magic, he's 20? No, wait, that's me. Okay, I was like, what the fuck? That's me. I'm the one that's 20. I see. Wait, he's a museum curator? He must be extremely knowledgeable about Wurrungard's history. You wonder... Would you happen to know anything about the ancient dragons? Okay, age unknown transmutation magic. Ah, like the scaled lord Rathalion. There are many pieces in this gallery, and some of them were items that were wielded by the 7 heroes of Wurrungard. Can you tell how I'm constantly too lazy to properly pronounce Wurrungard? Legends say that some of these items were directly enchanted by Rathalion himself. Enchanted by Rathalion? Would that mean that they also don't follow the rules of magic? Perhaps we should examine these items more closely. I would never. It's a painting of some sort of scientist. That man is Dr. Luke Kupfer. He was an alchemist and inventor of one of the branch families. He is well known for his studies into the imbuing intelligence into automatons. Intelligent automatons? Would that make them similar to arcane constructs? Yes, actually. I wouldn't be surprised if Lord von Sanctus used Dr. Kupfer's research to create those constructs. So in essence, von Sanctus is taking credit for someone else's work. A rich person taking credit for somebody else's work? Never. It's a painting of a researcher. That is Professor Matt Fairland. He was a professor of some renown. He was a researcher of combinatorial magic theory. What's that? It's the study of how different types of magic interact with each other. He famously ran an experiment on what would happen if two anti-magic fields overlapped each other. Wow. That's actually pretty interesting. What were the results of the experiment? Well, they had mages enter the space where the two fields overlapped. It turns out that those mages were able to use magic in that space. Wait, how would that be possible? They would have had two anti-magic fields affecting them. When the two fields overlapped, they cancelled each other out. I've heard that it's akin to multiplying two negative numbers together. Never heard that one before. It's a pair of metallic armbands. There are several magical runes carved into them. Those are the armbands of intellect. They were actually created by a member of House Freyga many centuries ago. Centuries? Never make these armbands one of the first creations of artificery. That's correct. Legends say that whoever wore these armbands would be granted unparalleled levels of intellect. Many believe that House Freyga created these to aid them in their study of magic. Uh-huh. For a second I was thinking that these would be a reference to Apollo's armband thing from the Ace Attorney series, and then the thing on the right would maybe be a reference to the Magatama or something. But maybe not. It's a pair of golden earrings. There are small jewels embedded into each of them. Those are earrings of vitality. It's said that the Scaled Lord imbued a portion of his immortality into these. Legends say that whoever wore them would have their lifespan increased tenfold, and if you wear them, put them on, take them off, put them on, take them off, you can increase your life so much. The Scaled Lord could do things like that? Of course, he is the Scaled Lord after all. Sure. Hey, that looks rather familiar, doesn't it? The earrings of vitality and genetic effect. Are there any spells that can create a similar effect to these earrings? Not that I know of. A spell like that would probably fall under the school of necromancy. And I'm sure you know how much the kingdom scrutinizes that type of magic. Well, they wouldn't scrutinize it as much if they knew what we know. It's a crimson red short sword. That's the sword of spell eating. Legends say that it has the power to protect its wielder from any kind of magic. So it's like an anti-magic field. In a way, yes, but it has less than heroic origins, I'm afraid. It's said that the sword was created through a blood pact between a mage and a demon. A demon? Legends say that some demons had the power to absorb and nullify magic. A demon must have imbued some of that power into this sword. Or at least that's what the legends say. Yep, there it is again. See here, it just looks like a regular sword that's just been paint bucketed with red. In a not so great way. Also, for this sword, right, a demon supposedly was involved. But for the other two pieces, it wasn't, even though both of them supposedly kind of also are outside of the realm of magic that we know, except I guess for the left one we didn't. For the armbands we didn't fully talk about that, but for the one on the right, for example, there was a dragon involved, the Scaled Lord. So just because we have something that eludes current knowledge of magic doesn't mean it necessarily has to have something to do with demons. It could have something to do with dragons, or other things. Is it safe to put something like this on display? What if the legends are true? Don't worry, these displays are fortified with several abjuration spells. I bet even Lord Steelwind would have trouble getting into this. Well, Haraldson's security. Abjuration. Well. Who the fuck is you? Okay, fucking damn it, I really hate that. So, what is the historian doing at the Lord's Ball, Mr. Haraldson? Harold. Right, Harold. Anyways, Lord Freyja invites my museum to set up some displays every year. You must think it adds a semblance of culture, the fool. Oh. You own a museum? Yes, it's the Haraldson Hall of History, located in the city of Homerith. Homerith. That's a mouthful, and lots of pages. Unfortunately, I don't think his guests appreciate the historical significance of these items. Honestly, I think you're the only person in years who's taken a meaningful interest in them. Huh. That schmonkey. Sorry, but I really have to ask, is that a monkey riding on your back? Yes, this is my familiar, Eugene. Your familiar? A familiar is a creature that a mage has formed a magical bond with. With that bond, our souls are forever connected. I can communicate with him telepathically. I could even cast my spell through him if I wanted to. Really? I never knew a spell like that existed. It's quite rare. Very, very few mages take the time to learn how to cast it. Familial bond. Reterm. Indefinite duration. The caster forms a magical unbreakable bond with the target creature, connecting them to the caster's magic. While this bond exists, the caster can telepathically communicate with the target over any distance. The caster can also choose to see through the target's eyes as long as they concentrate. And lastly, the caster can also cast spells from the location of the target creature instead of their own location. Once this bond is formed, neither the caster nor the target can form bonds with any other creature. This bond can only be broken in death. Eugene helps me with my day-to-day life. These old bones aren't as spry as they used to be, after all. So does the familiar not age anymore or something? Because, I mean, I guess you maybe only formed this bond somewhat recently. Because this monkey doesn't look so old. Harold? Harold, as a historian, do you have a lot of knowledge about the ancient dragons? The answer to that question is somewhat complicated. What do you mean? Unfortunately, a lot of historical texts in my collection have been altered or even outright destroyed by the Church of Bahamut. Because of that, it's quite difficult to separate myths from actual historical accounts. Right, I remember encountering a similar problem at the Imperial Academy. Ah, you must be quite dedicated to your studies. They let this simpleton into the Imperial Academy? Well, he sure doesn't... has some thoughts, doesn't he? Crude, but you suppose that can't be helped. I had to fight the church for a long time before I could even display dragon bones in my museum. In the history of the ancient dragons, was there any instance of them granting powers to humans? Well, of course. That's the entire premise behind the 7 heroes of Wyverngard. Does this idiot not even know about that? We did hear about it. Right, but was there anything before that? Did they ever grant supernatural abilities that didn't follow the rules of arcane magic? Granting supernatural abilities, you say? That sounds more like something demonic in nature rather than draconic. Demonic? Much like the ancient dragons, demons are the stuff of myths. There are many stories of people selling their souls to them for untold power. Selling their souls? Recall the note that your mother left for you before she was executed. Use my eyes, peer beyond the divine gates as I once did. She told you to use her eyes. Did your mother make a deal with a demon to give you the eyes of Horus? There's something wrong. This simpleton is far too superstitious. No, nothing's wrong. It's a bit too much to take in, but you might just be overthinking this. There haven't been any recorded sightings of demons in recent history. There are only second-hand stories and superstitions. The Eye of Horus can't possibly be demonic, can it? You hope Celeste's investigation is going better than yours? Well, I mean, Horus isn't exactly the name of a demon, is it?
How dare you insinuate that I engaged in an adulterous relationship?
That's not what I...
Enough. If you try to speak with me again, I'll have the King's Guard throw you out.
This isn't working. I don't think asking them like that will be very effective. What? Hey, also very beautiful outfit. That's my wife for you. Did you expect anyone here to be truthful with you? You're essentially asking them if they cheated on their spouses. Have you been spying on me? Not intentionally, I was just surprised to see you here of all places. Right, I guess that makes sense. You're not party crashing, are you? Of course not, I came here with Ruby and Tyrion. That honestly raises more questions than answers, but I'll take your word for it. Anyways, you're looking for your birth parts, aren't you? Was I being that obvious? It's the only reason I could think of. Why else would you be trying to speak with members of the nobility? I don't know if it's any of my business, but I think think hard about whether this is what you truly want. Getting entangled in the aristocracy will only bring you misery. I've read your file. You have everything you could ever want. You have your mother and your friends. You even have a lover. What? You're in a relationship with Mr. Cuthbert, are you not? No, Tyrion's not my... Really? From the way you two behave around one another, I just assumed. It's pretty obvious you have feelings for him. Oh.
What? How obvious? Did he seriously not notice? I'd think someone with his seductive reasoning skills would easily see through you. Oh yeah? What about you and Aster? I have no idea what you're talking about. Come on, I was there at Von Sanctus's manor. It's so obvious you like him. Please, you're grossly exaggerating things.
No, it was kind of extreme.
He may be my fiancé, but I only have the utmost respect for him.
Uh-huh.
And what if I told you he was standing right behind you? Do you honestly think I'd fall for something like that? What are you falling for? Huh? Your Highness? Oh, hello, Lady Steelwind.
Your Highness, please don't run ahead like that. Your conversation with Harrod was definitely interesting, but you still find yourself with very few leads. Be it dragons or demons or the origins of the Eye of Horus still remain a mystery. You find yourself returning to the ballroom and you spot Celeste in the corner with some other people. And I'm gonna have another drink. Is she with Aster and Steelwind?
Hey Aster, what do you think of Steelwind's dress? It suits you very well, Miss Steelwind. You look lovely. Gross.
As you approach the group, you're stopped by a knight from the Kingsguard. He stares you down. What? Reparia Arcanum. That was the incantation for detect magic. The knight stares you up and down. Celeste hasn't cast any spells on you lately, so she shouldn't be able to see any traces of magic.
Oh, Mr. Cuthbert.
What was that all about?
My apologies. They were making sure you weren't disguising yourself with an illusion. The Kingsguard are charged with keeping us safe. They must take every precaution to protect us.
Oh, and who might you be?
Do not speak so familiarly with me, peasant. Alaric? Alaric, you don't speak to him like that. Why shouldn't I speak to him as I please? I'm Prince Alaric de Vorengard VI. I do not will not demote myself by showing courtesy to a commoner. Doesn't he mean demean? Well, I'm terribly sorry about him, Mr. Cuthbert.
It's fine.
Anyways, weren't you supposed to be investigating your birth parents?
Oh wait, anyways, weren't you? What? Leave the poor woman alone.
She started it.
Right.
I'm actually quite surprised to see you both here. What brings you to the Lord's Ball, Mr. Cuthbert?
We were just accompanying Miss Tamora. Her client has business with the Lord Frege.
Her client?
Oh. I'm sensing some minor negativity.
Beatrice.
Sadness and surprise. Beatrice suddenly storms through the ballroom. She almost walked right past you before she hears Aster's voice. She looks furious. Did her discussion with Lord Frigga go badly?
Oh, that voice. Is that you, Aster? It really is you.
She called him Aster instead of Your Highness. Do they personally know each other?
I'm glad to see you again. It's been quite some time.
I guess she was angry not at Aster or anything, but because maybe she had talks with her daddy or something else. But he's happy and sad at the same time.
Is that really all you have to say? It appears you two have much to talk about. I'll be taking my leave.
There's a bit of tension in the air. Celeste, we should probably get going too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow, that was awkward.
Yeah, I wonder how those two know each other. She's working with Miss Timora, but she somehow knows Lord Frigga and the Crown Prince. Just who is she? Well, you suppose it's none of your business. I feel like Timora should have at least told us who she is. Anyways, how did your investigation go?
I got nothing. I think all I did was make a bunch of the nobles mad.
Sorry, I know you really wanted answers, but I'm sure something will come up.
You think so?
It might be a little irresponsible to give her up like this. A noble abandoned her at a tavern in a rundown village. Do you doubt someone like that would make themselves easy to find?
Anyways, I don't want this night to be a total loss. Come on, dance with me.
Huh? What? That's not really something I...
Don't be like that. How often do we get to go to a party like this?
Before you have a chance to object, she grabs your hand and starts dragging you to the middle of the room. You receive a few dirty looks from the aristocrats nearby. Celeste, people are staring at us.
Who cares what they think? They're nobles. They're going to hate us no matter what we do.
She takes a hold of your other hand and begins to pull you into a waltz. Hey... I don't even know how to dance. I've never even done this before.
It's easy, just stop being so awkward about it.
That's easy for her to say. Alright, just tell me what I need to do.
Well, first...
Oh.
You need to be closer to me.
Making moves. With one swift motion, she pulls your body closer to hers.
Watch my movements and try to follow my lead.
You seem to know a lot about these things.
I had to do a lot of networking when I was a mercenary. Do you know how many times I had to charm a merchant into hiring me?
I see. You really don't know much about her, do you? You carefully watch the position of her feet and try to match her movements. After a while, you find yourself able to match her rhythm. But you still accidentally step on her foot every few beats. She doesn't seem fazed by it. Either she's being polite or she genuinely doesn't feel anything. I mean, she is tough.
You're getting it, but don't focus so much on where your feet are.
Yeah, okay.
Just look at me.
What?
Come on, do it.
Oh my. You try to break eye contact with her, but every time you do, you slowly find yourself being drawn back into her eyes. Oh my. You feel so embarrassed that you're becoming lightheaded, and you find yourself perspiring more than usual. But at the same time, you don't have any urge to break away from her. There's a comforting warmth behind all the anxiety you're feeling.
Ah, there it is, the infamous Tyrion Cuthbert. Never turns away from challenging a noble, but can't dance a step to save his life.
Oh. Her expression doesn't betray a hint of it, but you still detect feelings of nervousness from her. Is she just as flustered as you are? You find yourself relaxing a bit more, and you're somehow able to continue matching her movements.
See? There you go.
Although... what is it?
You know the man is supposed to lead, right?
Maybe I don't subscribe to gender stereotypes?
Or maybe you just suck at this?
It's been a while since you felt this calm. There's always been something that you need to prepare for. A client that needed saving, a culprit that needed catching. But you're quite content with this one brief moment that you're able to spend with her. You almost find yourself getting lost in the mood. Until you spot a familiar face, accompanied by a legion of knights. No, don't tell me. The knights storm their way toward where Beatrice and Aster are. Several of the attendees take notice. They all stop what they are doing to see what's going on. Beatrice Frege, by the authority of the Wyvern Guard Crown, you're under arrest. Did he just say Beatrice Frege?
Damn it, no, it was just getting good. We should go see what's happening, shouldn't we?
Yeah, let's go.
You're completely out of line, Commander. I thought I told you to stand down.
I do not recognize who you're speaking to.
Let go of Lady Frege.
I can't really do that, Your Highness.
Aster?
Aster, what's going on?
It's Lord Frege. He was found murdered in his study. And these cretins think that Beatrice is behind it somehow.
Sorry, Your Highness, but my orders come straight from Steelwind.
Lady Steelwind sent you.
Beatrice takes in a deep breath and claps her hands together.
I should go with them. What? No? My brother is right. They have no right to. I don't want to cause friction between you and Arya. She's always been meticulous. I'm sure she's just being careful. I'm sure I will be exonerated once they've thoroughly investigated what happened. Okay. Only if that's what you truly want. What? You can't just let them take her away. Brother, she's correct. It is not our place to interfere with the laws of our kingdom. But, however...
Yes, Your Highness.
Miss Beatrice is blind. One of your knights will need to escort her.
She's what? Did he just say that she's blind? Well, I guess we're regaining that info. Anyways, we're going to need to take you to a holding cell, lady. One of you should stay with her and guide her through.
Please, I may be disabled, but I'm not a child.
Beatrice walks past the knights and heads toward the foyer. It appears that she already knows the way out. Shouldn't you all be following her? Right, Inquisition, move out. You definitely didn't expect the night to go like this. Just what is going on here? Nothing important, probably. Not like there was a murder and a case and another case where Steelwind got attacked or anything. I can't believe they kept us up here until noon. The Lord's Ball was already running well into the night, even before the murder occurred. You'd like nothing more than to catch up on your lost sleep. But you made a promise to Aster.
This doesn't make any sense. Beatrice was with me and my brother the entire night.
Well, there was, we do know about Anima. You familiars now? So, that doesn't completely free her of doubt. Right, you were there when she met with him at Steelwind.
She couldn't have stolen the sword of spell eating and have murdered her father.
I don't understand. Of all the people that could have done this, why would Steelwind suspect a blind woman?
Mr. Cuthbert, could you defend Beatrice against these awful charges?
I don't think I even need to.
What? Beatrice is Ruby's client. I'm sure that she'll be the one defending her. Well, that certainly puts my mind at ease.
Or does it, though? What's wrong?
I don't know if I'm asking too much, but could you still investigate the crime scene for me, Mr. Cuthbert?
What? But we just said that Mr. Mora will.
I know, and I don't doubt her abilities. But Beatrice is a dear friend of mine. I'd like every chance for her to be found innocent.
You said that she was a dear friend. They must know each other since she's a Frege. But why would Mr. Mora, of all people, represent a member of a noble house? There are still a lot of things you don't know about her.
Of course, I'll also compensate you for your services. Consider yourself blessed. A commoner like you could only dream of a job like this. Alaric.
The tiny prince has a point, though. A payment from the crown prince does sound tempting.
I can't believe this.
Oh, she's out of her dress. Celeste returns to the ballroom. She's changed back into her normal clothes. What's wrong?
The people in the courtroom said that they couldn't find my sword. They told me that someone must have stolen it.
What? Well. Maybe Arya was attacked with this sword. When Celeste went into the coat room to change, she was told that her sword had gone missing. Someone else must have taken it. Why would someone want to steal Celeste's sword? Aside from your group, everyone else at the ball was an aristocrat. You do recall her saying that it was forged in the Eastern Kingdoms. Someone might have stolen it because of its rarity. We can probably keep an eye out for it while we investigate the manor. This might all just be some kind of mistake.
I hope so.
Sorry.
But anyways, where should we start first?
We should head out to the crime scene.
I remember hearing that they found Lord Frigga's body in his study. Let's go over there.
What do you know about the sword of spell eating?
A sword forged by a demon? Do you think the legends are true? Tyrion?
Oh, sorry, I just got a little distracted. The Eye of Horus can't possibly be demonic, can it? Sure.
Beatrice has been through a lot, hasn't she?
From what we've heard about her father's cold behavior, I don't blame her for leaving. We haven't really heard anything about that yet. She probably wanted to leave her old life behind. You two are similar in that regard. Are you worried about your missing sword?
No. Well, yes, I am worried. But I'm sure it'll turn up eventually.
She's trying her best to hide how worried she is. You hope you're able to find her sword somewhere. What do you think about my wife? Today. I noticed that you were teasing Steelwind earlier.
Well, she started it.
By doing what?
It's none of your business.
Okay. Tee-hee. Okay, what do you think about my other wife? Well, maybe later. Monkey? I can't believe she doesn't care about Monkey.
Harold Harrodson has to be some kind of strange stage name, right? Who would actually name that child that?
I think you're getting way too hung up on his name.
Like, did he also name his children that? Does he have children?
He has a pet monkey.
You're just making things up now.
Or am I? Alright, I think we're done here.
Oh jeez.
You arrive at the crime scene and see the usual swarm of Inquisition knights. However, you also spot some members of the Kingsguard. They must be working together since the victim is from one of the Pillar families.
I wasn't expecting to see you here, Cuthbert.
Well, I always kind of show up, don't I? Ultimately have someone to talk about.
I thought Ruby tomorrow was defending this case.
Prosecutor Steelwind approaches you as you enter the study. And she's followed by an unexpected yet familiar face.
Wallace, what are you doing here?
He's here as my aide for the investigation. So she's already been attacked, which might line up with the fact that the sword, Celeste's sword is missing. You don't doubt Wallace's abilities, but you can't think of any reason why Steelwind would need his help. But you suppose it's none of your business. Anyways, we're here on behalf of Crown Prince Astor. He hired us to investigate this case independently.
I see. I'm sure he just wants to make sure the investigation goes smoothly. Well, if you're here on behalf of His Highness, I'll do whatever I can to help you.
This whole situation is quite unorthodox, but your goal remains the same. Perhaps Steelwind can tell you more about what happened. What's wrong?
You can't see it, but the entire room is covered in traces of abjuration matter. Everything is glowing white.
Right, that makes sense. There were several anti-magic fields covering the manor. Those fields probably left traces of abjuration everywhere.
I won't bother showing you the trace of abjuration I find where we're here.
Okay, so we'll see everything else.
Arcanum.
That's nice then.
There's a trace of illusion magic where the body was.
The assailant must have used some kind of magical disguise.
Or they turned themselves invisible.
3:12 a.m. Cause of death was blood loss.
Body shows you.
It's a bookshelf filled with books.
I wonder what kind of books Lordfrigga owned. Wait a minute, they're all blank.
What? All of his real books are on the floor or his desk. Ah. Just trying to make himself look smarter. There's a window that leads into his room. This room. Could the murderer have escaped through here?
No, the window doesn't open, and the glass is magically reinforced.
If it doesn't open, then that's kind of shitty, considering fresh air and stuff. It's a painting of some sort of scholar. There's some text on it. Rook Rezengar, economic scholar and aristocratic accountant. He was known in some circles as Rook the Cook, due to his ability to cook the books of the four pillar houses.
Rook the Cook. Sometimes I wish I could have a nickname like that.
What about Crimson Demon?
Not that one.
What if she, the Crimson Demon, is the one who gave us made the Eye of Horus? She's the demon, after all. There are several books about economics and politics. It doesn't look like there's anything of note. Tyrion hates politics and economics. It's a fireplace. Could the murderer have entered through here?
That wouldn't be possible. The chimney is far too narrow. Even a small child wouldn't be thin enough to fit through it.
How about, I don't know, a rat or some other small animal? There's a large mahogany table at the end of the room. Lordfrigga must have done his work here. Well, that's all. Nothing else to look at. Alright, fine. There's a pool of blood and chalk, and a chalk outline where the body must have been. Huh. Whoops. Okay. Oh, okay. The murderer. What can you tell me? Fucking stupid auto-skip! What can you tell me about the murder?
William Frigga was found dead in his room after the lockdown was lifted.
Wait, lockdown? What lockdown?
It's a lockdown, baby.
What lockdown?
From what we can tell, his throat had been slashed open with a letter opener. The cause of death was blood loss. Both of his carotid arteries were severed. Here's the autopsy report, if you want a detailed description.
Were you able to find the murder weapon?
Yes, the murderer left it at the crime scene. It was a letter opener owned by the victim.
The murderer must have found it in this room and used it.
There was one strange detail about the weapon. The handle was completely shattered. We're not sure what to make of that detail, but it's as if something crushed the handle using tremendous force.
The murder weapon was a letter opener with Lordfrigga's crest on it.
It must have been owned by the victim. Its handle was completely shattered. It have taken it from his murder.
What could have caused the handle to be shattered like that? I would say like maybe the animal companion used too much strength or something while wielding the weapon, but like if it was, that kind of go against the theory that it was small enough to fit through the chimney. But would an animal companion use a letter opener anyway? I mean, I guess depending on magic. Who knows, man? We did see that wolf, so I guess, I don't know, we'll see. There are many possibilities. You mentioned that there was a lockdown. When did this happen?
You didn't notice. The Inquisition did try to be discreet. But everyone noticed the commotion Beatrice and the two princes made over it. I suppose you two must have been lost in your own little world, weren't you?
Jealous?
No.
Well, anyways, you said that Lord Frega's body was found after the lockdown? That means that something else must have happened prior?
Supposedly, someone had broken into one of the Harrison exhibits. One of the magical artifacts was stolen.
So there was also a theft last night. Does the Manor's lockdown system behave like that one, like the one at the Imperial Academy?
The systems are somewhat different. Unlike the Imperial Academy, the lockdown only prevents people from leaving or entering the manor.
So not all of the rooms were locked, but what about this specific room?
This room does have abjuration magic that locks the door and prevents teleportation in and out of it. And in addition to that, the system placed an anti-magic field over the manor. An anti-magic field?
What's that?
Anti-magic field is a spell that nullifies all magic within it.
We already heard a bit about that from Harrison. Abjuration, Corteria, indefinite. Concentration, yes. While concentrating on the spell, the caster forms a 10-foot radius sphere that nullifies all magic within it. Any spell effect that enters the sphere instantly dissipates, and any mage that tries to cast a spell within the zone will fail to do so. If this zone of anti-magic overlaps with any other magical nullification effect, the two effects will cancel each other out. And the system somehow covered the entire manor in this effect.
If you noticed, there were several purple crystals embedded in the walls of the manor. Each of those crystals produced an anti-magic field during the lockdown.
The lockdown system covers the entire manor. Once activated, anti-magic field. Anyone physically or magically connected to the sword of spell eating would be immune. So no one could cast magic during the entirety of the lockdown?
Not exactly. Someone could have used the stolen artifact to circumvent it.
You mentioned that someone could have used the stolen artifact to get past the anti-magic fields. Which artifact was it?
It was the sword of spell eating.
That was the demon forged item that could supposedly nullify magic. If the legends were true, someone could have used it to counteract the lockdown system.
After Lord Harrison reported the theft, the Inquisition discreetly placed the manor on lockdown. They searched every room in the manor to try to find it. But it was eventually found in Beatrice's bedroom.
And that led them to believe that she had stolen it.
That's correct. The King's Guard moved to arrest her, but Prince Aster ordered them to step down. It didn't look like she was planning on fleeing, so they planned to wait until after the party had ended.
But then they found Lord Frega's body.
Correct. We believe that she used the stolen sword to nullify the magical locks and break it to Lord Frega's study. But if she had the sword, why wouldn't she use that to commit the murder? We're not entirely sure. We have a few working theories. She might have wanted to prevent the theft from being tied to the manor. Or perhaps she had more confidence wielding a knife over a sword. Regardless of her reasons, it's clear that the sword wasn't a murder weapon.
So she's not just being implicated in Lord Frega's murder, she's also being charged with stealing the sword of spell eating. But what possible reason could she have to do either of those crimes? Well, I think I'm lacking a lot of information about the defendant. From the way you were both acting, you and Aster seem to know her.
Your mentor didn't tell you about her?
No, I try not to pry into her business.
I see. I honestly don't know much about what happened either. But Beatrice was Lord Frega's eldest daughter and the former heir to House Frega.
Former heir?
About 5 years ago, she fled Frega Manor and went into hiding. None of us knew where she was gone. She ignored any attempts we made to contact her. She even used her magic to prevent us from scrying her. Last night's ball was the first time in years that Astra and I had seen her.
But if that's true, how did Mr. Tamora meet her? Would you happen to know why Beatrice was in a meeting with her father after all these years?
I have some ideas, but nothing concrete. I was hoping you could tell me. Tamora and Beatrice have both refused to disclose anything about their meeting.
Damn it, what could that meeting have been about?
Speaking of which, I haven't seen Tamora anywhere in the manor. As the defendant's attorney, I would have thought that she'd be here to investigate the murder alongside you.
That is strange, but Miss Tamora always had her own way of doing things. Perhaps she's using a different strategy.
Anyways, I imagine that she met with her father to request financial aid.
Why do you say that?
I have it on good authority that she was deeply in debt. That's the only reason why she would speak with her father after all these years. It's also why I believe she murdered her father.
You think she murdered him for his inheritance?
It's the only motive that makes sense.
Or does it? So, hey, since the body was found here, was Lord Frege locked in this room during the lockdown?
Yes, William Frege knew that this room should have been secured. He was supposedly in a bad mood, and had locked himself in this room for most of the night. He refused to let anyone into the room. The only person he spoke to after that was his daughter.
His daughter? Are you talking about Miriam?
No, Lord Frege had another daughter. I'm referring to Leife Frege, Lord Frege's middle child. She tried to tell her father about the theft, but he was apparently preoccupied with something else. He said that he wanted to stay in his study for the rest of the night.
When did this happen?
It was shortly before the lockdown was activated, a little after 1 a.m.
I see. Oh, I guess now we know what she looks like. She doesn't have the typical hair color. After his meeting with Beatrice Frege, William Frege retreated into his study and locked himself within it. He refused to speak with almost everyone who tried to disturb him. The only person he spoke to was Leife Frege. She told him about the theft of the Sword of Spell-Eating a little after 1 a.m., but William didn't seem to care and returned to his business. Leife must have been the last person to see Lord Frege alive then. You should speak with her and get more details about Lord Frege's actions that night. By the way, Steelwind, do you have a map of the manor?
I do. Would you like a copy?
Please and thank you. So helpful. Oh, 2 floors. Witness. Were there any other witnesses aside from Leife who saw Lord Frege that night? Perhaps someone heard what happened from a nearby room?
There was someone who heard the altercation, but it was quite obscure. A servant was trapped in a storage room nearby. There's an air vent that connects to this room with that storage room. He supposedly heard sounds of a struggle through that vent.
What did this witness hear?
There were sounds of a struggle before he heard Lord Frege choking on his own blood. When the lockdown was lifted, he informed the King's Guard of what he heard. That's when they discovered the body.
I see. Who was the servant?
I believe you actually know him. His name is Jan Hughes.
Oh.
Wait, Mr. Hughes is here?
You never expected to see him again, much less here of all places. But if he heard the altercation, you'll definitely want to speak with him. The janitor guy? Or is it a different Jan? Alright, there's a lot to work with here. The prosecution will try to assert that Beatrice committed the murder. But what would she have needed to do to carry out all of the actions described? So the first thing we need to do is narrow down the time in which the murder occurred. When did the murder occur? The body was discovered after the lockdown was lifted, and Leife Frege saw her father alive before it was activated. He entered his study, and she watched as the lock engaged. Okay. The murder occurred after the lockdown. No. If we assume that Leife's testimony is correct, William Frege was alive before the lockdown was triggered. Well, yeah. Not only that, he said that he would stay in the study for the rest of the night. Which means that he probably never left the study. Yeah. Huh? Doesn't that... Huh? Occurred after... I guess... okay. I was thinking of the lockdown as in after the lockdown started, so I guess during the lockdown is actually what I was trying to say. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, that was my bad. That wasn't the game this time. For once. Right, the murder must have occurred during the lockdown. But that means that the murderer somehow got past the abjuration wards that protected this room. Those wards blocked her teleportation, and they magically locked the only door leading into this room. Sirwind and the Inquisition believe that Beatrice used the Sword of Spell Eating to get past them. Regardless of what they think, we need to assume that the murderer used some kind of magic nullification to get into William's study. But that's not necessarily true, is it? What if the murderer entered the room before William locked it? If they were in the room when William locked it, they would have been trapped here until he decided to leave. Not only that, they would have been discovered the moment the guards entered his study. Maybe they used some kind of invisibility? Or they could have teleported away the moment the King's Guard unlocked the door. Teleportation didn't occur. We didn't find any traces of conjuration magic. What about Celeste's theory of an invisible assailant? I'll admit that we did find traces of illusion magic, but the moment the guards saw the body, one of them cast Detect Magic. With that spell, they would have seen any invisible people hiding in this room. Okay. Wait, you can use Detect Magic like that? Of course, it's standard procedure. Like all spells, invisibility leaves traces of magic on the person it's cast on. So mages can use Detect Magic as a way to see through invisibility. So we know for sure that they weren't here before or after the lockdown. This means that whoever committed the murder used some way to bypass the abjurative wards that protect this room. The next thing to consider is the murder weapon. Where did the murder weapon come from? It was a letter opener that was presumably owned by William Prager. The murderer probably used it to avoid leaving evidence that incriminated them. The murderer took the murder weapon. In doesn't really fit here. The murderer... But no, wait. I'm trying to say the murderer got the weapon from this room, but took here doesn't really fit in. You know? I don't know, I guess I'll go with this, even though that sounds kind of weird. Okay, I don't know, that sounded weird to me. Right, the letter opener came from this room. The murderer probably wanted to avoid using a weapon that would have implicated them. So they decided to use it and leave it here after the deed was done. But that leaves a glaring hole in the prosecution's case. And what would that be, Mr. Cuthbert? I'm gonna drink some water real quick. What is flawed with the prosecution's case? Beatrice Frege is completely blind. I don't know, I mean, I guess that hurts her chances of doing it, but I don't know. Beatrice Frege is completely blind. Even if she were somehow able to break into a highly guarded exhibit, how did she slip past the guards and enter Lord Frege's study? Furthermore, how did she locate the letter opener if she couldn't see it in the first place? None of this makes sense. Committing this murder unseen would have been a tall order for anyone. I can hardly believe a blind person did all this. You'd do well not to underestimate her, Mr. Cuthbert, yeah. What? You don't know her as I do. She's far more capable than you realize. She must be the one behind this. I suppose I wouldn't know, but the idea that Beatrice did any of this is still ludicrous. Maybe... Maybe Beatrice did something bad to Aster at some point. That he maybe isn't even aware of. But Arya is. Because, you know, Aster was friendly with her and trying to protect her. I suppose I wouldn't know, but the idea that
I suppose I can't change your mind about that. But I have to ask you a question, Mr. Cuthbert. What would you do if you discovered that one of your clients was guilty?
What? I mean, I tend to have an insight into these sort of things. Would never happen.
I've already seen your uncanny ability to read people, but I'm only hypothetically speaking. So, what would you do if they were guilty?
I suppose I'd withdraw and tell them to find another lawyer.
And if no one else would represent them?
I don't know. It would definitely be a hard choice for me. But I would never be able to represent them if I knew the truth. I just can't stand by and let a murderer escape justice.
I see.
Why do you ask?
No reason.
Okay. Anyways, she's made her stance clear.
You still have a lot of
Leads to follow up on. You should move to somewhere else.
But I want to keep talking to my wife. What's wrong with that?
Do you know where she is? Okay, well with this. We somehow always end up meeting each other, don't we?
Well, it can't be helped. We work on opposite sides of the same profession, after all. Although I am remiss that I still don't know much about you, despite our many meetings. Would you like to go somewhere together in the future?
Oh.
I'm only joking. I would never think of asking you out in front of your lover.
What?
Celeste is...
You find yourself stammering over your words. Oh, that was us saying Celestis, obviously.
Wait a minute, is this payback for last night? You're mistaken, Miss McCoy. I have no idea what you're speaking.
That's my wife for you. Oops.
Ba-dum-bum.
Why would Harold keep such dangerous weapons on display?
There's value in remembering and honoring our kingdom's history, especially the unsavory parts. Anyways, the exhibits were heavily protected. Only a powerful mage like Beatrice could have broken into them.
So even Steel considers Beatrice to be a powerful mage. The monkey! Come on, why won't anybody speak about the monkey with me?
Whatever.
Bedroom.
Come on, Tracker, where are you?
Achoo! As you enter Beatrice's room, you are unexpectedly met with a large cloud of dust.
Wow, this place has not been cleaned.
Hey!
Oh?
Your vision clears up and you realize that there's someone else in the room with you. Sorry, I didn't mean to intrude.
No, there's no need to apologize. But I would like to know what you're doing here. We're here on behalf of the Crown Prince. We're investigating the murder of William Frege. Oh, I see.
My apologies, I didn't quite get your name.
My name is Leife Frege.
So this is Leife. According to Cedarwind, she was the last person to see Lord Frege alive yesterday. She might have some information about how he was acting that night. It's a table for guests, but extremely dusty. It's a dresser covered in a layer of dust. It doesn't look like it's been touched in years. Also, it looks exactly like the room that her sister had in the academy. It's a highly extravagant bed. It looks similar to the one in Miriam's dorm.
Arcane.
There's a trace of transmutation magic under the bed. I can't see it clearly. Let me take a closer look. It's Crimson Lotus.
What?
It's my sword.
Oh.
What?
You never knew her sword had a name.
So this is where it's been.
But why would it be here? This is also the room where they found the sword of spell eating. Are the two thefts related somehow?
But why? The only thing similar about them is that they're both swords.
I guess, somebody got some rough instructions about what the sword looks like and that to steal it. And, well, a red sword. They made a mistake and accident, or maybe they just took both. Lend some credence to the animal companion thing, maybe. Or to the blind person maybe having some kind of way to see that isn't quite as good. Remains to be seen. There's definitely more to this, but what? Interesting. What did you see? I'm sorry for your loss, Lady Frigga, but do you mind if I ask you some questions? God fucking damn stupid ass fucking garbage! Some questions about last night? Of course. Prosecutor Steelwind told us that you were the last person to see him alive. Did you notice anything unusual about your father's behavior?
Well, he was extremely upset about something. I think Beatrice may have offended him during their meeting. The servant said that he wanted to be left alone. He retreated into his study immediately after their meeting. I tried to speak with him when the theft was reported, but he didn't much care about the missing artifact. He told me to leave him alone and let the Kingsguard investigate the sword. He was probably busy making the changes to his will.
Now that's an interesting thought. When did you speak with him last?
It was before they activated the lockdown. It was a little after 1 AM that night.
What does meeting with Beatrice Frigga? One Frigga, everyone, the only person, 1 AM. And do you have any idea what he was doing in his study?
What? No, I have no idea.
Liar! You take some fear from her. Lady Frigga, is there something you're not telling us? It's important that we know about your father's actions before his death.
I'm sorry, I don't know anything else. My father was a private man and didn't share much with anyone, even his own family. I wish I could be of more help, but I really don't know anything else. I refuse to believe that's why he was killed.
She's clearly holding something back. If you can reveal what she's hiding through an argument, she might be more willing to cooperate. But you'll need more information about William and his will first. In the meantime, you should figure out what else she knows. Yeah. What kind of person was your father? Oh. It doesn't look like William Frigga was very beloved.
My father was a complicated man. He was a brilliant scholar and businessman, but he was a cold and distant father.
I see. Did he have any enemies?
As the head of House Frigga, he controlled nearly every banking house in Rorengard. There were many people who resented his wealth and power.
Can you remember anyone specific? Perhaps someone that he slighted recently?
There was Lloyd von Sanctus.
That ruling Lord of Arnex?
Yes, I heard that he was recently involved in a court case. My father has been using the controversy as an opportunity to slowly take control of von Sanctus Industries. And from what I've heard, he's been extremely bitter about that.
Von Sanctus's reputation must have taken a hit after the Dracogen trials. He doubt he'd get himself involved in another murder. But you can never be too sure. You'll want to speak with him and get more details. Although, would he even consider cooperating with you? Anyways, are there any other enemies he might have had?
No, none that I can think of.
That's not a lot of Gage being killed. I noticed that this room hasn't been cleaned recently. Do you know why?
It's because I've forbidden the servants from cleaning this room.
And why would you do that?
Beatrice is very dear to me, and I couldn't bear to have her room disturbed after she left. This room was the only memory I had of her after she left.
You suppose that makes sense? She must have been holding on to the hope that her sister would return. And what about the sword of spell eating? Do you know how it ended up in this room?
I'm not sure. It's possible someone planted it here to frame Beatrice. I can't say why they would choose this room, though.
What can you tell me about Beatrice Frege herself? I heard that she fled the Frege estate 5 years ago.
Before she left, Beatrice was one of the most powerful mages I'd ever seen. She is incredible. At the age of 13, her talent for magic had even eclipsed my father's. But it was never enough for him.
What do you mean?
Before Mother died, he desperately wanted a son, but he only ever had daughters.
He should consider himself lucky.
Everyone thought that Beatrice would inherit House Frege from my father, but our family knew the truth. William Frege would never leave a legacy in the hands of a woman.
Ah, okay. Fuck that guy even more now.
What? No matter how hard Beatrice tried, my father would never acknowledge her accomplishments. He was extremely cruel to her. He constantly belittled her achievements and dismissed anything she said to him.
Jeez.
And after the accident, he used her disability as an excuse to take away the little influence she had.
There was an accident that gave her a disability? Is that why she's blind? Ho ho ho. If it's not too painful for you, could you tell me more about Beatrice's accident?
Is this even relevant to the investigation?
It very well could be. Any small detail could make a difference. I need to learn everything I can.
I'm not sure about exactly what happened, but it was a magical experiment gone wrong. Beatrice was working on a project at the Imperial Academy. She was trying to create a new spell formula. We're still not sure what happened, but there was an adverse magical reaction. The resulting explosion seriously injured her and left her completely blind.
I can't imagine how she must have taken that.
Actually, she was probably the most unfazed by what happened. That didn't matter. My father saw his opportunity. He told me that he was relieving her of her duties so that she could recover. But I knew the truth. He was going to take away her political power and social standing. She was reduced to a mere decoration for her home.
And that must have been why she left. Did she contact you during the time that she was missing?
No, no one had heard from her during that time. But as much as I was worried for her, I was also a little happy. Unlike Miriam and I, she had finally broken free from her father. I have no idea what caused her to return here.
You think you've learned everything you can for her now? Perhaps you should move elsewhere. Guess we won't be filling up that psych gauge otherwise, huh? Monkey! Why won't anybody talk to me about the monkey? How about yourself? How about my other wife? Jeez! Alright, fine, I'll move then. Jeez! Let's first check here, just because. Alright. Well then, I guess it's time for the storage room to meet Jan, probably. You enter the storage room, hoping to investigate the event that connects to Lord Frege's study, when you come across a person laying on the floor.
What? Jan, is that you?
Oh man, what's with the noise? I was having such a good nap too.
Mr. Hughes?
Whoa, it's you two.
Why are you taking a nap in the storage room?
I needed to take a break from all the chaos going on. The Kingsguard won't let us leave until they finish investigating the murder. And this pompous noble shooed me away when I tried sleeping on one of the couches. I didn't expect anyone to find me here.
Anyways, the prosecutor told us that you heard the murder from here during the lockdown. Do you think you could tell us what happened?
Sure, why not? My nap's kind of ruined now anyways.
Sorry about that.
It's a stepladder.
I agree.
Ha 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 ha. Reference. There are several boxes in this room. They appear to contain various cleaning supplies. It's the event that leads into Lord Frege's study. Supposedly Jan heard the altercation between Lord Frigga and his assailant through this.
Preparing Arcanum!
What's the matter, you? So you're working as a servant now?
Not exactly, but I was part of the catering staff. The twins started their own food business after Freyja threw us out of the academy.
The twins. Right, the twins. Right, sorry about that.
Nah, it's not your fault. Even if Redmond was still the headmaster, I'm sure the board would have found some other way to get rid of us.
Wait, are Valentina and Valerie here too?
No, they just contracted some stuff to Lord Freyja for the Lord's Ball. I think a bunch of other businesses did the same thing.
You wonder how they feel about this. They lent their services to the very man who got them fired in the first place. Well, he must have offered them a lot of gold.
Man, I can't believe I got myself pulled into another murder investigation. Do I have bad luck or what?
The prosecutor told us that you heard the altercation through the air vents. Could you tell us exactly what you heard?
Well, I didn't hear everything. I was taking a nap in this room when it happened.
Why were you napping here?
I didn't have a choice. I accidentally closed the door when the lock was engaged. Before I knew it, I was trapped in here.
But the lockdown doesn't lock most doors, does it? Right, you recall Steelwind mentioning that.
Anyways, I heard the sound of some kind of struggle going on. I couldn't hear everything, but I heard Lord Freyja shout, "Who are you? What do you want?"
Pretty sure he wouldn't shout that about his daughter, but I guess there was illusion magic involved.
That went on for a few seconds. Then I heard the sound of someone getting stabbed.
Did you hear the voice of the assailant? Can you hear the sound of someone getting stabbed through an air vent and stuff? I don't know. Whatever.
They didn't say anything, but I did hear them. Their voice was really...
Wait, what? They didn't say anything, but I did hear them? Their voice was raspy? Huh?
I think they had a sore throat or something.
Or they were trying to mask their voice? Oh.
Trapped in physical struggle.
Why did you enter the storage room anyways?
The servants were complaining about rats running through the air vents, so they sent me to take care of it.
Rats, huh? Small enough to fit through the air vents to make it into a room via the fireplace, and also possible familiar stuff. Certainly not a coincidence, is it? Or maybe it is.
I heard one of them running into the vents upstairs, and I followed it here. I figured it had nowhere else to go, so I opened it up and put a trap down. After I was done, I tried to leave, but the door was locked. I didn't have anything else to do, so I took a nap.
He only heard a few words before the murderer struck the final blow. It doesn't give you much to go on, but this testimony could become relevant later. For now, you should probably move somewhere else and get that more information. Will he talk about the monkey with me? Damn it! You want to talk about my wife? You want to talk about my other wife? Okay, fine. Jeez. Sitting room. That's new. Unless I just overlooked it before. Let me have a sip of my chocolate real quick. You explore the manor further and find one of its many sitting rooms. Oh, not you. And there you happen to spot a very familiar face. She's sipping on a glass of wine, and his expression turns disdainful the moment you enter the room. Oh, wonderful. As if my day couldn't have gotten any worse. Von Sanctus, what are you doing here? The head of a noble house has just been murdered. I can't very well return to RNX when my affairs are in such disarray. Anyways, forget what I'm doing here. What are you doing here?
Oh, I just wanted to have a friendly chat with one of my favorite noblemen. I heard that you've been keeping busy since we last met. It must be difficult losing your empire to House Freyja. Got him.
Tyrion, we do need his help.
Is that so? And what makes you think I'd ever help the likes of you?
Because it would take suspicion off of you. And let's face it, with your reputation, you could use all the help you can get.
How dare you! I'll have you know that I am still a respected member of the nobility.
Are you now respected? Is that why everyone is talking about your hand in Justin Way's death? Because the way I see it, being involved in another scandal would destroy what little remains of your reputation. But it makes no difference to me, and to be perfectly honest, I'd like nothing more than to drag you into the stand and embarrass you a second time. Jesus, man. We're going hard. You can practically hear him grinding his teeth together.
Very well. If it means I won't have to endure your presence any longer, I'll oblige and answer your questions.
Cool. It's a painting of some adventurers in a tavern. Adventurers. Somebody with a monkey and white hair, or at least seemingly. Wait, actually, maybe it's not the same guy. This must be Beatrice Freyja the First. Which one? The first?
According to legend, she was one of the descendants of the 7 heroes of Warengard. She joined a band of adventurers that were traveling across the nation.
It's hard to imagine the Freyjas coming from such humble beginnings. Whoop. Ah, somebody just disappeared from there, huh? Wait, what?
What is it now?
That muscular man in the corner, he just vanished.
What are you on about? There was never a man there.
Sorry, Tyrion, but he's right.
No, I'm sure he was there.
Are you feeling okay?
Perhaps your lack of sleep is making you see things that aren't there. Okay, that's the first time we had one of these where we were like distinctly like, hey, this happened. Anybody else seeing this? Every other time it was like, what's that? Huh? Or no comment at all. So that's interesting. Oh, especially since Miriam, that's her name, right? I would never forget the name of my wife, but Eris, I mean. Right, Miriam is this one. Sorry, Eris. We would never forget her name, and also she isn't here, so that's even weirder though. It's a chair made from mahogany. Every part of this house just exudes wealth. Wealth that's been siphoned out of the common folk. It's a shelf filled with books.
Fake books? They're completely blank.
What's with that? It's a door that leads to the code room.
Repario Arcanum.
They ain't even got magic here, what a bunch of losers. There's a window with a view of the outside. It's as if every room in this house needs a chandelier. What a waste of the kingdom's gold. Can't mouse over the back at it. Alright, you freak.
Honestly, it's just one mess after another with you.
Mess? Wouldn't you have much to gain from William Freyja's death?
On a surface level, you might be right, but it's far more complicated than that. House Freyja controls the banking houses. They were the main pillar of support for Wyvernguard's economy. William's death could have unimaginable economic consequences regardless of who inherits this house. I wouldn't be foolish enough to do something like that.
That remains to be seen.
Think what you will. There are others who would benefit from William Freyja's death.
Like who? You mentioned that other people would benefit from Freyja's death. Who specifically?
If I had to venture a guess, I would say Lucio Steelwind benefits the most.
Do you mean the prosecutor's father? But you just said that Lord Freyja's death could have unimaginable consequences for the economy.
Ha! Do you think that brute cares about Wyvernguard's economy? No, all that man cares about is power. Pure and physical power. House Steelwind and House Freyja have been fighting for control of Wyvernguard for generations. And in this long-lasting era of peace, the Steelwind's military have become far less valuable through the crown. If it weren't for Lady Steelwind's engagement to the Crown Prince, they might not even be considered a pillar family anymore. The death of William Frege is probably exactly what Lucius Steelwind has been waiting for. And if our economy were to suffer, it would cause civil unrest. In a scenario like that, the crown would have to rely on Steelwind's forces to maintain order. That does make sense, but could Arya's father really be involved with this? I have no idea. Anyone else? It's clear that you think Lucius Steelwind would have much to gain from this, but can you think of anyone else? Well, there is Harold Haraldson. That can't be his real name. But what would Mr. Haraldson possibly gain from Frigga's death? From what I've heard, William was planning to defund the Haraldson for Hall of History. Really? Why would he do that? I'm not sure of the specifics. But supposedly Lord Haraldson has refused to omit the less flattering parts of Overguard's history from his exhibits. Well, that's a good thing. It's gotten blatant enough that he's drawn the ire of the king himself. They actually got into a very heated argument during the Lord's Ball about it. I heard that William declared he would be removing House Haraldson from his estate. You don't want to suspect Mr. Haraldson, but you need to examine every possibility. As the curator, he would have the easiest access to the sword of spell eating, and he could have staged a robbery to cover his tracks. At the very least, you should give Mr. Haraldson a chance to explain himself. What can you tell me about the defendant in this case? What? She's your client, surely? You would know her better than I do. Humor me. Well, I'm sure you are aware of that she fled the Frege estate 5 years ago. In doing so, she dealt a blow to House Frege's reputation and directly insulted the Crown Prince by breaking her engagement to him. Wait, Beatrice was engaged to Astrid? Yes, it was quite the scandal at the time. And Lucia wasted no time in pushing his daughter into taking Beatrice's place. Oh, is that why those three were so awkward last night? Honestly, the situation is just an absolute mess, and that woman's return will complicate things. Beatrice's return complicates things? What did he mean by that? Do you find Beatrice's return to be inconvenient for you? What are you on about now? Please, don't insult my intelligence, Foreign Sanctus. Fine, if you must know, my son was arranged to marry William's daughter, Leife. Leife? Since Beatrice showed no signs of returning, it was apparent that Leife would inherit House Frege instead of her. I know when my days are numbered, so I took preemptive action. William wanted a male heir, and I needed to preserve my house, so we both came to an accord. My son and Leife were arranged to be wed. House von Sanctus would have been absorbed, but at least my Jaden would stand at the helm of House Frege. You nobles are absolutely awful. I should probably consider myself lucky. Think what you will. I wouldn't expect a commoner to understand. That's the problem with your generation. You have no sense of duty or obligation. Leife has already expressed resistance to this marriage, even though she was well aware of the details. Even though? Maybe because. But now I worry she'll hide behind her sister to end the engagement altogether. Leife never mentioned any of this, and as much as you hate to think it, William's death would get her out of this arranged marriage. You should talk to her about this. Anyways, von Sanctus gave you a decent list of suspects. You've probably learned everything you can from him for now. Okay, but maybe if you talk to me about the monkey, I will hold you in slightly higher regard. Fucking piece of shit. Well, I guess let's see if we can talk to the monkey guy. You return to the gallery and see a legion of knights inspecting the crime scene. However, you don't see Mr. Haraldson anywhere. The Inquisition must be questioning him. Perhaps you should follow another lead while you wait for him to return. Also, obviously the sword is missing. But there's another missing artifact. The display case that held the armbands of intellect is empty. Okay, I thought we would maybe
Arcanum.
note that in our details about the thing, but I guess not. There are traces of evocation magic on the shattered glass. Evocation is the school of magic that creates and unleashes raw energy. It's the most primal of the 7 schools of magic. Someone must have used a powerful spell to blast the display case apart. Seems likely. The display case holding the earrings of vitality is completely untouched. Whoever stole the artifacts ignored it. The display case is completely shattered. The thief was able to do this despite there being several abjuration spells protecting it. So this was stolen by whatever happened here, presumably at least, but this was taken not by force. So maybe Haraldson took this one, maybe to help himself figure something out or something. And I don't know. We'll see. I guess have we checked here for magic yet?
Arcanum.
Now we have. Where else could the guy be? I guess nowhere really, huh? I guess let's just go back to every room before we visit Beatrice again. I mean, Life. Just in case there's somebody else hanging out somewhere. I mean, we just came from here, but... meh. Alright. Wait, we haven't been back here yet. What do you think about the rats? What do you think about this testimony? Alright, fine. Alright. Enough stalling. What? Huh? Why can't we talk about the engagement with her? What? Huh? Okay, maybe I didn't present this to her? Nope. Oops. Huh? Maybe there's something new to talk to him about after all. Strange that they had you chasing rats in the vents. I'd expect the manor servants to take care of that.
They've tried, but they haven't had much luck. I don't know what's up with them. These rats have avoided all of the traps they've set.
Right, we haven't really looked at the map at all. So we have the ballroom. I don't know what to glean from this. The game essentially told us that we were done here. I guess, we haven't saved in a while, so maybe let's do that real quick. How is that possible?
That man, he was my father, but I can't say I have fond memories of him.
He must have been difficult to deal with.
You have no idea. He was cruel, tyrannical, and only ever cared about his own legacy. He was willing to sacrifice everything and anyone to maintain his power and status, including his own daughters.
Sounds like his treatment of Beatrice was particularly harsh.
It was. He never saw her as a worthy successor to the family's legacy, simply because she was a woman. Even after her accident, he used her disability as an excuse to strip her of any power she had.
can't really imagine how difficult that must have been for all of you. Have we been through this?
It's been a constant struggle, but we managed to survive. As bad as it sounds, now that he's gone, we might have a chance to rebuild our family.
Oh. So, nothing... See, the game acted as if I had shown and done everything here, and sent me away. But I wasn't actually done here. That's kind of dumb. What else can we show here? I'm sure Beatrice's return must have been surprising for you.
It is, to be honest. I've been hoping for years that she'd finally return. But now that she has, she's just gotten pulled into another one of our family's messes.
Ha 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 ha. Jeez, game. That was kind of a foul move. Life Frigga seems to be hiding what her father was doing in his study. Doubt that she's doing this out of malice. She might not even think that it's relevant to the case. But William Frigga had many enemies, and he returned to his study to do something that night. And that something could be related to why he was murdered. Sure. Argument. Let's check that profile first. You just met Life Frigga today, and she has no reason to trust you. She believes in Beatrice's innocence over everything else. She's usually sincere, so it's unlikely that she is actually involved in her father's murder. She might react well if you respond with a similar sincerity. Is there something you're not telling us, Life? Because I have a feeling that you know more than you're letting on.
What?
What was your father doing in his study?
I already told you, I don't know.
I have no idea what
My father was doing. My father was a private man. He wouldn't share something like that with me.
Wait, I don't know. Huh? I have no idea what my father was doing. Well, I mean, we have through life his thoughts, you know, so and so, but is that what we want to present here? That seems a little off. I don't know if that's necessarily related here. I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think so. No. I guess maybe this? Wait, I can't seem to move that. Okay, there it is. I guess I'll present this. Okay. He was making some sort of change to his will, wasn't he? But how do we know that? Like, obviously we read her mind, but like, are we being too obvious here? I don't know.
What? Did someone tell him?
Why did you find the need to hide this from us?
I didn't.
Thoughts you saw earlier seem to disagree with that. We've only just met today, so I understand if you don't trust us. But the Inquisition thinks that Beatrice murdered your father, and they claim that she did so for his inheritance.
That's absolutely absurd.
Regardless, your father's inheritance is a likely motive behind his murder. Many people would have a lot to gain from his death, including you.
Excuse me? I was not involved in this. How could you even think that I'd be capable of something like this?
Well, we have, I guess we can't present something here. I'm not so sure. You were the last person to see your father alive. It's possible that you've been lying to us. That doesn't seem right. I didn't mean to imply that you were involved in this, but it's clear that the murderer's motive was to take control of Las Vegas. prosecution clearly won't shy away from prosecuting members of your family. If your sister is truly innocent, where do you think they'll turn their attention next? That's not directly calling out the thing that we know, but none of these are. Clear that murder's motive was... I don't know, let's go with this, I guess. No, we didn't get the sound. It doesn't matter what I think. The prosecution clearly won't shy away from prosecuting members of the family. You were the last person to see your father alive. So if your sister is truly innocent, where do you think?
Please, do you think I'll respond to such empty threats?
I'm sorry, I didn't want to threaten you. I just...
I have cooperated with the Inquisition. I have nothing to hide.
Sorry. I didn't mean to imply that you were involved in this, but it's clear that the murderer's motive was to take control of House Frege. This means that their plan heavily relied on whom William Frege was leaving his assets to. So I need to know, Miss Frege, how was your father planning to change his will?
I don't know. I was never aware of the details of my father's will. I've already told you, my father was a secretive man. He didn't share the details of his estate with me.
Jane would inherit life and knew how this marriage would affect the future of House Frege. She has expressed resistance to maybe this. I was never aware of the details of my father's will. Is there anything else that really points to that? I don't think so. Probably this. Is that really true, though?
What?
I already know about your arranged marriage to Jane von Sanctus. I also know that as part of this deal, Jane would inherit House Frege instead of you. Lots of negativity. You definitely knew about this, and you heavily resisted the marriage in an attempt to stall it. Which means that you had some idea of how your father's will was arranged. So, what aren't you telling me, Miss Frege?
I can't trust you.
What?
You're here on behalf of Crown Prince Aster. The four Penna families and the Crown have much to gain from my father's death. How can you assure me that this information won't be used against my family?
So that's why she has been so secretive. There's nothing I could possibly say to make you trust me, but please understand I'm only trying to find out who murdered your father. That's very honest, which would play into the, respond with similar sincerity. I may have been hired by Prince Aster, but I'm an independent agent. I have no stake in this conflict. I was only hired to arrive at the truth. Kinda true also. I'll arrive at the truth, one way or another. If you refuse to cooperate with me, I'll have no choice but to treat you as another suspect. That doesn't seem right. Kind of prefer this one. I've been hired. I think this is more sincere. Yeah. There's nothing I could possibly say to make you trust me. But please understand, I'm only trying to find out who murdered your father. And to do that, I need to know everything that he was doing that night. Argument 1. Kind of, sort of.
I have no reason to trust you, but somehow I can tell that you're being sincere. Will you really protect Beatrice?
You're about to reassure her that you will, but something in the back of your mind stops you. I get to the truth of what really happened.
Okay, if that's truly what you're planning to do, I'll tell you what I know.
Yeah, because from what we saw of the present, future, we might be standing against Beatrice in some way, maybe, I don't know.
I wasn't trying to be uncooperative, but I didn't know who I could trust.
Whom I could trust it should be, I think. Considering the circumstances, that's perfectly understandable.
I'm not sure why, but my father was extremely upset that night. According to him, Beatrice had returned and was even more impudent than before.
He must have been angry about something she said during their meeting. Did he tell you what their meeting was about?
He didn't, and I honestly didn't really care. I was just so happy that my sister had finally returned. But my father clearly felt the opposite. Before he entered his study, he told me that he would be pruning the family tree. He was going to disinherit my sister and several other members of her family.
Several others? Oh no. He probably started drafting a new will to reflect that decision. Beatrice Frege on the night of the murder. Blah, blah, blah. So yeah, that distinctly contradicts what Miriam was saying in her statement. Has anyone found the draft of this will?
No, it was one of the first things I looked for after the investigation began.
The modified will is missing. You doubt that it would even be enforced. He never got a chance to submit it for probate after he died. But you can't discount the possibility that the murderer destroyed it. Did anyone else know about this?
No one. I didn't even tell Lady Steelwind when she was questioning me.
Because it would have given Beatrice a motive to commit the murder? Anyways, thank you, Miss Frege.
Mr. Cuthbert?
Yes?
My sister is not a bad person. There's no way she'd do something like this.
Despite what she says, she seems to have some doubts. She's in good hands. Ruby Tamura is the one defending her in the trial, after all.
I hope so.
Anyways, you think that you've learned everything you can from life, eh? There's only one last person to speak with, Harold Harrelson. Wherever he may be. Okay, but please. Please, I beg you! I beg you! Somebody speak to me about the monkey! Why? Why do you all hate the monkey?
Unbelievable.
This is a complete mess. As you enter the gallery, you spot Harrelson inspecting the shattered remnants of a display case. If we recall correctly, the display case that he's looking at once held the sword of spell eating.
Oh, Mr. Cuthbert, I had a feeling I'd be seeing you again. He's working for the Crown Prince. Can he be trusted?
It seems word has spread about your deal with Astor. Hello again, Mr. Harrelson.
Harold?
Right, Harold. I'm sure you already know that I'm investigating the murder of William Frege. And the prosecution suspects that someone used the sword of spell eating to break into Lord Frege's room. I was wondering if I could ask you some questions about the theft last night.
I'll tell you what I can, but I'm not sure how much help I'll be.
The Schmartefacts.
I can't believe a museum owns such a powerful magic item. I would have expected the noble houses to take them for themselves.
Well, the nobility of today don't have much use for items of such as these. The power of the Lord is based on politics rather than magical strength. And a noble wouldn't want to wield the sword of a demon, even if the legends are just stories.
A demon?
Oh right, the sword of spell eating is said to have been forged from a pact between a demon and a mage.
Isn't magic a pact with a demon just asking? Isn't making a pact with a demon just asking for trouble? They'd definitely betray you the first chance they got.
Well, legends say that demons often drafted blood contracts for this reason.
Wait, do you mean like a legally binding contract?
The concept is similar, but once you sign a blood contract, both you and the demon are magically compelled to fulfill its terms. It's said that violating its terms will result in instant death for the offender, no matter who it is.
So I guess there's some protection.
Well, as an attorney, I'm sure you understand that it's possible to exploit and use loopholes in any contract. And according to the legends, the demons take great pride in their ability to deceive and corrupt people.
Maybe we'll get more info about this now that he's here. The display case or not. Great. The theft. According to the prosecution, the theft took place during the Lord's Ball. Shouldn't there have been plenty of witnesses in the gallery at the time?
That's the strangest thing. Supposedly, the gallery room was completely empty when it happened.
What? That can't be right.
And honestly, I have no idea how anyone could produce enough magic to shatter the display cases anyway.
Were the wards protecting the case that powerful?
They were powerful, but that's not the issue here. It would be one thing to dispel the wards and remove the glass protecting it, but it's another thing entirely to completely annihilate the abjuration wards and shatter the glass. Doing something like that would require an extremely powerful spell, far more powerful than what would have been needed.
So you're saying that the force applied was excessive?
Yes, and that's not the worst of it. It's clear that the Sword of Spell Eating wasn't the only item that was stolen.
Okay, so you don't know about the armbands. What? Was another artifact stolen that night? I mean, obviously, we already checked it. You mentioned that another item was stolen?
Yes, it's extremely concerning. After the Sword of Spell Eating was reported missing, I checked the other exhibits. That's when I discovered the armbands of intellect had been stolen as well.
Maybe somebody stole the armbands to help them craft the ultimate plot. And then everything else came from that.
And unlike the Sword of Spell Eating, we haven't found the armbands.
You look at the case where the armbands used to be. They've been removed, but the glass case is completely intact. The thief didn't shatter the glass. Maybe the thief originally shattered the glass around the armbands. Then the armbands showed them a great plot to switch the broken cases around to make it seem like the other case was exploded for good reasons that will become apparent at some point. I don't know, I'm just fucking making shit up.
Exactly. Moreover, the armbands were actually replaced with a very well-made replica.
Oh. What? What is going on here? The two thefts are completely different from one another. Yeah. Are they even related? Or did two different thieves come to coincidentally steal from Harold that night? Sure would be a nasty bit of a streak of bad luck for Harold, if it were that latter option. You mentioned that someone would have needed a powerful spell to shatter the display case. Wouldn't that narrow down the list of suspects for the theft? Not everyone attending the ball could cast spells that powerful.
Well, according to the Inquisition, Beatrice Frega's magic was powerful enough to have done this.
Discounting the fact that she's completely blind.
Yes, I'm well aware of that, and it doesn't sit quite right with me either.
Was there anyone else at the Lord's Ball capable of matching Beatrice's power?
Only the heads of the four pillars could have invoked magic this powerful. But apparently, Beatrice is an exception to that.
Is Beatrice really that powerful? Or is she being scapegoated by one of the house leaders?
But the cases can be opened normally, can't they?
Otherwise, how would you transport the artifacts from place to place?
Ah yes, the magical locks on this case can be disabled.
You detect some fear. Is he hiding something? How are they normally disabled?
They can be turned on and off using a spoken password.
And how many people know this password?
Only myself. I personally oversee the transport of these items when they're moved.
So, what if something happens to you then? The artifact on display at the Lord's Ball were protected. Artifacts were protected by layers of concentration. So Harold could have stolen the sword that night. Could he have staged the robbery to cover his tracks? Well, there's traces of magic that suggest otherwise, but hey, who knows? Defunding the Hall of History. Harold, a witness told us that you got into an argument with William Frege on the night of the murder. Was William Frege planning on defunding the Heralds in the Hall of History?
Yes, he was. He made that very clear. But that doesn't mean that I had anything to do with this murder.
We're not saying that you did, but I need to explore every possibility. So I need to ask, did your argument that night turn hostile?
I'll admit that our discussion turned heated, but it never escalated to threats or violence. With how insulting he was, it should have. William was being unreasonable and I was frustrated, but that's all there was to it. He deserved what happened to him.
The eye shows more resentment than he's letting on. But not, it doesn't make it sound like he did it. Did you have any conflicts with him prior to that night?
We have had disagreements in the past. He was receiving pressure from the royal family about what I was displaying in my museum. The king believed that some of my exhibits were too controversial for the public eye.
What do you mean?
I'm sure you've noticed the rising tensions between the common folk and the nobility. I've never been one to shy away from the bloodier parts of Warengard's history. The citizens must know about these parts of history, otherwise we're liable to repeat them. However, the king believed that my historical exhibits did nothing but dig up old wounds. Nothing but simpletons come out of them.
So nobility thinks they can smooth public relations by censoring history, as if they couldn't get any worse. No. Anyways, it's clear that Harold is passionate about his work. Would that passion drive him far enough to commit murder, though? Thank you for your time, Harold. Harold, I think we'll be out of our way. We'll be on our way now. We have a lot of info, but none of it really leads anywhere. So many people had a motive to murder William Frege, but who actually did it? Maybe they all did it together. Everybody here except me is guilty. Perhaps you should take some time to review everything that you've learned. Motives aside, let's go over the events that happened that night. It all started when the Sword of Spell-Eating was stolen.
What do we know about the thief of the Sword of Spell-Eating?
We don't have a specific suspect, but we do know something about them. The thief is a powerful mage.
Shatter. Powerful.
The thief was a powerful mage. That's the only way that they could have shattered the magically reinforced glass. But what about Harold? He could have just unlocked it using his password. He could have stolen the sword and staged a robbery, but he couldn't have shattered the glass. Only a powerful mage could have done that, and I doubt Harold would lie about that when we could easily confirm it with Steelwind. Right, but then what happened next? They brazenly stole the Sword of Spell-Eating. This caused Harold to report the theft to the Kingsguard. Man in lockdown. Beatrice home. She had stolen it. Disaster ordered them to step down. And then there's Life's statement. My father was extremely upset. Pleasure to study. What does this tell us about William Frege? Life's account gives us a clear fact about when William died. William died after the lockdown activated. This is like almost exactly what... This is basically what I was trying to say the last time. But, this time it's being specific about the lockdown activated. So this time this should be right. William Frege was murdered after the lockdown was activated. This means that whoever killed him bypassed the lockdown and broke into the magically locked room. They had to have used the sword, right? Not necessarily. I think the sword is maybe a misleading piece of evidence. Because the real killer did it via the vents and shit, like I've been saying the entire time. But not necessarily true. An anti-magic field would have also had the same effect. The murderer could have stolen the Sword of Spell-Eating to throw off the investigation. But anti-magic field is a high-level spell. Not many mages would be able to cast it. And I doubt any of the nobles here will let us see their spell compendiums. But because of how powerful anti-magic field is, we can still conclude that the murderer is a powerful mage. This actually narrows down our list of suspects. That's still not concrete evidence, though. And we haven't even spoken to all of the suspects yet. Right, you never got a chance to speak with Lucio Steelwind. But given his status, you wonder if that would even be possible. Maybe in court. Either way, it's a good start, and it's not as if we're defending this case. The trial is getting close anyways. You don't doubt Mr. Mora's abilities, but you should share what you've learned with her before the trial begins. It's a little strange that you haven't seen her since the investigation began. It sure is. But you might be meeting with Beatrice at the dungeon. Look, if anybody is willing to talk to me about the monkey, it has to be this guy. What the fuck? Nobody here is a good person. Literally everybody is against me. You arrive at the dungeon and search for Mr. Mora. She wasn't at the crime scene, so she must be here to discuss the case with Beatrice. Or at least that's what you thought, but you don't see her anywhere.
Oh, Mr. Cuthbert?
Oh, hi. You were so caught up in your thoughts, you didn't notice that you were walking right in front of Beatrice's cell.
I didn't expect to see you here. Ah.
Celeste lets out a shriek as Eris approaches you two from behind. For a split second, you see her hand dart towards a sword. It appears that she still hasn't gotten over her instinctual fear of Eris. Eris, what are you doing here?
Ah, Beatrice is actually an acquaintance of my father. He sent me here to help her through this ordeal.
That sure puts Beatrice in an odd light, doesn't it? That brings up many more questions, but you don't really have time to pull on that thread. You have less than an hour before the trial begins. Wow, okay. You need to find Mr. Mora. Have either of you seen Mr. Mora? I have some things to share with her.
Ah, she was just here, but she left to retrieve some documents from her office.
Do you have any idea when she'll be back?
She didn't say, but if your discussion has something to do with the case, I could pass a message on to her.
You feel a little hesitant for some reason, but it is her life on the line. If anyone should know about what you found during your investigation, it's her. Okay, let me tell you what I know. You spent some time going through your findings with Beatrice, from your list of suspects to the possible motives behind the murder. You notice that with each revelation, she becomes more uneasy. The idea of someone framing her must be stressing her out.
I see. You've certainly been very thorough.
Yes, but I still have no concrete evidence that points to anyone.
We underestimated him. If he reveals these findings to Prince Aster, he might suspect something.
What?
Sorry, I was just deep in thought.
And you were able to catch one of those thoughts. Beatrice, I'm sure you're aware that Prince Aster has your best interest at heart.
I know. Even though we haven't spoken for the last 5 years, I still consider him a dear friend.
Sadly. Then I suppose you have no issue with me sharing these findings with him?
Of course not. This is bad. Even he wouldn't support us if he knew that I was involved.
Wait, what was that? The thoughts just said that she was involved? Did she actually murder her father?
Is something wrong, Mr. Cuthbert? You look a little pale.
Beatrice was actually behind this, but how?
She's completely blind. She couldn't have even navigated through the manor and avoided the guards.
Well, you underestimate her. Just because she's blind. No, you must be taking her thoughts out of context, that's it.
Mr. Cuthbert, perhaps you should get some rest. You look dreadfully tired.
You think very carefully about what to say next. There's one way to get a certain answer through the eye, but if you're wrong... Beatrice, you weren't actually involved in this, were you?
Tyrion?
You see her gaze narrow in response to your question. Once again, she clamps her hands together. She's clearly trying to stay calm.
Do you suspect me now, Mr. Cuthbert?
You didn't answer my question, Beatrice.
As if I'd ever need to justify it with a response, even if I didn't need to. But no, Mr. Cuthbert, I was not responsible for my father's murder. At least, not directly. I was technically an accomplice.
Well, that's... Now there's not much of a question anymore, is there? An accomplice? Did she work together with someone? With her familiar?
Cuthbert.
Mr. Mora. Your mentor seems to have sensed the mood in the air. She raises an eyebrow at you. Mr. Mora, can I speak with you alone for a second?
Okay.
What's wrong?
Is everything okay?
Mr. Mora, Beatrice, she actually did murder William Frege. Mr. Morrow's gaze narrows. Her eyes dart around the room to make sure the guards didn't overhear you. I guess it's possible that my wife Eris over there messed with our perception, with our thought-reading thing. Because she's just funny like that. Maybe, we didn't actually read any of Beatrice's thoughts, and it was just my other wife being a little silly. Guards didn't overhear you.
What are you talking about? How could you possibly know that?
I used the Eye of Horus on her. She conspired with someone else to orchestrate William Frigga's death.
Have you told anyone else about this?
No, it's not as if they believe me anyways. You're the only other person who knows about my abilities.
Okay, just stay quiet about this for the time being. Anyways, I need to get ready. The trial itself starts in an hour.
What? You're not seriously going to defend her, are you?
Of course I am. I'm her attorney.
But she's guilty. I saw it.
Look, at this point, I don't know what you saw. Do you think I can just abandon a client minutes before a trial?
I mean, it's a good point, She can't know that the eye is never wrong.
No, but it's not for either of us to decide who's guilty and who's not. Everyone has a right to an attorney. Our court system needs a defense attorney and a prosecutor to keep things fair. More importantly, you had no right to use the Eye of Horus on my client without my permission.
What? But
I don't have time to argue about this. We will be talking about this later.
Makes the question that I think Arya gave us about, abandon, like what we would do if we knew our client was guilty, all that more poignant. Before you have a chance to respond, Mr. Morrow walks away. Celeste sees both of you and awkwardly approaches you.
Hey Tyrion, is everything okay?
Celeste, I think Beatrice was actually behind this.
What?
You don't blame her for not believing you. It's not as if you can tell her about the Eye of Horus. I think at this point we could. Although,
I haven't told her.
Alright.
I believe you.
What?
You wouldn't say something like that if you weren't sure, right? But if what you're saying is true, what do we do now?
You think long and hard for a moment. I don't think we need to do anything. What? Sirwin is handling the prosecution, and she's definitely no pushover. If Beatrice is truly guilty, I'll have to trust her to get the job done. Well, somebody else, I guess, knew that she was capable enough and did something about it. Either way, I don't think we're in any position to get involved.
Alright, if you say so.
It's really none of your business.
You have no stake in this. You're not obligated to do anything.
You've done everything you can. It's in their hands now. Blah. It's none of your business. This isn't your fight. William Frigga was a tyrant and a bigot anyway. He's a noble who did nothing but steal wealth from the common folk. The world is better off without him, and it's not as if you didn't try. All you have to do is wait for the trial to run its course.
Objection!
Justice for all! Your Honor, I'm afraid you can't pass the verdict just yet. Mr. Cuthbert.
Cuthbert? What the hell are you doing?
Bring us back to the present. I don't know. But what I do know is that there was a massive contradiction in William Frigga's testimony. Who are you kidding? As if you were ever the type of person to stand by and do nothing. Cool stuff.
Well, let me just have a little sip of my chalky milk.
All right. Your Honor, the prosecution, would like the right to cross-examine. I would like the right to cross-examine this witness. Bailiff, please arrest Mr. Cuthbert. I mean, yeah, honestly, yeah, good move. True, we just kind of came in here. I'm holding him in contempt of court. Oh, wait. You didn't really think this through, did you? Instead of following his orders, the bailiff walks over to the judge's podium and whispers something into his ear.
Beans.
I don't know, I was trying to come up with something funny to say, but nothing came to mind. What? Beans? I see. Why am I finding this funny now? It's not funny! Stop! Well, I see. Very well, then. What are they saying? It appears that Miss Steelwind has and somehow predicted that this would happen. Well, in accordance with her wishes, Mr. Cuthbert may act as the prosecutor in her stead. Damn, dude. My wife just knows me so well.
What the hell? You can't be serious.
I'm honestly just as surprised as you are, Mrs. Tomorrow. But Miss Steelwind has apparently designated him as her stand-in. It's unorthodox, but it's also legal. You recalled something strange Steelwind asked you earlier today. Mm-hmm.
So what would you do if one of your clients was guilty?
I suppose we're... Steelwind, did she somehow know this would happen?
Well, this isn't how I expected the trial to go.
Shortly after you barged into the prosecutor's table, Celeste awkwardly followed behind you. Curiously, she only did so after the bailiff didn't arrest you. Well, I mean, you know.
I guess we're really doing this.
What's wrong?
This feels weird. We're on the other side of the courtroom.
Yeah, right, it feels a little awkward. I mean, this is where the prosecutor is supposed to stand.
No, this feels way too jarring. Ruby, can we switch tables? What?
Please ignore her.
No, this is way too weird. Tyrion, get her to switch with us.
Celeste.
For the love of, I genuinely do not care. Cuthbert can have this side if he wants it so badly.
Well, okay. With that out of the way, let's resume proceedings. Assuming that we're all at our preferred spots. We are, Your Honor. As much as you hate to admit it, you are more comfortable here. No, not that you want to encourage her. With all of these interruptions, I think it best to review the proceedings up until now. The prosecution proposed that Beatrice Frega's motive for the murder was to claim the victim's inheritance. However, the defense brought forth a witness to testify, who testified that Beatrice was disinherited by her father 5 years ago. Am I correct, Mr. Mora?
You are, Your Honor.
Very well. Considering the circumstances, I think it best to have Lady Frege repeat her testimony. Bailiff, please escort Miss Lady Frege to the stand once more.
Miss Frege, could you please give your testimony to the court once more? Of course.
My poor Miriam.
One day we all woke up and discovered that Beatrice had fled from our home. She left a note for us, and in it she renounced her name and denounced my father. My father later called me and my sister into his study. He told us that he completely disowned Beatrice and removed any claim she had to the Frege estate. It was probably a threat to us in case we ever chose to go down the same path that she did. He wanted to make an example out of her. This all happened 5 years ago.
So your father disinherited Beatrice shortly after her departure?
Yes, he did. As such, Beatrice would have no motive to murder her father. Any inheritance she could have received would be long gone by the night of the murder.
Is that really true, though? Well, it contradicts one piece of evidence that we have. One day, we woke up alone. That must have been a surprise for all of you. Did she tell anyone else about her plan?
No, she didn't. She left without a word to anyone. She should have spoken with us first.
It appears that she's sincere about what she's saying. From what I've heard about your father, I don't find that surprising.
It's clear to everyone involved that my client was not treated well by her father. That's what drove her to sacrifice her claim to the Frege estate. My father had many responsibilities. He had much to consider. And that justified his treatment of your sister.
Despite being her witness, Mr. Mora really isn't holding back against Miriam. I mean, hey. Defending a father like that is not exactly in anybody's best interest, is it? That seems like a drastic reaction to her simply leaving her home.
My father and sister already had many disagreements before this. He'd made it clear that he wouldn't tolerate her many acts of insubordination. I imagine that this was the last straw for him.
While that sounds in character for him, would William Frege really do something so extreme? Regardless of his personal feelings, House Frege holds a lot of financial and political power. Would he really change his inheritance so haphazardly? That must have been difficult for you and Leafe.
It was. My father wanted everything to be his way, and he wanted, and anyone who didn't comply was punished.
That's terrible. That's a terrible way to treat anyone, much less your own family. 5 years ago. Where's that statement? Knew of this marriage? No, it isn't, huh? After the meeting with British friend, one Frege researcher in his study, the only person to ship through life thoughts, you know that I guess I thought this was updated to more specifically talk about that, but I guess we're presenting this here. Objection! Or not. Your Honor, blah blah blah. I guess we'll just press it then. If this happened shortly after Beatrice fled, you must have been less than 13 years old at the time. I can't imagine how that must have been. But can we really trust your testimony if you were only a child at the time? My thought was that because she was so young, it would be more likely that she remembers clearly, because that's a much more impressionable time.
I remember it vividly, my father's words, the look on Leife's face when she realized Beatrice was gone. I even remember the way the sun was shining through the window that morning. It was all my fault. I remember that moment with clarity. My father made sure of that.
That sounds like a painful memory for her. And she seems to falsely blame herself for what happened. It would be best not to press her more than necessary. You felt it while you were watching from the gallery. A part of her testimony doesn't match with what you learned from your investigation. It must have been something that Leif had told you. Yeah, I was trying to put it out there, but maybe that just wasn't the right place to state it. Disowned and stuff. Maybe this is where we put it. Objection! Nope. Then where is it? Security, intellect, rats, engagement, Frege's inheritance. Wait, there. Fled from family 5 years ago. Until there are many. On the night of the murder, Beatrice. Okay, I guess this is the one. I thought it would have her portrait on it, not his, but here it is. Yeah, okay. Miss Frege, it's clear that you're regretful of how your eldest sister was treated. That guilt must have eaten at you for all these years.
Cuthbert, I know you don't have a good history with the witness, but you shouldn't rub salt in her wounds.
I was merely pointing out the witness's personal connection to the defendant, Miss Timora. She clearly regrets not standing up for her sister all those years ago. So perhaps she's trying to make up for that by lying to protect her.
Excuse me, I did nothing of the sort.
Yeah, it didn't really sound like she was lying from the thoughts we heard and stuff. But something's wrong. Miss Frege, you testified that your father disinherited Beatrice 5 years ago. However, I have testimony from another witness who spoke with the victim on the night of the murder. After Beatrice's meeting with William Frege, he openly declared that he would be removing her from his will. Maybe he just claimed he would when she, 5 years ago, but didn't actually do it. And then this night he was actually maybe going to do it, but maybe it was another bluff. He even entered his study to draft a new will to reflect that decision. So that raises the following question. Why would the victim need to declare that he was disinheriting the defendant? It doesn't make sense if he already had already disinherited her 5 years ago.
Is that so? Well, who did you hear this from? It's clear that they had no understanding of my father's estate.
They had no understanding? Miriam, this testimony came directly from your sister, Leif Frege.
What?
And she should have also been present during this alleged meeting 5 years ago.
Well, she must be mistaken then.
Objection!
Your Honor, how can we trust second-hand testimony from a witness who isn't here?
Is she not in the stands?
Wouldn't it make more sense to have Laife give her testimony directly?
I must agree with you, Mr. Moore. Life of Frege should be allowed to clear up this misunderstanding. She looks way too confident. What is she planning? You're not sure if it was intentional, but Miriam's testimony was false. Could she be lying to protect Beatrice? And if so, is Mr. Mora expecting Laife to do the same? Bailiff, please escort Life of Frege to the stand. Miss Frege, when we spoke earlier, you mentioned that your father decided to disinherit Beatrice. And he decided this after their meeting on the night of the murder. Is that correct?
Yes, I did say that. You see, Laife, Cuthbert doubts the testimony given by your younger sister. He seems to think that she's committed perjury. What?
I wouldn't go so far as to say...
Witness lying under oath is a serious crime. It would have harsh consequences even for someone of your sister's status.
Oh no, are you trying to manipulate her into saying something else just so your sister gets away with stuff?
No, she couldn't have. Wonderful. Are you saying that you can corroborate your sister's testimony?
Mr. Moore, you can't just intimidate the witness.
I have no idea what you're talking about, Cuthbert. I'm just telling the witness what may or may not happen depending on what she does next. The choice is ultimately hers.
That's pretty much exactly what a threat is, though.
So, Laife, assuming Miriam wasn't lying under oath, could you please testify to the court to confirm what your sister said? Yes, of course. You see, Miriam was quite young when my father called us into his study 5 years ago. She didn't understand what he was really doing. My father would often lie to us. It was one of the many ways that he kept us in line. The encounter that Miriam described was just another one of his lies. Despite their disagreements, my father would never disinherit Beatrice without a good reason. He always held on to the possibility that she would become desperate enough to return home. The truth is that none of us knew what my father was planning for House Frege's future. See, Cuthbert, the truth is much more complicated. No one could have really known what William Frege was planning for his estate.
Life is definitely trying to cover for Miriam, and Mr. Mora is playing her like a fiddle. Luckily for you, she's not the only person that gave her statement to you.
Well, we do have an idea what the guy had planned for the family, don't we?
You're saying that Miriam's testimony was based on a misunderstanding?
Yes, my father was never direct with his actions. He always knew just what to say to plant seeds of doubt in people's minds. I'm aware of how it sounds, but he had much to consider outside his family. The Freges are one of the pillars of Wolfengard, after all. Keeping the family aligned with our house's goals was one of his responsibilities.
It's clear that she doesn't agree with what she's saying. Is she in denial, or is she trying to keep the family name clean?
Just another one of his lies.
So you really think that your father would lie about something so important?
It was of great importance. That's why he had to lie. He wanted to make Miriam understand the consequences of disobeying him. What kind of father does that?
But if he truly wanted to scare Miriam, why wouldn't he disinherit Beatrice? Even after she renounced her name and denounced him?
My father was always more pragmatic than vengeful. I imagined that he expected her to fail on her own, and if she ever came back, she would be forced to rely on him. If he could make someone like Beatrice feel powerless, he could get the rest of us to fall in line. Looking back, I suppose that's all we ever were to him, assets to be replaced and traded.
You hear a bit of resentment in her voice. Yeah, for good reason. What he was planning, huh? Like an engagement? Miss Frigga, did you really have no idea about House Frigga's future?
No, I didn't. My father made sure of that. As I told you, he kept many secrets and wasn't above lying to manipulate us.
But with Beatrice gone, you would have been the one to inherit your father's estate. Would you really be ignorant of your father's plans for House Frigga? Unfortunately for you, I don't think you'd be that careless. In fact, I have it on good authority that you knew exactly how William's inheritance would be divided before that night.
What?
Life, according to Lord Lloyd from Sanctus, you were arranged to be into a diplomatic marriage with his son. You expressed resistance to this arrangement, am I correct?
I have no reason to comment on that matter. Cuthbert, the witness's personal matters are hardly any of our business.
Yes, I must ask you to keep this discussion relevant to the case. How is this not relevant? Come on, you guys. Your Honor, Life's resistance to this marriage is exactly how I know that her testimony is false. She was extremely averse to this marriage, and because of that, she made sure to know every detail about how it would affect her and her house. And that includes how House Frigga would be inherited by her future husband. So that raises the question, Life. If you already knew the intricate details of this marriage, why would your father tell you that he was disinheriting your sister? That statement would only make sense if Beatrice was already in his will beforehand. That would render Miriam's testimony false and constitute a motive for the defendant.
Objection!
You present a decent argument, Cuthbert, but your claims rely on one assumption.
And what assumption would that be, Mr. Mora? Even if he was lying, the victim declared that he was revoking Beatrice's inheritance. She must have already been named in the will previously, otherwise there would have been no need for him to say that. It wouldn't make any sense otherwise.
And that's where your assumption is. You're assuming that William Frigga was acting logically.
What are you talking about?
It's clear that William Frigga was extremely controlling of his daughters. By your own admission, Leifey Frigga was resistant to the marriage arranged by her father. In addition to that, Miriam Frigga found herself trapped in a controversy regarding the Nightgrave trial a few months ago. And finally, to make matters worse, Beatrice Frigga, the prodigal child, finally returned and made a public appearance during the Lord's Ball.
I guess that one trial was a couple months ago. I don't think we ever really got a time frame for the events.
What are you trying to insinuate? In his eyes, William Frigga's ability to keep his daughters in line was clearly weakening. He must have gotten desperate and made a grand declaration in a feeble attempt to scare you, Leifey. Even if that declaration was clearly inconsistent. But you wouldn't. Your ability to remember must be muddled by the shock of your father's death. His statement couldn't have possibly been true. If by some chance it were true, that would make you guilty of perjury.
I don't think perjury is when you don't lie on purpose, like that.
Or perhaps it was Miriam that was lying in her testimony. If your father's statement were true, the court might be inclined to investigate her for lying on the stand.
Damn dog. You're being very manipulative right here. Mr. Mora, are you threatening her?
As I said before, I'm merely stating the facts. The witness is free to act as she sees fit. I'm just asking her to consider the potential consequences of what she says next. What do I do?
Damn it, she's pressuring Leifey to side with her. She's clearly conflicted though. Isn't there anything you can do? You feel a sense of clarity when you look at her. In the Eye of Horus, is the Eye of Horus reacting to her stress? You wonder.
I'm sorry, I need time to think. Please don't stare at me like that, Mr. Cuthbert. Wait a minute. No, wait.
It's too late.
Naught can remain concealed.
Uh-oh. Empowered Eye. You did it. You activated the Empowered Eye. There has to be something in her mind that you can use. The state of her father's inheritance is the backbone of your case. Is there anything in her mind that can definitively prove what was in his will? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. How about this, just because I don't know.
What? Why am I thinking about this?
I mean, yeah, I didn't think that would be it, but I just wanted to try. Okay, hold on. This is the time. This is the time for the monkey! Damn it. Someday, at some point, I will use the monkey. Okay. What are we, well, the sword could be relevant, though I don't know if she would know anything about it.
How did both of the swords find their way into Beatrice's room? Could Tracker have?
Who's track? Well, I mean, that could be the familiar, right?
No, Miss McCoy's sword is one thing, but he couldn't have possibly broken into the Herald's gallery. Although, he was extremely fixated on it.
What? Does she know how Celeste's sword was taken? As much as you want to follow that lead, it will be all for nothing if you can't turn the trial into your favor. You should try something else. The blindness?
Beatrice, after all these years you finally returned. I can't believe that this is how things have ended up. If only I was as strong as you, I'd be able to endure this.
You didn't get any leads from that, you should try something else. I kind of don't know what to present, so I'm just gonna try shit.
Father, I know we had our differences, but I did love you, and I never wanted you to die.
She seems genuinely surprised and regretful about his death. From the encounter earlier, you know that Beatrice had an accomplice, but you doubt that it was Life. Rats and vents. Okay.
As much as I hate to admit it, this trial is a perfect opportunity to back out of the arranged marriage. When Sanctus' holdings are weakening by the day, I doubt he'll be able to put up much resistance. And once Beatrice inherits the estate, we might be able to rebuild our family.
She's assuming that Beatrice will inherit her Srega. That confidence must mean that she's certain of what was in William's will. But how do you prove that? That's the same thing as I assumed. Alright, this could be... I guess this won't be relevant until later, but I'll try. Okay. I mean, I think this would probably be included in that, but let's try it anyway. Yeah, same thing. Who could be relevant? Where's the Crown Prince, actually? Why do we have the little guy, but not the big guy? That's weird.
I need to make sure that I tell the truth without harming Miriam or Beatrice. Beatrice couldn't have possibly done this, and I'm sure Miriam also has her reasons. They couldn't rely on me back then, but they can now.
You didn't get any leads.
Ruby Tamara. I've heard stories about her. I never expected Beatrice to hire someone like her. I wonder if she'll be all at the will reading tomorrow.
A will reading? She must be talking about William Frigga's will.
Why would Miriam say those things? Am I misremembering what happened? No, I couldn't have remembered something like that. Would have remembered something like that. She must be trying to protect Beatrice.
So Miriam's testimony was a conscious lie. Beatrice's inheritance wasn't revoked until the night of the murder. Okay. I believe you have had enough time for deliberation, Mr. Cuthbert. Are you able to prove the defendant's motive or not? I'm not, Your Honor. At least not yet. It's clear we won't get anywhere until we can confirm the state of William Frigga's will. And we can easily confirm that tomorrow morning, when William Frigga's will is read to his family.
How did you?
I see. Once his will is read, it will become public record. I suppose I have no choice but to suspend this trial until such a time that William Frigga's will is read.
Objection!
Oh, have a problem with that, do you? This is ludicrous. The case against my client is completely outrageous. We spent the entire court proceedings arguing if their motive even exists. The prosecution has very little evidence that physically implicates my client.
Mr. Mora, you clearly don't believe that the defendant had anything to do with the murder.
Of course I don't. She's completely innocent.
Well, if your client didn't murder the victim, who did?
You sneaky little.
Your Honor, with no other suspects, are you in a position to pass a verdict? No, I'm not. Mr. Cuthbert is correct. The court does not have enough information to pass a verdict. Until the Inquisition has time to investigate these new developments, I will be suspecting today's trial. We will resume the trial tomorrow afternoon. Court is adjourned. Boom.
Well. Well, that happened.
Sorry, I kind of acted without thinking.
But out of everything that happened today, I can't believe that Steelwind somehow knew you would do that.
Right, that is strange. Did she seriously predict what I'd do off of that one conversation? Considering how things turned out, you suppose she was right on the mark. But that was still a big leap of faith. Anyways, we have some time to ourselves. I'd very much like to catch up on some sleep.
Yeah, today's been exhausting for a lot of reasons.
And your work has only started. You still have no idea who Beatrice's accomplice was. Are we going to be able to order around the Inquisition? Since we're kind of Steelwind's replacement here. The will reading was just an opportunity to stop the time. So the question remains, who really murdered William Frigga?
Well, I have some ideas. What the hell was that? Why is your son filling in for Arya? Listen, I have this situation under control. If that's true, I'd hate to see a situation you consider out of control. Eris? My father is not pleased with today's developments. You promised that the verdict would be passed before William Frigga's will became public record. This has thrown quite a wrench in our plans. I understand.
Uh-oh.
Cuthbert is just confused, but he's not a threat to us. We'd better hope you're right, Tamora, or else your poor ward might suffer the same fate as Prosecutor Steelwind. What? House Frigga is too important of a prize for us to let go. Bring us results, Tamora, or else we'll continue to take more drastic measures.
She's just, don't worry about it, okay? She means well. For the first time since the Lord's Ball, you're finally able to get some sleep. You woke this morning refreshed, but also a little anxious about the results of the will reading. You arrive back at Frigga Manor and see that Beatrice, Leife, Miriam, and Fonsanctus have all gathered. Oh geez, along with Mr. Moore, who is accompanying Beatrice as her attorney. You're not really sure what to say to her after everything you've done. The air still feels too awkward to approach her and talk about it.
Thank you for coming here today. As William Frigga's close associate, I must express my deepest condolences for your loss. I think I speak for all of Wyvernguard when I say...
Enough, just get it on with.
Very well then. To get straight to the point, Lord Frigga's will was magically sealed when it was given to me. He asked me, his executor, not to submit it to the courts for probate until after his death. Although I imagine none of us expected such a time to come so suddenly. Anyways, Lord Frigga's assets included sole ownership of several banking houses throughout Wyvernguard, 10 million gold in various investments.
10 million?
10 million gold? We can't even begin to imagine what anyone could even do with a fraction of that wealth.
And lastly, sole control and ownership of the Frigga noble house.
The executor takes out a large envelope and uses a runestone to dispel the magical seal on it.
I, William Frigga, being of sound-minded body,
that's not something of sound mind and body would say,
do hereby declare this to be my last will and testament. I hereby give, devise, and bequeath all of my assets and property, both real and personal, to Jaden von Sanctus. Provided that he enters into a legal and binding engagement with my daughter, Frigga, within 6 months of the date of my death.
Well, that, I guess that could still happen then.
What? That's...
William must have added that addendum to prevent von Sanctus from trying to steal his empire. But a legal and binding engagement is predicated on Life accepting it. She clearly doesn't want to go through with it, so if she simply waited 6 months, von Sanctus wouldn't have any claim to the estate.
In the event that Jaden von Sanctus does not enter into such an engagement within the specified time frame, my assets and property shall be distributed as such. All of the House Frigga will be divided equally among my children as per the laws of Arcane.
You're right. William Frigga never disinherited Beatrice. This would make Miriam's testimony false. And since Beatrice would receive a portion of William's inheritance, she had a motive for committing the murder. You glance at Miriam. It's hard to read her expression, but something appears to be on her mind. Without a word, she walks out of the room, ignoring both Beatrice and Leife. Leife, on the other hand, seems to be in good spirits.
Isn't this great, Beatrice? You can lead House Frigga now, just as it should have been.
Actually, about that, in light of recent events, I believe I should clarify one thing. As per the Slayer rule, if Beatrice Frigga is found guilty in the current court case, her inheritance will be revoked and divided between you and your sister.
I see. I shouldn't feel so happy for myself.
That can't be can it? Surely William added a note of Leife's obligation to marry my son. I'm not sure what you're trying to imply. Leife Frigga is an adult with legal autonomy. She is free to make whatever decision she wishes about who she legally marries.
Is this executor guy the best character in the game?
Now, if you'll excuse me.
See, he just goes here, is all real and factual about everything, and just fucks off.
Wait, we're not finished yet. Come back here.
And he was never to be found again. Stories would later report that he was living on an island surrounded by friends and beautiful people of his choosing to have fun every day.
I'd love to catch up with you, Leife, but I was only allowed out of my cell to attend this reading.
You notice an Inquisition knight outside the door. He seems to be watching Beatrice intently.
But don't worry, I'm sure once this misunderstanding is resolved, we can talk all we want about our family's future. Of course.
A group of knights lead Beatrice out of the manor, and Leife follows after them, leaving you and Celeste alone with Mr. Mora. About what I did...
Look, I'm not angry, Cuthbert.
Oh.
It was an extremely unforeseen situation, and Steelwind clearly put you on the spot. You felt pressured to do something, and you made a rash decision. But I'm sure the court will understand if you withdraw.
Wait, what?
Cuthbert, you're not a prosecutor. You know that, right? Didn't you become an attorney to defend persecuted mages?
But Beatrice is guilty. I saw it.
I'm not going to argue about this again. You are going to withdraw. This is not up for a discussion.
You've always regarded and respected Mr. Mora. And you suppose that's always made you deeply scared of disappointing her. Perhaps she's right. She knows more about what's going on than you do, does she? And she's still your mentor. You want to believe that. You really do. But deep down, you know that this is wrong. Mr. Mora may believe in Beatrice's innocence, but you can't just abandon this case and let her escape justice. Your hands are trembling. Why are you so scared right now? If only the love of my life held my hand right now. You know what you have to say, but the words won't leave your mouth. Behind you, you feel Celeste hold your trembling hand. Ayo! It's warm and comforting. It's that same sensation you felt back then. Somehow, you can feel it through her hand. It's as if she's silently telling you that you know what you have to do. Your anxiety fades, and you take a deep breath. I'm not going to do that, Mr. Mora.
What?
You said it yourself. Our court system needs a defense attorney and a prosecutor of equal power to keep things fair.
That's not what
I'm not going to withdraw. If you believe in Beatrice's innocence, and if you truly believe you're on the right side, then prove it by beating me.
Fine, do what you want. But you're only going to make things harder for everyone.
Well, she is kind of trying to save us by making us retreat, but, well, it ain't happening that way, is it?
Tyrion?
As soon as Mr. Moore steps out of the room, your body drops to the floor. Whatever bravery you felt before got replaced with an extreme amount of fatigue. Scaled Lord, that's the first time I've ever spoken to her like that.
But you still did it. You stood your ground. Figuratively, I mean. Right now, you're kind of just sitting on the floor.
Yeah, I need to take a moment. Can we go back to the ballroom? Why would... like, we're alone in this room right now. That seems better than the fucking ballroom here. You return to the ballroom and take a moment to recuperate. You spot Commander White at the edge of the room, but you don't pay him much notice. You should be my loyal subordinate now. It takes you a while before you feel ready to stand.
You're okay?
Yeah, I just need a moment. Anyways, the well reading bought us a few more hours to investigate the murder. We should take advantage of the new information we just learned. So, where should we start first? Right, you're the prosecutor now, so that would technically make you the boss for the time being. You his boss for the time being. This is weird, right? Yep. Awkwardness aside, I've never actually led a task force before. What would Steelwind normally do in this situation? Well, she'd normally have us investigate areas of interest. Right, the context of the investigation tends to change after each round of court proceedings. Well, we're lacking a lot of physical evidence. Could you and the Inquisition search the gallery in Beatrice's room? Perhaps you can find evidence of how the sword of spell eating was stolen? Whatever you say, boss.
That covers the Inquisition, but what are we going to do?
It's clear that Lord Frega's inheritance plays a large role in this case. Even if it's not valid, we should take a look at that modified will that he was drafting. It might give us some insight about what he was really planning to do with his inheritance. Alright, we need to talk about something really important here. God damn it! Wait, hold on. Maybe there's some magic in there. No. Alright, supposedly I guess here we can talk to the Inquisition if we want to. You enter Beatrice's bedroom and see the Inquisition combing through it. It looks like their search is focused under her bed. Oh, hey kid. Commander. We're still doing a deep search of the room, but we're not done yet. You should probably come back later. That makes sense. I just wanted to check. As you move around the manor, you peek into the sitting room to see if Von Sanctus is still here. Still there. What the fuck? You don't see him, but you spot another individual. Is that Mr. Steelwind? He's calmly reading some sort of book, but you can feel a menacing aura emanating from him. Nobleman, This aura. You must be daft if you think I wouldn't notice your presence. What? Did he notice you? You barely entered the room. Before you have a chance to respond, the man pulls out his great axe and rushes toward you. Wait, You bring up your arms to block his blow, but in hindsight, that probably won't do much against an axe that large.
Protegus.
Or Protegus, or whatever. You open your eyes. Celeste is now standing between you and the axe-wielding maniac. You're not sure what happened, but it looks like she knocked him several feet backward. Oh, it's you two.
What the hell was that? You could have killed him.
Yeah, that's kind of dumb. You shouldn't have snuck up and be like that. I almost cleaved him in two. I think that's your problem.
Tyrion didn't do anything wrong. Who the hell do you think you are?
I am Lord Lucio Steelwind, Grand General of the Vanguard Military Forces. So this is Prosecutor Steelwind's father. They do share the same intimidating stare. Although he's not the most menacing person in the room right now. Celeste, it's fine, I'm not hurt. But only thanks to her. She looks more than irate right now, but she begrudgingly sheathes her sword. Would he maybe sheath that axe too? Anyways, Lord Steelwind was one of the people who, with a motive to murder William Frigga. And as a fellow head of Pillar House, he might have some more information about William and his affairs. Alright, guy. Let's see if you're a good guy or a bad guy. What do you think about this, Lord Steelwind? Completely inane. What else do you expect me to say? He's an asshole! If looks could kill? McCoy. One might misinterpret that look of yours as a murderous intent.
Ah, guess you do have some battle instincts after all. I honestly wasn't sure, since you so obviously have silver spoon stuck up your...
Celeste? Such lack of respect and discipline. After what you did, honestly, you should be, you should, you know. If you were one of my soldiers, I'd have you hanged.
If I was one of your soldiers, I'd hang myself.
Shoo. Okay, let's all try to stay sober here. Lord Steelwind, you were here at the Lord's Ball when the murder occurred, am I correct? I was. Do you mind if I ask you some questions about what you saw that night? If that's okay with you? I suppose I must oblige, considering that my daughter has so unceremoniously thrust her responsibilities onto you.
Yeah.
So about my wife. I'm sorry about what happened to your daughter. I'm sure that you're very worried. It's her own fault for exerting herself despite her injuries.
But deep down you do care.
Even the bravest warrior knows when to stay off the battlefield.
How can you say that? Your daughter was trying to do the right thing.
By the way, he is 76 years old and knows evocation magic. Interesting evocation. And he's Grand General. By prosecuting the heiress of House Frigga, she had very little evidence to substantiate a conviction. If she wanted to strike a blow in a rival house, she should have been certain that her enemy would fall. But now, Beatrice Frigga is found innocent, and any hopes of an alliance between House Frigga and House Steelwind will be completely annihilated. It's clear that he and the prosecutor have vastly different priorities.
Where were you throughout the night, Lord Steelwind?
I so loathe gatherings like that. They're a complete waste of time. I was in this room, but then I received word that Lord Frigga's lost heiress had made an unexpected appearance. She was supposedly speaking with the Crown Prince, so I made my way to the ballroom. Did you speak with them at any point? No, I kept my distance and stayed near the King's Guard. I needed to make sure she wouldn't try anything. Was this because you were wary of Beatrice Frigga? Yes, I was. The Crown Prince has always been a bleeding heart, and the Friggas are trained to sharpen their tongue from birth. I needed to make sure that she wouldn't try to interfere with this engagement. You were worried that she was going to try to take Aster back? I was, but it was clear that wasn't her intention. But you did overhear their conversation? What were they talking about? Their conversation was completely inane. It was all just small talk. Lady Frigga spent most of her time playing with Prince Alaric. Right, Aster's younger brother was there too. You know that Beatrice had some role in the murder, even if she wasn't directly responsible? Did she have some unknown goal by speaking with Astra and his brother? You went to the ballroom when you heard that Beatrice had returned. Was this before or after the lockdown? It was before the lockdown. That sounds about right. This means that she was accounted for before the theft was reported. And did you see her leave at any point? No, she spoke with the two princes for quite a while. She didn't leave their side until she was arrested for Lady Frigga's murder. What? That means she was accounted for the entire night? Yeah, but we know, right? That you've been saying the entire time.
Emily?
But her thoughts said she was an accomplice in William's death. Was she there to distract the King's Guard? Thank you for answering our questions, Lord Steelwind. I'm merely repaying my daughter's debt to you. You were surprisingly pretty cooperative. But that doesn't lift any suspicion off of him just yet. You'll need to find more evidence if you want to know for sure. Anyways, we should probably move somewhere else. Let's go to this. McCoy.
What?
Your spellcasting is undisciplined, but your battle stance and reflexes are commendable. You have my respect as a warrior.
If that means anything, as if that means anything coming from you.
Damn. Never forgive, never forget. The other way around, whatever. What an undisciplined and defiant brat. Oh, he's gone. No, wait, he isn't.
You know anything about the earrings? You know anything about the...
Wait, there it is.
You know anything about the...
What did you think about him? William Frager, a fool to the very end. From what I've heard, you two weren't on the best of terms. That moron believed that every problem in our kingdom could be solved with gold. He failed to see the dangers posed to our kingdom. What this kingdom needs is a sharper weapon and an iron fist to wield it. Okay, you know what, let's move.
Come on, where is it?
As you enter William Frager's study, you spot a figure rummaging through the drawers in the desk.
Why isn't it here? Where else? Well, where'd you put it?
Miriam?
What?
As soon as she notices you, Miriam quickly closes the drawers and walks toward you. But you already saw what she was doing. She was definitely looking for something. This is a crime scene. What are you doing here, Miriam?
As if that's any of your business.
Considering that I'm the prosecutor, it's very much my business. You give a side glance to the knights stationed outside the room. They should have stopped her from entering, but perhaps she used her status to intimidate them into letting her through. However, this could be a blessing in disguise. She was clearly looking for something in this room, and you have a feeling you know what it is.
Yeah.
What were you looking for? You appear to be looking for something, Miriam. What could be so important that you disturb an active crime scene?
It's none of your concern. I'm merely trying to find something that belongs to me.
Really?
Because I have a feeling that we might be looking for the same thing.
You're looking for the will of your father, that your father was drafting, aren't you?
That's... Were you trying to destroy it before we could get to it? No, of course not. I just needed to see it for myself. Did he really do this? Did she really do this?
Oh, is she also suspicious of Beatrice? Alright, Beatrice. I think you're cute, so surely we can talk about the monkey. Or can I tell him about this?
I'm not sure what you're expecting me to say.
Damn it! The modified will. Why are you so determined to see the drafted will, Miss Frager?
I just wanted to see what my father's final wishes were. But your father already had a will filed previously. Wouldn't that be enough?
You also suspect something, don't you?
Of course not. Beatrice would never do something like this.
Miss Frager never even mentioned Beatrice. I never even mentioned Beatrice. I know how things may look, but please understand I'm just trying to get to the truth. I don't think your sister did this. Yes, I do. You clearly do, Tyrion. You said it multiple times. But she may have been involved. She may have worked with someone else to orchestrate her father's death. I guess that's the angle he's taking. Unlike Laerfe, she didn't immediately deny it. This means that she already had her own suspicions. Where's the will, Miriam? I need to see it.
I don't know. I haven't been able to find it.
You recall that she was frantically searching for William's desk, earlier. She's probably telling the truth.
It should have been here, but I can't find it.
He locked the door when he began drafting it. In addition to that, the Inquisition closed the area off after the body was discovered. That means that someone took it during the lockdown.
It was probably stolen by whoever murdered him, right?
Yeah, that would make the most sense. Which means that whoever did this wanted to nullify whatever was written on it. It's looking more and more like the motive behind this was William's inheritance. Anyways, it looks like we won't be able to find the well. But the fact that it was taken must imply something. For now, we should follow our other leads. There's also the question of who committed the murder and how. Don't we already know the how? The murderer stole the sword of spell-eating and used it to break into the study. That's true, but think about how they would have needed to move around the manor. The murder took place on the first floor within William Frega's study. But the gallery was on the second floor. They would have needed to go upstairs, steal the sword from the gallery, and then use it to nullify the lock on the study. Not only that, they would have needed to go back upstairs and plant the sword in Beatrice's room. About that, if someone conspired with Beatrice to do this, then why would they plant the sword in her room? That's a good point, yeah. Perhaps they had a falling out. Her partner might have tried to betray her by pinning the blame on her. But if that were true, why wouldn't she just sell them out and make a deal with Tyrion? It would be because of the Slayer rule. Slayer rule? I remember the guy at the will reading also mentioning that. What is it? It was a law passed in the crown by the crown centuries ago. According to that law, if someone is involved in another person's death, even accidentally, they will not be allowed to inherit the deceased's property. A sensible ruling, I'd say. So even if Beatrice wasn't directly responsible, she'd lose her cut of the inheritance if she took a plea deal. More importantly, if she doesn't, it doesn't sound like Miriam completely believes in Beatrice's innocence either. If that's true, what else can she tell you? Let's have another sip of my chocolate, maybe the last one. Miriam, it almost sounds like you suspect Beatrice as well. Am I incorrect? I don't know what to think anymore. Well, that's what she said to me. Oh. Yeah, I was thinking that it was probably Beatrice who made Miriam make that false statement. Because I don't think it would have been Timora. Wait, she was threatened? Miriam, did Beatrice threaten you in some way? I get that nobody else knows about the eye, but we are being so direct with these. What? Of course not. Your testimony yesterday was quite convenient for the defense. It almost got the whole case thrown out. And Life, it didn't seem to understand what was going on either. With the way she gave her testimony yesterday, it was almost like she was covering for you. Does she seriously not know? Please, promise me that you won't tell anyone about this. I won't tell anyone. What happened? About an hour after the murder, I was approached by Ruby Tamora. She gave me a list of statements to give in my testimony. Oh no. The statements weren't true, but she assured me that my status would protect me from any scrutiny. No. What? She had information that I had tried to keep secret, and she threatened to make it public unless I cooperated with her. Tamora wouldn't do that, no. Maybe it was, the other one with illusion magic playing the role of Tamora, even though I don't know why she would do that. No, she would never do that. I'm telling the truth. Please, you can't tell Tamora that I told you. She'll ruin me. The eye shows that her fear is genuine. She's not lying. I've seen that woman do all kinds of shady shit in cases I've worked. Yeah, he did mention that. Forgery, bribery, blackmail, you name it. I'll bet you're just the same, a successor to the devil of defense attorneys. The rumors, that can't be true. You refuse to believe it. Hey, Tyrion, are you okay? Now is not the time to doubt yourself. There's too much at stake right now, and you have a job to do. We should check on Commander White. He might have found something. Okay. Just don't push yourself, okay? Yeah. You'll have plenty of time to think about this later. Oh no! Keep it in that corner. Don't let it get away. No? The familiar or some other animal?
Get away from him.
As you enter Beatrice's room, you see the Inquisition cornering something near the back of the room. Yay, it's that wolf. It's some sort of animal, a wolf to be exact. Wait, is that... You recall spotting that same wolf on the night of the Lord's Ball. Has it been in this house since the murder?
Intruders must protect prey.
What? Did you just read his thoughts?
Protect territory from enemies.
He must see the Inquisition as intruders to his heart and his territory. But does that mean he sees this room as his home? You slowly start to walk towards him.
Wait, Tyrion?
Stay back, kid! It's a wild animal. There's no telling what it'll do. You ignore them and continue to approach him. Don't worry, I'm not here to hurt you.
Her? This human. He can't speak language of dog.
Wait, you can understand me?
Why are you talking to it?
You're speaking plain dog. Of course Tracker understand.
Tracker, that's a familiar term. Also very cute face. What's going on here? Is the Eye of Horus allowing me to speak with him? You've never really tried it before, but perhaps your powers aren't limited to humans. Anyways, this could be a good opportunity. You wonder what else he knows. We must look very insane to everybody else right now. Okay, look. Nobody else wanted to talk about the monkey, but surely a fellow animal would want to talk about the monkey! What can you tell me about this Tracker?
Tracker don't.
It looks like he got distracted by a squirrel outside.
Damn it.
But who can blame him? You know, squirrels are very interesting to look at. So this one is excused. Tracker. Tracker, is that your name?
How did you...
Yes, Tracker is Tracker. That's the name Queen give to me.
Tracker. Dog. That's his occupation? Can I become a dog by occupation? Can I get paid for being a dog? Despite not, you know, I mean, it's a job, so that there's some implications here, okay? Tracker gestures to Leife when he mentions his queen. He called you his queen. Do you know him, Leife?
Yes, but how?
How are you talking to it? That's... You were so caught up in speaking to Tracker, you didn't realize how strange the scene must look to everyone else. I'm a dog whisperer. Yeah. No, it's just the thing. You've never mentioned that before. Do you honestly expect us to believe something like that?
But Tracker says he can understand him. He told me himself.
Wait, how do you know that? Okay. So, Leife, how are you able to communicate with Tracker? Yeah, it's way weirder that you can talk to him. not me.
I suppose there's no sense in hiding it anymore.
He's her familiar.
Tracker is my familiar.
Familiar? So it's the same magical bond Harold has with his monkey. You recall that the familiar bond spell allows the caster to telepathically speak with their familiar. That must be how she's speaking to him. You never mentioned him during questioning.
It wasn't relevant to the investigation, and I've been keeping him a secret from the family.
I suppose that makes sense. I doubt William Frege would have allowed you to keep an animal in his home. But how did he keep him in? He's kind of a big dog. Well, I don't appreciate you keeping this info from us, but that doesn't look like anyone got hurt. And aside from this dog, we haven't really found anything new. Damn it, they didn't find any more physical evidence of the theft. Looks like you've run into another dead end. Unless... Tell us, dog. The night of the murder, what do you know? Tracker, I saw you on the night of the murder.
What? Tracker?
Ruh-roh. That's a good face.
He's supposed to stay in this room.
Wait, is that why you don't allow the servants to enter it?
I didn't want to keep him in Beatrice's room, but he was very insistent that he stay here.
Tracker likes the ambience.
Right. Wait, if you live in this room, did you see who brought the sword of spell eating here?
I already asked him about that, but he didn't see anyone. He must have been taking a nap.
So, can he go invisible or something?
Either that or he was roaming outside, even though I told him to stay here.
That's an excellent face. Damn it.
Tracker see a lot of other things, though. Tracker see many new people that night.
Right, he was roaming the manor during the Lord's Ball. He must have seen a lot of new people. Wait, if he was walking around, he might have seen something that the Inquisition doesn't know about. Yeah. Can you tell us what you saw on the night of the murder, Tracker? Tracker see rats. This may be more difficult than you thought. I need you to be more specific. Can you go in order? Tell me about everyone that you saw that night. He's 3 years old, by the way. And he knows conjuration magic. Okay. Tracker was taking nap in room, but Tracker woke up from loud sounds outside. Tracker hears small things running in the walls. Running in the walls. Tracker called Queen, but she didn't answer, so Tracker decided to check sound alone. Tracker follows sound outside. That's when Tracker smelled the bad smell. Blood. That's when Tracker smelled flying rat. Is that a bat or something else? You smelled a flying rat? Did you mean like a pigeon? Tracker could smell where rat was, so Tracker looked Bork at him. Bork. Tracker must have scared Rat because he fell onto the floor and dropped his stick. Oh. The rat had a stick? Tracker could see them now, so Tracker did one final Bork to scare them off. The rats were scared and went back into the walls. It went into the walls? That's when Tracker picked up the stick that Rat dropped. Oh. Queen finally answered Tracker. She told him to go back to his room and hide. After message, Tracker bring stick back to room for inspection. Nah, maybe the stick is actually the sword. Do you remember what time this encounter happened? What is time? Right, an animal wouldn't really have a concept of that. What did he say, Tyrion? Did he see anything? Well, he definitely saw something. Okay, let's try to take a moment to work through this. Tracker is an animal, and despite being able to speak with him, his use of words is very primitive. How dare you? He is erudite, okay? So you should carefully examine each of his statements. The first thing he heard was small things running in the walls. What did Tracker hear when he woke up? You recall that someone else observed something similar that night, someone of similar intellect to Tracker, maybe? Sorry, that might have been rude. To Tracker. What? Tracker heard rats running in the vents. Someone's complaining heard a burba. He must have heard the rats that Jan mentioned. They weren't actually running in the walls, they were running in the vents. Next thing he did was call the Queen, but she didn't answer. Why didn't Laife answer Tracker's message? The Queen that he's referring to is probably Laife, but Laife wasn't with him at the time. He must have called out to her telepathically. Laife. Oh wait. The familiar bond was nullified by anti-magic. Laife didn't respond because she never got Tracker's message. The telepathic capabilities granted by familiar bond were disabled by the anti-magic field, which means that his encounter happened during the lockdown. So that covers his first two statements, but you're not really sure what to make of the flying rat he saw. Tracker, why did you refer to the rat as flying? Because rats don't usually jump and fly. Yes, I got that. Is it possible that what you saw wasn't really a rat? Rats are rats. They are small things that run and hide. So rat is a term for him. He uses it to refer to small animals that are acting suspiciously. Anyways, with everything we know, his last statement doesn't make sense. Why did Tracker finally hear Laife? He said that the Queen finally answered him, and this happened after he picked up the stick. That was the sword. But that shouldn't have been possible due to the anti-magic field. The stick that Tracker obtained was actually sort of spell-eating. Tracker, about that stick you found, where did you put it after you came back to this room? Tracker hides stick in safe space under bed. And the stick, did it look like the sword that my friend is carrying? What?
Hey, your friend stole my other stick.
Wait, your other stick?
Yeah, Tracker found it while he was hiding from the Metal Men.
Metalmen, I guess maybe just the knights. Metalmen? Is he referring to the Kingsguard? He must have left the bedroom when they were searching for the Sword of Spell Eating. Wait, are you the one who stole this sword? Tracker?
Did Tracker do it bad?
That face is just too good. It's just too good. It's too good. I'm gonna have to make a screenshot of that. It's too good. Did I get it? I did. Okay. It's as I suspected. Tracker was the one that brought the Sword of Spell Eating here. What? I have no idea how or why, but the Sword of Spell Eating was lying in a hallway somewhere. Tracker found it and brought it to Beatrice's room, his room. That can't be. So the person who framed Beatrice for the theft was... If it weren't for Tracker, the Inquisition would have never honed in on Beatrice at all. But why would the Sword of Spell Eating be lying in a random hallway? Well, he did say that he barked at whoever was carrying that weapon beforehand, and they dropped it. So he's a hero. Lifey, do you mind if I borrow Tracker for a little bit? Hi.
It's okay, Queen. He smell good. Tracker, trust him.
Thanks, I guess.
Okay, but only if you allow me to accompany you.
You know about Miriam's position, but how does Lifey feel about you prosecuting Beatrice? It's possible she might try to sabotage the investigation if you let her accompany you. But as Tracker's owner, you don't really have a choice. You nod to Lifey, but you also send a subtle gesture to Celeste to keep an eye on her. She silently nods and slowly follows behind her. Alright, Tracker, can you take us to the hallway where you found these rats?
Sure thing, King.
Oh, I'm the king now. It looks like you've received promotion. Sorry, Lifey, I guess we're married now.
What can Tracker don't.
Do you like this guy? No. Nobody does. Burp, 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 burp. This hallway, maybe? Oh, there sure is, wait, mouse cursor, but I guess I can use that. There's something going on here, isn't there? You allow Tracker to lead you to the location where he found the Sword of Spell Eating. Surprisingly, it's fairly close to Beatrice's room. He apparently didn't travel very far before he met those rats you mentioned. As you continue forward towards your destination, Tracker suddenly becomes extremely tense. Tracker, what's wrong?
Enemy.
Oh? Before you even have a chance to react, Tracker steps between you and Eris and begins angrily barking at her. How dare you, that's my wife. Or is there something behind her? There must be something behind her, because she's not an enemy, she's not dangerous, come on. She's my wife.
Oh dear. Tracker, stop that.
Lifey tries to calm Tracker down, but he is undeterred. He continues to bark at Eris, and it looks like it's taking all of Lifey's strength to hold him back.
I'm terribly sorry, he's not usually like this. It's to be expected. I'm not sure why, but animals have always been able to see me. I'm not sure why, but animals have always disliked me.
Yeah, that's just weird. What is Eris doing here? I recall seeing her at the barracks too. She said that her father is friends with Beatrice, but is she involved in this case somehow? Anyways, you came here for a purpose. You should examine this hallway and see if you can find any clues. But milady, what are you doing here, Eris?
I should be asking you the same thing. I recall you telling me that you were a defense attorney. Yet here you are prosecuting a defendant. You're even leading the Inquisition that you supposedly hate you so much. But to answer your question, I am here on behalf of Beatrice. As I said, yes, Timora is accompanied and is occupied handling other aspects of the case. So she sent me here to investigate on her behalf.
What? She would have to trust you a lot to let you handle something so important. I mean, of course, who wouldn't trust Eris? How do you even know each other? You said she was acquainted with your father, but... we met during her days at the Imperial Academy. We both studied illusion magic together. I've always been a patron of hers. It saddens me to see her in this dreadful situation. I believe her. Everything she says is true. No. What? I don't seem to have any dialogue for that. I see. That's a strange way to say that she doesn't know anything about it.
There she goes again.
Okay. Alright, tell me about my other wife. No? Okay. Alright, fine. These crystals supposedly generated an entire magic field during the lockdown. However, the sword of spell eating would make its wielder immune to these fields. There's an air vent over here. It appears to go from the ceiling to the ground floor. Is this where that rat escaped to, Tracker?
That's where the jumping rat went.
I thought you said it was the flying rat.
Tracker say you see that too.
Okay, it would probably be better to just move on. Would it though? Anyway, where did that rat come from?
Rat come out of the other wall.
Oh. Do you mean the vent on the other opposite side?
Yes, Tracker saw flying rat escape that way.
What was this rat doing here in the first place?
Prepario Arcanum.
What? What do you see?
The vents have traces of illusion magic inside them.
What?
The traces also go deep inside these vents. It's the same for the vents on the other side too.
How would there be traces of illusion magic inside the vents? What spell could have possibly left those traces?
As I told you many months ago, illusion spells tend to do one of two things. They either create freestanding illusions, or they can disguise an existing creature. I doubt someone created a small freestanding illusion in the vents, so a disguised creature must have been inside these vents at some point. But these vents are tiny, no one would be able to fit inside them.
Well, yeah. Come on, guys.
Tracker could see them now, so Tracker did one final bork to scare them off. The rats were scared and went back into the walls.
I guess they were invisible, then the anti-magic field thing activated. But no, wait, if they were using the sword, then they also wouldn't be invisible anymore. I guess, yeah, they were invisible. Thanks, I guess, to the anti-magic field, because then the sword's field and or I guess I'm not sure if the sword works the same way, but let's say the sword's anti-magic thing also, cancels each other out with the other one. So with the sword and the anti-magic field, they would be invisible. But then he borked and they dropped the sword and then he could see them? Maybe. Something happened. Involving invisibility.
The rats were scared and went back into the walls.
But a rat would be able to fit in these vents.
Well, yeah, I guess that would be true. But that would mean that a rat had an illusion spell active at the same on it at the time.
It's not only that. He said that the queen finally answered him, and this happened after he picked up the stick. But that shouldn't have been possible because of the anti-magic field. Tracker saw this rat during the lockdown.
They would have been inside the anti-magic field created by the lockdown.
There can only be one way that a rat could have an illusion spell active on it.
Wait, you can't mean...
That rat was holding the sword of spell eating. That's what I was saying, dog. Literal dog.
What? But how is that possible? A rat wouldn't have the strength or hands to carry the sword.
Tracker's vocabulary is primitive and limited. He used the word rat to describe small creatures that hide and act suspiciously.
But even if it wasn't an actual rat, it still couldn't have been a human, right?
You're right. It would have been a small animal, some kind of monkey maybe. A small animal with the strength and dexterity to traverse a small air vent while holding a sword. Sorry, but I really have to ask, is the monkey?
No, are you serious?
We know that Harold had a motive to kill William Frege. He was planning to defund the Harrodson Hall of History. They had an argument that night, and that's when William Frege decided that he was going to defund Harold's museums. He must have struck a deal with Beatrice, and with Beatrice's portion of House Frege, she could have easily kept his museums funded. He could have faked the robbery and sent his familiar to murder William.
I can't believe this. And there's something
else that Tracker said. Tracker could smell where Rat was, so Tracker barked at him. Tracker must have scared Rat, because he fell onto the floor and dropped his stick. The Rat had a stick? Tracker, you said you had to smell to see where the Rat was? And when he dropped his stick, you were finally able to see him? Does this mean you could visually see him before he fell down? Couldn't visually? Yeah, Tracker couldn't see the rat with his eyes, so Tracker used his nose to see it.
The monkey was invisible?
No one would have noticed a small invisible animal. In addition to that, he moved through the air vents. Eugene would have been nearly undetectable that night. Beatrice is a master of illusion magic, so it's possible that she cast invisibility on Eugene. Invisibility. Occultare. Clap both hands to clap both hands to that's weird. That's an interesting gesture. That's an interesting little one of the highest forms of illusion magic. The spell makes the target creature or object completely invisible. While invisible, the target will be completely transparent and undetectable visually. If targeting a creature, this spell will also affect anything that the creature is wearing or holding. And then there's the position of this air vent. We're currently in the hallway just north of Beatrice's room. And this air vent connects to the ground floor. If we align the two floor maps together, this vent must lead to the storage room.
Right, the air vent there curved upwards. This must be where it leads.
And according to Jan, that air vent led directly to William's study. It would have been the perfect route to enter William's study and leave undetected.
But he wouldn't have needed to nullify the lock to enter that room. Why would he need to use the sort of spell eating at all?
Because of familiar bond. They can telepathically communicate with each other. Harold probably needed Eugene to hold the sword so he could tell him exactly where to go. The sword's magic affects anyone magically connected to the wielder, and familiar bond connects them magically. It makes sense now. Harold could have easily faked the robbery to take suspicion off of him. It's even possible that he was lying about how the display glass was shattered.
But I've known Lord Harold Haraldson for many years. I just can't believe that he'd be involved in this.
She may have known Harold for a long time, but she's never read his thoughts. His thoughts were very hostile and rude, despite his kind expression. He's very good at hiding what he's truly feeling. True.
And Beatrice, there's no way she'd participate in a plan like this.
Look, Leife, I know you don't want to suspect your sister, but...
It's not that. Beatrice would never trust anyone enough to work together like this.
Oh. But she's completely blind. She wouldn't have much of a choice.
Even so, she's not the type of person to trust her accomplice to stay quiet. She'd find a way to carry out a plan herself, and she'd only employ someone else's help if she had full control over them.
Leife probably knows her better than you do, but you doubt that working alone would be possible with her condition. Given her condition, whatever. And you can't think of any other way that she'd be involved in this.
Anyways, we're finished here, aren't we?
Yes, thank you for lending Tracker to us, Leife.
I only want to help you find out what really happened. Don't make me regret trusting you, Mr. Cuthbert.
If you're truly on the side of justice, then you won't.
Good. Now if you'll excuse me.
Poor life, eh?
So that's it, right? We finally know who really committed the murder, then?
And if you can get Harold to confess on the stand, he might reveal Beatrice's involvement as well. If he does that, you might be able to convince her and Mr. Mora to take a plea deal. Although, knowing Mr. Mora, that will be easier said than done. Anyways, this is definitely the lead that we've been looking for.
But is it really enough? We still don't have any physical evidence.
It'll have to do for now. We're running out of time. We'll just have to call Harold to the stand to testify about what he did that night. If I can push him far enough, I might be able to catch him lying. But you doubt it will be that easy. He has a good poker face. Just how much will he be able to hide his true thoughts? I already gave my statement to the Inquisition. Is my testimony really necessary? Sorry, old-timer. My orders come straight from the prosecutor. We're going to need you on the stand today. I understand. I'll do what I can to help. Yeah, I'm not entirely convinced of what we found out. I'd say this is the first time that I don't have a pretty clear idea of what happened. You know, obviously, even in the other cases, I didn't know exactly what happened, and there was enough, stuff going on. But yeah, I think this time it's, it's more of a mystery than before. Court is now resumed for the trial of Beatrice Frege. And I'm going to drink some water real quick. There's a rumor. This detail was crucial in determining whether the defendant even had a motive to commit the murder. Luckily, the victim's will was supposedly read earlier today, and it is now part of the public record. What were the results of the will reading, Mr. Cuthbert? William Frege was planning to leave all of his assets to Jaden von Sanctus, his hopeful son-in-law. However, this was predicated on the condition that Jaden marry the victim's daughter, Leif. And it's clear that Miss Leife will never follow through on this engagement. If the engagement is not made in 6 months, William Frege's assets would be divided among his 3 daughters. I see, so there was no mention of the defendant's disinheritance. Correct, Your Honor. This means that the defendant did have something to gain from the victim's death. I actually just now had a thought that it's very possible that Tamora, maybe hopefully not by her own fault, will submit forged evidence of a found changed inheritance, which will have been produced by somebody else. That would definitely not be my wife Eris's fault, by the way. In any way.
Your Honor, despite the confusion around the victim's inheritance, there's still very little physical evidence that implicates my client.
May I remind you that Miriam Frege was not telling the truth in yesterday's proceedings? That itself is extremely suspect.
And William Frege was clearly not above manipulation and lying. You can't prove that she knowingly gave false testimony.
Yeah, I don't want to drag Miriam down here. I'll admit that I can't prove that. I'll also admit that there's a lack of apparent physical evidence to substantiate our case, which is why the prosecution would like to call Harold Haraldson to the stand. Lord Haraldson. The Sword of Spell-Eating clearly plays a large role in the murder, and its theft is one of the few pieces of physical evidence in this case. As the gallery's curator, I believe he can further elaborate on the sword, on how the sword was stolen that night. More specifically, you can find out about what he did on the night of the murder. I see. Well, the court would definitely benefit from his insight. Bailiff, please escort Lord Haraldson to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Of course. My name's Harold Haraldson. I'm the owner and curator of the Haraldson Hall of History, located in Homehearth. That's quite the alliterative occupation. Harold, Could you please testify to the court about how you discovered that the sword of spell eating was stolen? If it will help. What sword are you even talking about? You made that up. I was keeping an eye on my gallery exhibits when I realized that my familiar hadn't returned. I called him telepathically, but he didn't respond. I became worried, so I went around the manor and to search for him. About an hour later, I returned to the gallery and discovered that the exhibit that held the sword of spell eating was completely destroyed. The artifact was missing, so I reported the crime to the knights at the ball, and they activated a discreet lockdown. Luckily, we found the sword and my familiar later that night. So you went to search for your monkey? That sounds like an innuendo. And that's why you didn't witness the theft? Yes, the thief was probably waiting for me to leave. They must have wanted to commit the crime without anyone seeing them. Or his testimony is completely full of it. His search for Eugene must have been a cover for that he's using to hide his actions that night. So how do you prove that? I don't think I saw a direct discrepancy there, so I'm just going to press again. Are you referring to Eugene? Eugene? Eugene Harrison, Your Honor, is the name of the witness's familiar. Yes, Eugene is a spry orangutan monkey. Orangutan, that's how you pronounce it. Orangutan. Monkey. He helps me with my day-to-day. I see. Anyways, you said that he hadn't returned. Does this mean he left you earlier in the night? Yes, he always likes to explore large buildings like Frigga Manor. But he usually doesn't leave for that long. Does he typically ignore you like that? Sometimes. He's a young boy, so he likes to have his privacy. Actually, there's a chance that we will also question the monkey himself if we were able to talk to the dog. I try not to pry, but I was wary of what would happen if a noble or a knight came across him. He usually knows not to bother people, but you never know what might happen. You left the gallery room. Yes, as I said, I was worried that something had happened to Eugene. Where did you go during your search? Eugene usually knows to stay out of people's bedrooms, so I went downstairs and searched for him there. I checked the bathroom, sitting room, and coat room. Then I finally checked the kitchen and pantry. He might have gone there to steal some snacks. But you didn't find him in any of those places? Nope, I didn't. If I recall correctly, the glass was completely shattered. This is despite the presence of several abjuration spells that protected it. Yes, it would have taken an extremely powerful spell to break it like that. As you saw, the glass display was shattered into shards. Unless Harold had a way to dispel that magic, a powerful mage must have destroyed it. Perhaps Harold had Beatrice shatter the glass before she went to the ballroom? The sword of spell eating makes its wielder immune to magical effects. What use would the lockdown have been? Honestly, not much. The wielder would have been immune to the anti-magic field and the spells that prevented people from leaving. But at that point, the King's Guard just wanted to activate it for good measure. His statement just now is missing some details. But what details should you ask him to elaborate on? I mean, I guess we kind of know where the sword went, but I guess it would be interesting to know what he would say about that. But I guess he could just say it was found in that room, that's it. So let's ask about Eugene instead. How did you find Eugene? How did he enter the room? After an hour of silence, he finally responded to my telepathic messages. He met up with me in the gallery before we went to search for the sword. So this would have been after the theft was reported? Yes. He would have had to pick up Eugene after he murdered Lord Frege. This must be the alibi they're using to account for the time that no one could see Eugene. Anyways, this detail could be extremely important. Please add it to your testimony, witness. Harold. Yes, of course, Harold. Good bit.
He says that he went around the manor to look for Eugene. Do you think he's telling the truth?
Maybe, but his so-called search for Eugene gave him a good excuse to not be seen by anyone. It's a decent alibi, if not without its flaws. You'll just need to poke some holes in that alibi. Let's see what that other statement would be. I guess first look at this. Eugene finally spotted him. Met him with him in the gallery room before they finally found the artifact. Let's just check the other one. Wait, I guess we'll check this again. There. How did you eventually find the sword of spell eating? The King's Guard and I slowly and carefully checked each room in the manor. After about an hour, we finally found the artifact under the bed in the defendant's room. That must be where Tracker hides the sticks that he finds. Now that you think about it, he's probably the one who stole this sword in the first place. Anyways, this detail. Okay, that doesn't seem more interesting. Does it? King's Guard found the sword of spell eating in the defendant's room. It was later found in Beatrice Rager's old room. Yeah. Okay. I mean, that seems, what we just got seems like the one that we should present something at, but I don't really know what yet. But maybe now that we have that statement, we should press something else. One of them had a peculiar answer, I think, and I feel like that might have something to it. Maybe this one. Perhaps Harold and Beatrice chatted. Okay. Eugene finally responded to my telepathic messages. I met up with him at the gallery. Wait. Wait. I guess that would be after this effect was off, right? They mentioned that. They said that, I think. After it was found, right? So that this thing was off, right? Why am I getting so many double... There, again, like, I'm just hitting up once and then getting twice, and left and right and stuff there again. I don't know. Weird. Not a big problem, but weird. On the night of murder, Tracker smelled something strange. Beatrice's bedroom. Flying rat come out of the northern air vent. Tracker barked, Rat supposedly dropped the sword. Smelling thing. Tracker took the sword and... Okay, that doesn't really... Rat. Health and security. I actually don't know right now. I mean, there's really a risk to presenting wrong stuff, but, I guess I'll bring this up just in case. Why not?
Objection!
Okay, I guess I actually... okay. Harold, you found Eugene before you went to search for the sort of spell eating. Oh, okay, so I guess I remembered wrong what they exactly said. This would mean that happened while the lockdown was still active, am I correct? Yes, as much as I was worried about the artifact, Eugene's safety was far more important. That's the thing, Harold. You said after hours of silence, you finally received a telepathic message back from Eugene. What? So that leaves one question. How did you communicate with Eugene telepathically?
if you were both within the anti-magic field. What? Harold, in response to the theft, the Kingsguard activated the lockdown system to prevent anyone from leaving. That same lockdown system would have placed an anti-magic field over every inch of that manor. That field should have suppressed telepathic abilities given to you by familial bond. You wouldn't have been able to speak with Eugene at all. Mr. Cuthbert, are you accusing the witness of lying in his testimony?
Please, Cuthbert is blowing his entire thing out of proportion. Anti-magic field is a resource-intensive spell. We can't assume that they managed to cover every inch of the map, especially the areas that would only be accessible to a small animal.
Mr. Mora, let's assume that Eugene managed to reach some sort of blind spot in the lockdown system. The magical telepathy granted by familiar bond connects two people. Even if Eugene wasn't affected by the anti-magic field, Harold would be. That's very true. So how did I hear him that night? There's only one answer that makes sense, Harold. You did hear Eugene telepathically, because Eugene was wielding the sword of spell-eating.
What?
I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert, but are you saying that the sword of spell-eating was stolen by the witness's pet monkey?
I am, Your Honor. It's the only way the witness's testimony makes sense. She doesn't have a rebuttal. You should push this while you still have the chance.
Harold Harrison, you were the one who stole the sword of spell-eating, weren't you? And what reason would I have to steal something that already belongs to me? It was to take suspicion off of you, because you were the one who had William Frege killed. You staged the robbery and used the sword of spell-eating to make Eugene invisible. Then you sent him through the manor's ventilation system. Also, you could have him murder William Frege in his study.
Well done, Cuthbert. I suppose you just can't stop yourself from pursuing a lying witness.
It's what I do best, Mr. Mora. I guess she's going to be like, yep, if he did it, then it wasn't my girl.
Of course. Witness, do you have anything to say in your defense?
It's quite obvious, but I completely refute the prosecution's allegations. He's misguided, but he's just doing his job. Aw.
You were expecting his thoughts to be hostile like before.
Then do you also refute your statement about Eugene telepathically speaking with you?
I know better than to lie on the stand to try to save myself. I can't explain how it happened, but I stand behind my testimony. Eugene did telepathically contact me during the lockdown, but how did he do it?
Wait, so he doesn't know how that telepathic communication happened?
Yeah.
Perhaps he overlooked it when he was planning the murder with Beatrice?
And that's your position, Cuthbert? That the witness sent a monkey to murder William Frege?
It may sound ridiculous, but it's the only thing that makes sense. Or do you have any evidence to refute that, Mr. Mora?
I don't think that's...
No, I fully and wholeheartedly agree with you, Cuthbert.
Wait.
Tyrion?
Mr. Cuthbert, did you forget that you were prosecuting Beatrice Frege?
Your Honor, even as a prosecutor, it's clear that Cuthbert can't stop himself from finding the true culprit.
Wait, I also meant to say that the defendant conspired with the witness to commit the crime.
Oh, really? And do you have any proof of this conspiracy to commit?
Oh, I mean, we have the illusion magic.
Of course you don't.
But even so...
But let's assume that you did have evidence to prove your statement. If this was really a plot formed by my client and the witness, what would my client even contribute to this plan? From what you said, this plot was completely carried out by Lord Harrelson and his familiar.
Well, the glass. He would have needed a powerful mage like the defendant to break the sword's display case and stage the robbery.
So her contribution to the murder was breaking some glass. Can you prove that my client shattered the display case? And can you prove that she did so knowing that it would somehow lead to her father's death?
You might have gotten a little too eager to prove Harold's guilt.
The physical evidence against my client was almost non-existent in the first place. Meanwhile, it seems the prosecution has just brought forward physical evidence that implicates Lord Harrelson. Physical evidence that is supported by his own testimony.
There has to be some explanation for this.
Cuthbert, didn't you ask me something yesterday? If my client didn't kill the victim, then who did? I suppose I should thank you for finding the answer. Damn it. All you did was make it more difficult to prove your case.
But Harriet has to be involved in this. You weren't wrong about that. Only Eugene would be small enough to traverse the evidence. So isn't there anything else you can use? The threat of indictment, Harriet must be stressed. It's gotten you out of tight spots before. Maybe you can find the evidence in his mind.
Huh, you can't use every trick you have, Cuthbert. You can use every trick you have, Cuthbert. It won't hurt you.
Ignore her, calm your mind, and focus the eye of horrors on him. You have to find something, anything, that might tie the murder to Beatrice.
Not can remain concealed.
I guess we are just doing it again. Empowered eye. Oh boy. Monkey. Monkey. Eugene, just what were you doing that night? Did you really wield the sword, if only for a brief moment? Wait, he should have known exactly where Eugene was that night. Wait, why would his thoughts say that? Not one but two artifacts were stolen during the Lord's Ball. I never expected anyone could to completely bypass my security like that.
What? He's speaking as if he truly had no hand in this. But that can't be true, can it?
It might. Young Tyrion's argument makes sense. I couldn't have heard Eugene when the lockdown was active. What is going on here? Can't believe that one of my artifacts was used to commit a murder. It's completely disrespectful to the culture and history behind it.
What? He's speaking as if he truly had no hand in this. No.
I mean, this will probably just with the same result as that. Think about her. Yeah, I didn't think he had anything to say about that one. I hate the double fucking movement here. It's happening all the time now. I don't know why. Let me check something real quick. I don't have my mouse whatever program open, so this shouldn't be happening. I don't know. What else am I supposed to do? Don't think this makes sense. No. But I did this already, right? Yeah. I mean, even if I didn't, it doesn't do anything. At least the earrings of vitality were left untouched. It's one of the few artifacts that left that's imbued with the Scale Lord's power. Okay. William, it's a shame that things ended up this way. I truly hoped I could show you the value of Warrengad's history. It's truly a shame that Beatrice was driven to flee from her own family. If only I'd introduced myself to her, perhaps we could have found a solution together. So he wasn't even familiar with her very much, was he? He doesn't know Beatrice? But how? She planned the murder with him. Unless... What? What's going on? He's speaking as if he really had no hand in this. You can guard yourself from the Eye of Horus, but you can't lie to it. And if that's true, were you wrong about Harold's involvement? Is he really innocent?
See anything, Cuthbert? Your Honor, it's clear that the prosecution has nothing left to argue. There's very little evidence implicating my client, and there's a far more likely suspect in front of us right now. Yes, I must agree, Mr. Mora. At the very least, I see no reason to prolong this trial any longer. Wait, Beatrice couldn't have possibly done this. Discounting the fact that she's completely blind, she was with the two princes for most of the night. So who actually killed William Frigga in his study? Think about this. The reason why you suspected Harold in the first place was because of what Tracker said. Tracker's vocabulary is he was brat.
Actual rat, you're right, small animal. Yeah, we just kind of jumped to the conclusion that it would have had to have been that monkey, but who knows? Tracker definitely saw some kind of animal. What, was it someone else's familiar? Who did Tracker see in the air vent? Another familiar. Eugene Haraldson, yep. Another familiar. Another familiar. I guess, I mean... I guess another one, yeah. No, that have been Eugene. Okay. Tracker found the sword in that hallway, and Eugene couldn't have communicated... But why? Eugene just happened to be in the hallway? That also doesn't explain why the sword of spell eating was even there. No, the tracker said that Eugene came out of the air vent on one side of the hallway, then he fled into the air vent on the other side. Even for a small monkey, those vents would be extremely cramped. He wouldn't have entered those vents out of mere curiosity. Why was Eugene in the air vents? You know now that Harold didn't participate in the murder. But did he know about what Eugene was doing that night? Eugene was acting. I guess. No, you can't say for sure why Eugene was there. But it's unlikely that Harold even knew about it. Well, yeah, I didn't say anything about Harold doing anything here, you dummy. Was not acting of their own free will. Nope. I guess maybe Tracker was acting to frame Harold. No, okay. That would have been kind of crazy if the dog had been... I mean, you know, the dog could have been controlled by a lifer, and then she could have been the mastermind, but I guess that's not the thing here. It's still possible, but Eugene was acting or not acting because of blackmail. But how would you blackmail a monkey that you can't talk to unless you're Harold himself, who wasn't doing that? I don't know. Yeah, that wasn't it. Was not acting to frame Beatrice. Yeah, I don't know how that makes any sense. Wait, what is that? Can't, but it's unlikely that Harry, yeah, that's clear. Huh? Beatrice was acting. Harold? No. Eugene was acting. Did I do that already? Yeah, I did. I guess Harold was not acting to frame Beatrice, but that... No, I don't know. Was acting. No, that also doesn't make sense. Huh? Huh? Why was Eugene in the air vents is the question. Eugene was acting of their own free will. Okay. Of his own free will. That's the explanation that makes the most sense. But how? Why? Harold is the only person that is magically connected to Eugene. And even if Beatrice somehow got Eugene to follow her orders, she wouldn't have been able to direct his actions telepathically. Beatrice couldn't use any of her any other conjuration spell to contact him either. She was also in the anti-magic field when she was with Aster. So if Eugene was the one who murdered William Frege, was he acting independently? No, that can't be possible. How could Eugene have carried out this plan independently? This plan required knowledge of Frege's manor ventilation system. It also involved murdering William during the lockdown and destroying his will. Eugene might be smart for a monkey, but a normal monkey wouldn't have known how to identify and destroy William's will. Even if Beatrice had somehow trained him to do all of this beforehand. I guess, you know, she was doing that clapping thing a bunch. Maybe she was casting spells onto things to lead, to guide Eugene or something. How could Eugene carried out this plan independently. Beatrice. War. The Armband of Intellect, oh. No, it couldn't be. I discovered that the Armbands of Intellect have been stolen as well. And unlike the Sword of Spell Eating, we still haven't found the armbands. You look in the glass one. The thief didn't shatter the glass. Exactly. Oh. I guess the monkey could have known the password. Potentially. Wait, sorry, I didn't catch that last bit. I should have paid attention, I guess. Only Harold knows the password, but someone could have overheard him saying it. Someone that's constantly looking over his shoulder. Yeah, exactly. You've made some ridiculous statements in the past, but there's no way the judge will even entertain this theory. You'll have to be smart about this. Your Honor, I think there's one more witness that can clear up this discrepancy once and for all. I believe he can prove the prosecution's case to the court. Really? I frankly find that hard to believe. Please trust me, Your Honor. There's an element to this that we all aren't seeing. And it's one that no one will believe.
What do you have planned now?
Very well. I'll give you one last chance, Mr. Cuthbert. But know that if your next witness fails to unveil any new information, I won't hesitate to end this trial. I understand, Your Honor. So I'm going to need you to bear with me for a moment. Why? Your Honor, the defense calls Eugene Harrelson to the stand. Yep. Never mind. I retract my earlier statement. I'll be passing my verdict. Wait! Just bear with me for a moment. Mr. Cuthbert, I should find you in contempt for even suggesting this. Do you honestly think I'll allow a monkey to give this testimony in my courtroom?
Yeah, it sounds pretty out there, even for us.
Like, at least, a parrot, anyone can hear what a parrot says. But monkeys? I'd like to remind the court of the nature of Harold's bond with Eugene. Eugene is a familiar, and this means that Harold Harrelson can't speak with him telepathically. But this is absolutely... Show me the law that says an animal can't give testimony, Your Honor. It may be unprecedented, but it's not against the law. Very well.
Your Honor, you can't be serious right now. Are you actually going along with this?
Oh, Mr. Morrow, I am looking for any possible reason not to entertain this. But Mr. Cuthbert has a point. There are no laws against this proposal. So I have no choice but to oblige his frankly insane actions for now.
Well, I guess it doesn't matter. It's not as if this will reveal anything.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but... Bailiff, please escort Lord Harrelson's monkey to the stand.
Another euphemism, surely. Witness, please state your name and occupation to the court.
Shouldn't I be the one who says that, because I'm the prosecution? Whatever. I could do without the sarcasm, Mr. Morrow. Eugene is Eugene. Eugene is Eugene. Eugene is your monkey.
Bailiff, make sure the stenographer gets Harrelson's translations.
You can't see the armbands on him right now. He must be at his normal intelligence now. Although, how would he wear them? Around his neck, maybe? Perhaps he held them in his hands. They only require physical contact, after all. Eugene, did you steal from the gallery on the night of the murder? Eugene never steals from Harold. Eugene, respect Harold. Then you have no problem testifying about where you went during the Lord's Ball. I can't believe I let you convince me to permit this. Well.
Eugene, explore house. Eugene, look for new place to play. Eugene, also look for spiders. Spiders, yum yum. You think Eugene steal armbands of intellect? Eugene never steal from Harold. Harold friend. Eugene always Harold's friend. Apes strong together. Wow, you did it, Cuthbert. You blew this case wide open. Is this really going to help us?
Look, you'll just have to trust me on this.
I trust you.
That sentence sounds like it turned into a question at the end. Let me just give me just a moment to go to an idol meeting real quick, because they desperately crave my attention. Those idols. Sheesh, you know what they do. Alright. Yep. So we don't have a present option but an interpret option again. But I guess let's press for now. But Harold is an associate of House Frege. Surely you've visited Frege Manor before that night.
Manor constantly changes. William always doing renovations. There's always a new discovery to be made.
You suppose that makes sense? William certainly had the gold for it. Anyways, what else did you do that night, Eugene? Spiders. Do you enjoy eating spiders?
Spider's good, rich in nutrients.
But angry about it for some reason. Wait, really?
Some cultures in Eastern Kingdoms eat roasted crickets. I've tried them. They're actually not bad if they're prepared correctly.
I don't think I could ever be that adventurous. Coward! Can we please stay on topic? I wasn't accusing you of anything, Eugene. Perhaps you accidentally unlocked the case and took them thinking they were some sort of toy? This could all be an honest mistake.
Eugene not dum-dum. Eugene know how important artifacts are to Harold. Eugene never take from him.
You might not have knowingly done it, but perhaps you took one of the artifacts by accident?
Eugene never do that.
Then how do you explain your brief contact with this sort of spell eating? Harold couldn't have telepathically contacted you unless unless one of you was wielding it.
Eugene don't understand question.
Right. He won't understand how the sword works without his heightened intelligence. Unless... Maybe, this one seems like the most interpretable, don't you think? Especially given his reactions.
Objection!
Your Honor, the witness's thoughts contradict the evidence. Oh, yes, wait. Mr. Cuthbert, the witness's statement was many things, but it was not contradictory.
Right, I suppose so.
Okay. I guess interpreting still means you have to have some stuff. Do you consider yourself close to Harold?
I would guess so. They literally have a magical connection with each other.
Right, I suppose the bond between a mage and his familiar would require a lot of trust.
Harold saved Eugene from bad men years ago. Eugene would never betray.
So you're a rescue?
Bad man lock Eugene in a cage. Tell people to throw peanuts at Eugene. What?
Fuck that.
Harold take Eugene away from that person. Lock up bad man.
Wow. What a hero. What a hero. He seems to genuinely care for Harold. Could that be why he did this? He clearly feels indebted to him. That might have been his motive. Huh. I guess, yeah, because the closing of the thing. Tyrion? I know, it looks bad. But I swear there's more to this than meets the eye. If you say so. There has to be something in the statements. He had to have been answering wearing the armbands on the night of the murder. Which thought reveals that? Think about how Tracker spoke. Is there anything different in the way Eugene is speaking right now? I guess apes is a pretty intelligent word.
Objection!
Huh? Honor. I guess armbands of intellect is rather precise.
Objection!
Okay, I don't know, this is weird. Kind of a... okay. Wait a minute. Eugene, I asked you before if you stole anything from Harold Scarrowy. I guess we didn't bring up the armbands, did we? Did we? I don't know.
Eugene, no, Eugene would never steal from Harold. Cuthbert, don't waste our time by having him repeat that statement.
That's the thing, Mr. Mora. That's not the same statement that he made in his testimony. I asked the witness if he stole an artifact from the gallery. I never mentioned the armbands of intellect.
Ooh?
What are you talking about now?
The witness lacks the understanding to differentiate between the artifacts. It was clearly just a simple mistake.
It's not just the fact that he named the wrong artifact, Mr. Mora. It's the fact that he used an actual name. I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean, Mr. Cuthbert. Your Honor, animals can't speak the same way that humans do. Even when a telepathic link is established, their vocabulary is extremely limited. I guess he's wearing the armband underneath that hat.
Right, Tracker called the sort of spell eating a stick before. It was hard to understand what he really meant.
Exactly. So that raises the question, how did Eugene know they were called the armbands of intellect? Wait, how did he know? The armbands were stolen during the Lord's Ball and replaced with a well-made replica. Where are the armbands of intellect right now? If he had worn the armbands when he was sneaking through the vents, he would have never had the opportunity to put them back. And the armbands are still missing. Eugene is wearing the armbands at this moment. It can't be, is he really? The armbands were designed to be worn by humans, so Eugene couldn't wear them on his arms. So where would he wear them? You initially thought that he carried them in his hands, but there's a far simpler explanation. Eugene, do you still maintain that you didn't steal the armbands of intellect?
Eugene told you already. Eugene never steal from Harold.
Then I suppose you wouldn't mind taking off your hat. Look at that. Glasses push.
Yeah, are you serious right now? You don't think he's wearing them right now, do you?
It's the only thing that makes sense. The armbands were taken on the night of the murder, and they are still missing. If Eugene did indeed steal the armbands that night, he would have never had the opportunity to return them. He had no choice but to continue wearing them until the investigation was over.
This is absolutely ridiculous. You're spinning a fairy tale. Do you honestly expect us to believe that a monkey increases its intellect beyond human limits?
If I'm wrong, the witness can easily refute my theory by removing his hat. Well, what's it going to be, Eugene? You see him fully break character, and he slowly but silently lifts his head.
No, you can't be serious.
Everyone can see it plainly. He's wearing the armbands like a crown around his tiny head. From out of his hat, you see him pull out something else. So they had a sprite specifically for this, but not one for showing the armband around his head? That's a little weird, but hey. Well done, Mr. Cuthbert. I shouldn't have underestimated you.
You... serious?
This is probably a blessing in disguise. I don't think I could bear this debasing myself any longer.
Objection!
Objection, Your Honor.
On what grounds, Mr. Mora?
On what grounds? Everything about this situation is objectionable. It's downright absurd. Is he seriously Beatrice's accomplice?
But, Mr. Mora, we can't deny what's clearly in front of us.
I was not ready for today. How is he even talking right now?
Scholars believe that humans and apes evolved from a common ancestor. Perhaps all apes can speak the common language under the right circumstances. Evolved, please. I've observed your society. I think calling humanity evolved is being quite generous.
This can't be happening.
Well, are you all done gawking at me like a bunch of simpletons?
Simpletons?
Wait a minute.
It's quite difficult.
Oh yeah, the thoughts we were reading weren't Harold's, but the monkeys. That explains why Harold... You know. That explains everything. Computer Academy.
Every insulting thought that you've seen from Harold, they weren't Harold's thoughts at all.
They were Eugene's thoughts. He's been wearing the armband since you first met.
But I still don't understand. Why would you even take the armbands in the first place?
I'll admit that the Lord's Ball was one of many occasions. The first time I touched them was due to sheer chance.
So I became addicted to the rush of intelligence.
You put them on by accident. My unawakened self was enamored by its glittering sheen. I merely wanted to touch them, but when I first held them in my hands, I experienced a sense of clarity that I never felt before. I was afraid of what I'd experienced, so I left them alone. But as I returned to my primitive lifestyle, I couldn't stop thinking about what I felt that day.
You were hooked.
I wouldn't quite phrase it like that, but I suppose you're not wrong. I already knew the password to Harold's vault, so I'd come in from time to time and indulge in the armband's power. But the more time I spent with my awakened intellect, the more I craved its power when I had to put them away.
And that's when you made the replica.
While no one was watching, I devised a plan to discreetly take the armbands. Harold would have eventually discovered that they were stolen, but he would have concluded that a noble from the Lord's Ball took them, because of the pressure that he was receiving from the crown. I'm not proud of what I've done, but I never expected things to reach this point. I didn't expect someone to steal the sword of spell-eating as well. And I certainly didn't expect a murder to happen that night.
So you still maintain that you are innocent?
Of course I do. I stole the armbands, but did not murder William Frege, nor did I take the sword of spell-eating. Allow me to elaborate. I'll admit that I took the armbands and replaced them with a replica, but I was not the crook who stole the sword of spell-eating. The thefts were completely different from one another. The display case for the sword was completely shattered. I spotted the sword when I was exploring the manor. It was lying in the middle of the hallway. I wondered why such an important artifact would be lying there, so I took a closer look to inspect it. That's when I heard Harold call out to me telepathically. The sword must have protected me and Harold from the anti-magic field. I wanted to take the sword and return it, but a wild dog chased me away from the scene.
He has a point. He didn't need to shatter the display case of the sword.
Yeah, he already knew the passwords. But Tracker said that Eugene was the one who dropped the sword. Furthermore, he escaped into the air vent that led into William's study. His actions that night were definitely not as innocent as his testimony implies. He must have lied somewhere. You stole the armband by using Harold's spoken password, am I correct? Yes, I sit on his shoulder most of the time. He obviously never suspected what I'd do, so it was a simple matter of listening to him when he transported the artifacts to Frege Manor. And I can assume that you knew the passwords for the other displays as well? I do, and I can easily demonstrate it. You doubt that he'd lie about that when you can easily check it. Even so, you already lied about not stealing the armbands. Why should we believe you now? The answer to that lies in the physical evidence. That's so completely different. How do we know that you didn't shatter the glass to cover your tracks? Harold's password nullifies the locks, but they don't nullify the magic that protects the glass. Harold told you himself, didn't he? Only a powerful mage could have shattered the reinforced glass. But as a familiar, magic can be cast through you. Only Harold can cast magic through me. I can't cast spells for myself. And even if I could, Harold's spell compendium doesn't have a spell that's powerful enough for that. as logic as sound. But if what he's saying is true, you shattered the glass. Anyways. But that location was near the Frega's bedrooms. Don't tell me that you... What do you take me for? I know what a bedroom looks like, and I'd never enter one uninvited. Then why were you there in the first place? I was coming back from the rooftop garden, but I suddenly felt something interfering with the armband's magic. The anti-magic fields. Yes, I was worried that something had happened to her, so I made my way back to the gallery to meet up with Harold. I see. Could you add this to your testimony? Very well. Wait, where was it at? Here? Ah, rooftop garden. I don't think you were able to go there.
Objection!
No, I guess. I thought the rooftop garden would be outside of the thing, so he couldn't have gone outside. I guess not. It was lying in the middle of the hall. Wait, no. Thefts were completely different. This case. Wait, no. Oh, is it gone now? It's gone! No, wait, there it is. Spotted the sword when I went looking, was heading back from the rooftop garden to the gallery. It was lying in the middle of the hallway. Rooftop garden to the gallery. Let's check that. Rooftop garden. Rooftop garden. Gallery. That's not where we found... Like, okay, I guess I'll use the mouse, right? Okay. Here's where the thing supposedly was, right? According to the dog. But he must have found it somewhere here. That doesn't sound right. So maybe we use this testimony right here.
Objection!
Eugene, I'm sure you're well aware of this, but the best way to lie is to hide a false detail within many truths. And what are you trying to insinuate, Mr. Cuthbert? You said that you were heading from the terrace to the gallery. Did you take any detours? Of course not. With the armbands nullified, my intelligence was slowly fading. I wanted to return to Harold as soon as possible. Witness, I'd like for you to take a look at this floor map of Rega Manor. This is the location where the wild dog found the sword of spell eating. So tell me, Eugene, how did you spot the sword of spell eating? When it was hidden in the hallway north of Beatrice's room. That's... Why are you nitpicking such an insignificant statement? He probably just got distracted and went down the wrong hallway. He just said that he didn't know. Mr. Mora, Eugene came from the rooftop garden, and he was adamant that he went directly to the gallery to reunite with Harold. Even if his intellect was muddled, he was intent on reuniting with his worried companion. He definitely took the direct route, but if he did, he would never have been able to see into that hallway. I see your point, Mr. Cuthbert, but what does this mean? It means that the witness lied about where he was before he discovered the sword of spell eating. He wasn't coming from the rooftop garden. He came from the air vents in that specific hallway. So why were you in that hallway, Eugene? You lied in your testimony. Was it because you wanted to hide what you were really doing that night? Fine. Admit it, Eugene. You snuck through the air vents to avoid detection. Then you used the air vent in that hallway to break into William's study. After that, you murdered him using his letter opener, didn't you? That's not what I went there to do. Ah. No, I didn't mean... Yeah, I don't think he was the murderer. Especially given that the victim was like, "Who are you?" I don't think he would have done that with a fucking monkey. Witness, is this true? Did you break into William Frega's study during the lockdown? Yes, I did enter his study, but not for the reason you think. William Frega was already dead when I got there. What? What did you just say? It's true. Do you honestly expect us to believe a story like that? How could someone else have killed the victim before you got there? Draco took the sword of spell eating, and you were the only intelligent creature that could have walked through the air vents. I understand how unbelievable and suspicious it sounds. Why do you think I lied in the first place? But it's the truth, Mr. Cuthbert. You have to believe me. You don't see any contradicting thoughts through the eye, but that hardly absolves him of guilt. But could he really be telling the truth? If that's true, that only brings you back to one question that we've been asking since this all began. Who really did this? Okay, Eugene. Let's assume you are telling the truth. Do you actually believe me? Let's not get ahead of ourselves. You're still my only suspect with this. But I know better than anyone about jumping to conclusions. So I'll give you the benefit of the doubt for now. I see. However, if you want to absolve yourself, I need you to tell me about what you really saw that night. There might be anything that might point to who really did this. Very well. I'll tell you what I saw. Although I doubt that you'll believe me. I discreetly made my way to that hallway through another air vent. I exited the air vent in that hallway and tried to leap to the other side. I'm not sure if it was my waning intelligence or my desperation, but I collided with something that I didn't see. That's where the invisibility came in. I fell to the ground and found the sword of spell eating laying next to me. I wanted to retrieve the sword, but that wild dog forced me to retreat. After that, I continued to make my way to the study. And that's when I found William Frege. He was dead on the ground and lying in a pool of blood. And as if I were blessed by the Scale Lord himself, I found the will that he was drafting, so I destroyed it. Yeah, I thought that he was probably responsible for the will at least, but because he must have done something there. Frankly, Mr. Harrelson, I find the story very difficult to believe. I assumed as much, but you know what they say. Truth is stranger than fiction.
Isn't it more likely that you murdered the victim? You're clearly trying to cover up what you did by saying that he was already dead. Honestly, I really don't know what to think.
Is he really telling the truth? Yes.
I think he is.
Excellent. But why were you there in the first place? It all began when William Frege got into an argument with Harold. That cur wanted to defund the prestigious Harrodson Hall of History. I knew a man like William probably had many secrets. So I devised a plan to break into his study and find something that I could use to blackmail him. As you know, there's a small air vent in that hallway, and it connected to William's study on the ground floor. I wasn't aware that William was planning to stay in the study all night, so I thought I could look through the documents without anyone seeing me. You suppose that does make sense, but is he really telling the truth?
What happened when you tried to leap into the air vent, Eugene?
To the other whatever. That was something that I didn't see. I thought monkeys were extremely dexterous. Are you just clumsy? I have impeccable dexterity. It sounds like you struck a nerve there. I must have been muddled from losing the armband's magic. How about I just present the invisibility spell here?
Objection!
No, didn't think so, but you know, why not? How did you know it was the sort of spell eating? When I held it in my hands, I felt my intelligence return. But I also heard Harold calling out to me telepathically. He was clearly growing worried, so I knew I needed to move quickly. Wanted to retrieve. Did this wild dog have a white coat of fur? He did. Are you acquainted with him? Something like that. Well, next time you meet him, tell him that I don't appreciate being called a rat. I'm a proud orangutan. You can understand him? I've picked up a little of the canine language throughout my life. I'm also fluent in squirrel and pigeon. I can also speak owl, but I admit it's barely conversational. As much as you want to test the validity of those claims, they're not relevant to the case.
What happened when you entered the study?
Laying in blood.
It seems awfully convenient that he was murdered before you arrived.
I know how it may seem, but I am telling you the truth. And you do have an explanation for how the assailant broke into the study without the sword? I unfortunately do not. Well, they didn't, obviously. You collided with them on your way in.
Please, it's obvious your testimony doesn't match with the evidence. Whoever did this either entered through the vents, or they used the sword to nullify the lock. And your own testimony states that the sword was abandoned in the hallway.
It doesn't match up with what you thought happened, but does it really contradict the evidence you have? No. Anyways, what did you do when you discovered the body? I knew it was only a matter of time before someone discovered the body, so I quickly searched the room for something I could use. And as if I were blessed by the skilled lord himself, I found the will that he was drafting, so I destroyed it. So you were the one who took the will, after you tried to find out. What did it say? I was pressed for time, so I didn't read the entire document. But I found an order to his executor to defund the Harrodson Hall of History. Since he went out of his way to specify that on the current copy, I concluded that his former will didn't have this addendum. So you could save Harold's museum by making sure it never got submitted for probate. Anyways, do you have the will with you? My apologies, I crumpled up the will into a ball and ate it. I then left the room before my intelligence was completely gone. You were really hoping to see if William followed through on his threat to disinherit Beatrice. Okay, so I guess we don't have anything to present here. It's hard to believe, but you can't see any direct contradictions. Should you press him more? I pressed everything. But what if he's telling the truth? If Eugene did do this, your next course of action is clear. Although, that still wouldn't explain how Beatrice fits into this. You recalled something that Tracker said to you. Tracker, you said you had to smell to see where the rat was? And when he dropped his stick, you were finally able to see him? Does this mean you were... There were two animals. Eugene, when you were carrying out your plan, did you turn yourself invisible somehow? No, I hardly had the means to. And even if I had somehow convinced Harold to cast a spell on me, he doesn't know how to cast invisibility. Very few mages do. Right, you recall Eris saying the same thing during the Nightgrave trials. Only a master of illusion magic could do that. That's how you first thought Beatrice was involved. But if Eugene is truly innocent, did he turn someone else invisible? But if that's true, you're back right where you started again. No, think through this. Eugene's testimony fills in a blank that's been missing. I fell to the ground and found the sword of spell eating right next to me. And what happens when you cross-reference that with Tracker's testimony? That's when Tracker smelled flying rat. Tracker could smell blue. Tracker blue. How did the sword of spell eating end up in that hallway? So where does that lead us? The thief. Dropped. They entered the sword. In the hallway. The thief dropped the sword in that hallway. But how does that make sense? Did they hide the sword there like you originally thought? No, that hallway was close to the gallery. There were plenty of better places to hide the sword. If it weren't for Tracker taking it, it would have been found even sooner. The thief must have accidentally dropped the sword there. This can only mean one thing. Why was the thief in that hallway? Thief was sneaking outside of. I guess. How do I... Through? Was sneaking through the air vents. Okay. I didn't see through there for some reason at first, but it was right there. The thief was also sneaking through the air vents. That's the only reason why they would be there. But that would imply that the thief was as small as Eugene. Could it have been another familiar? And if so, why didn't Eugene notice them? He did! He collided with them. Wait. That's why I was trying to present the invisibility, you buffoons! Collided. He collided with something he didn't see. In other words, it was something that wasn't visible to him. And as a master of illusion magic, Beatrice is one of the few people at the ball that could cast invisibility. And coincidentally, that spell has a rather peculiar emotion, doesn't it? Beatrice would never trust anyone else. Have you been approaching this situation incorrectly the entire time? Through the eye, you knew that Beatrice was involved somehow, but you just assumed that she was one part of the larger plot. So, at first I definitely didn't think that Harold and Eugene were involved, but then, you know, the thought that Harold's quote-unquote true thoughts were mean kind of made me think, okay, maybe he was, but then it turned out that it wasn't actually Harold. So, you know, since then I've pretty much been back on the, no, they're not involved, it's all something else train. Through the eye, you knew that Beatrice was involved somehow, but you just assumed that she was one part of the larger plot. The breaking of the glass and the casting of invisibility. They were the elements that you knew she was involved with, but it never really fit together. Not unless she was the one pulling the strings the entire time. And there's only one way she could be in control the entire time. What did Beatrice use to commit the murder? This spell. A couple of memories flood into your mind. So I've pretty much been right about that the entire time. A familiar... Tyrion Cuthbert, Mr. Morrow. Extend your hand. And she does the motion. How interesting, huh?
Didn't mean to do that. It's a bit of a habit of mine.
Shakes your hand. Beatrice. You didn't know that she was blind back then, so you barely even noticed it. But how did she know that you were holding out your hand?
Well, do you have any other questions for me?
If you're wrong about this, Beatrice would surely be acquitted. And after that, the Inquisition would turn their attention to her and Eugene. But there's only one way to know for sure. Your Honor, the prosecution has no further questions for the current witness. He is dismissed.
What?
I see.
You have something else planned, don't you?
Yeah, and I actually need your help.
Really?
You tell her about your plan.
Really? I feel like you're making some big assumptions there. Wouldn't the Inquisition check for something like that?
I know, it's the best play we have. Do you remember what Steelwind said yesterday?
But the moment the guards saw the body, one of them cast Detect Magic. With that spell, they would have seen any invisible people hiding in this room.
People, huh? If everything goes the way I think it will, you'll be able to confirm its location. Once you do that, you just need to reveal it to everyone.
Alright, I'll follow your lead then.
So, Mr. Cuthbert, how do we proceed? Your previous witness brought about more revelations than I could have ever guessed. However, you still haven't given us substantial explanation on how the murder occurred or who actually did it.
I understand, Your Honor. But it will all make sense after I call my next witness.
Another witness?
I understand your hesitance, Your Honor, but everything that we've learned throughout these trials is finally coming together. And this final witness will tie it all together in a perfect knot.
Your Honor, the prosecution calls Beatrice Frege to the stand.
And I'm going to drink some more water.
Seriously, Cuthbert? You went to all that trouble just to end up calling my client to the stand?
You and your client have the right to refuse, Mr. Tomorrow. But I wonder how that will reflect on your client's character. It doesn't really matter. She's already standing here with Mr. Mora. You can carry out your plan regardless of what she decides to do. But it will have much more impact if you can bait her into lying in the stand.
My client says she's willing to testify. However, we would like to propose a short recess. With these new developments, I'm sure you can understand that we have much to discuss.
I see no reason not to grant the defense's request.
Is this really okay? If we give them time to prepare, they might realize that we're doing what we're doing.
I know, but I don't think we have anything to worry about. You've been building psychological profile of Beatrice since this case began. It's hard to read her expression and emotions, even with the eye for us. She keeps herself guarded and keeps her true intentions unknown. She's powerful, more powerful than her father ever cared to admit. Despite this, he tried to control her and put her inside a cage. But Beatrice Frege would never live in a cage. So maybe her... I guess, yeah, flying rat, you know, a bird. Maybe a rat after all, maybe a bat after all. Cages are more associated with birds. She wanted freedom and control, and she would do whatever it took to get it. Not sure how a bird would carry its sword, though. Maybe... I don't know. We'll see. You sure the accident that blinded her didn't help things? When everything was said and done, she abandoned everything. Her wealth, her status, her family. She could have waited. She could have gritted her teeth until it was her turn to lead House Frege. If she was willing, she could have even secretly pushed her father past the gates of death herself. But she couldn't bear to live like that, even temporarily. You have no idea why this is how she chose to do that. Perhaps it had something to do with their meeting. Yeah, maybe. But you do know one thing. Beatrice Frege will never put herself in a position of vulnerability. If you endanger her freedom, she will make sure that you can see who she's up against. In the interest of giving the defense time to deliberate, we will be taking an extended recess. Court is adjourned. Bomb. As you were exiting the courtroom, you sent Celeste to do some reconnaissance. It should be similar to when she scanned Valentina during the Nightgrave trial.
Tyrion.
Celeste, were you able to see it?
Yeah, it's definitely there, and it sits on her shoulder most of the time.
So she keeps it close to her. That's good to know.
It looks kind of weird though, but I've never used detect magic like this before.
Well, you doubt that someone like her would choose a conventional animal, especially for something like this.
Cuthbert?
Mr. Mora.
There's something I need to show you. Preferably alone.
Celeste gives you a concerned look, but you nod to show her that it's okay. She moves to sit on the bench where she can keep an eye on Beatrice. Okay, lead the way.
Oh boy.
I'm a little worried that this will take a lot longer, but hopefully it'll be fine. Right? Mr. Mora leads you out of the courthouse and into the city. What? You can go that far? Every time you ask her where she's taking you, she avoids answering your question.
Alright, we're here.
You arrive at an empty alley in the frankly seedier part of the city. And as Mr. Mora approaches one of the derelict buildings, she's met with a large burly man who's guarding the back door. The man silently acknowledges her and steps aside to let her in. Mr. Mora, where are we going?
I'm sorry about this. I'm sure you're confused. But please trust me. I'll explain everything.
Before you have a chance to ask for more information, she moves into the building. The man guarding the door looks at you expectantly. The entire situation doesn't sit right with you, but you still continue to follow her. Despite your recent disagreements, you know that you can trust her. As you head further into the building, you find yourself in a surprisingly well-furnished room. From how it looked outside, you would have never guessed that it would look like this. It almost looks like a room that you'd encounter in the Frege Manor. As you enter the room, you spot several mercenaries standing at various points in the room. And most surprisingly, you see Eris standing at the end of the room. You give her a confused look, but she simply smiles and waves at you. That's my wife. Sitting at a desk next to her, you see a man with an eye patch. It looks like he's been expecting you. Tamora. Upon seeing you two, he cordially welcomes Mr. Mora before turning his attention to you. And you must be Tyrion. Tamora has told me a lot about you. I see, but who are you? I've been called many names over the years, but my favorite has always been the Eye Taker. Occupation boss. Okay. The Eye Taker. From the sounds of it, you've already heard of me. Mr. Mora, what is this? My daughter Eris has told me all about your work prosecuting this case.
She's his daughter?
But I have to say I'm quite impressed. Getting a monkey to testify, I don't think I could even pull off a grift like that. You've pretty much blown past my expectations. Why,
Get to the point. As soon as you interrupt him, you feel every person in the room tense up. You don't even need the eye to know that your interruption put them on edge.
Relax, everyone. Kids will be kids. I'm a father myself, you know. Anyways, I'll get straight to the point.
I wonder if she's not really his daughter. She's tricking him too, you know. And she's not really 16 and all that, you know what I mean.
I have a certain interest in the outcome of this trial.
What are you talking about?
Little Lady Freyga has been a client of ours for a long time. I've done quite a lot of favors for her, and the time has finally come for me to collect.
Those debts that Tyrion mentioned,
they all belong to me. But there's no need to worry, I know she's good for it. That is, if she can inherit House Freyga.
What?
Tomorrow's a good attorney, even without my help. If she's convicted, we could easily reduce her sentence by rubbing the right hands.
Oh.
But you see, there's that pesky Slayer rule. The thing is, Cuthbert, I need Beatrice Freyga to be acquitted in the current trial.
So that's what this is about? House Freyga's gold? That's why you helped her murder William Freyga?
Please, my goals aren't nearly so short-sighted. I have big plans, not just for Beatrice, but for this entire kingdom. And I need House Freyga for that.
Just like you needed Justin Way? Tyrion.
Oh, Justin, it's really a shame what happened to him.
Don't act so innocent. He would have never tried to rob Dracogen if you didn't threaten him.
Is that so? Do you think I just randomly showed up on his doorstep one day demanding gold? He was the one who came to me for help. I just told him to pay back what he owed. If he hadn't come to me, it would have been some other criminal. But that's beside the point. Enough about what I wanted from Justin. Let's talk about what I want from you.
Want me to throw the case?
Ah, I love this kid. I don't have to beat around the bush with this one. No one will doubt you, especially considering the amount of work you put into this already. You don't need to do anything. Just take a dive.
And let someone else take the fall? No matter what happens, the court will blame someone for this.
If it makes you feel better, I can assign Tamora to defend the old man and his monkey. That way everyone can come out of this unharmed. Everyone wins.
Except for the fact that a murderer will be put in charge of House Freyga?
Please, as if that's any worse than the people in charge of the other noble houses. I mean, that's not wrong. If you recall, there's already a murderer in charge of House von Sanctus. They're all dirty. You've seen it, haven't you? They rig the system, they pay, threaten, or even kill people they get to get their way. All we're doing is leveling the playing field.
Tyrion, please, just listen to him. How can you just go along with this? I told you a long time ago that there were certain parts of my job that I couldn't tell you about. Well, this is it. This is what we need to do to beat them. Those rumors about you, they're all true, aren't they? Forgery, bribery, blackmail, you're guilty of each and every single one of them. And you used him to do it? All so you could keep winning? You blackmailed Miriam, Mr. Mora? Now, as if we should show any pity for that spoiled princess. A dreadful thought just entered your mind. Steelwind, she was attacked the day that Beatrice was arrested. Was that? I didn't know that's what they were planning.
Despite my confidence in Tamora's skills, I'm afraid there was too much riding on this to leave a chance. You've got to make your own luck if you want to beat the system.
How could you? She almost died.
We never expected her to strain her injuries like that. And we definitely didn't expect you to take her place. So believe me when I say that I'm being uncharacteristically reasonable right now.
How could you even consider working with someone like him?
Don't you think it's a little arrogant to judge her, Cuthbert?
What?
You talk about defending people as if you two are even close to being equals. But she doesn't have the luxury of looking into people's minds now, does she?
You told him about the Eye of Horus?
Future of magic is changing, kid. Like I said before, I have big plans for this kingdom, and I also have big plans for you.
Do you think I would ever...
Tyrion, stop. To be honest, I hate it as much as you do. But whether you like it or not, we need their help. But this is... Think about every client you defended. Think of Celeste. If you didn't have the Eye of Horus, what would have happened to her? If even one thing went differently, Pierce would have gotten away and Celeste would have been executed. You've taken chances and followed your instincts, and that's worked for you so far. But what if it's not enough? What if the system is too corrupt for you to fight against next time? With the Eye Taker's help, you'll never have to worry about that again. If I had accepted his help sooner, I could have saved your mother.
Damn. So what is it going to be, kid? You already know about what happened to that steel went brat. So I don't need to tell you what'll happen if you don't play ball.
Wait!
No. What? Maybe you're right. Wait, who said what? Oh, I said no. Maybe you're right. Maybe I can't always win against the nobility unless I play dirty like they do. But this is wrong.
Tyrion.
I'm not going to compromise my principles, not even for you, Mr. Mora. I'm sorry to hear that you say that, kid. I really am. With one motion of his hand, every mercenary in that room draws their weapons.
Please, you don't have to do this.
Whatever conviction you had before is slowly fading. You should have never entered this place. You knew something was off. There are about a dozen mercenaries here, and there's even more guarding the way out. You're nowhere near as physically strong as Celeste, but maybe you can make a break for it if you get lucky.
No.
Yay. Obviously she was gonna follow us. Would be fucking dumb if she didn't. Celeste! What the? How did you get in here?
My whole job is keeping this guy safe. Do you honestly think I'd just let you take him to an undisclosed location?
It doesn't matter, as if one girl will make a difference. Well, what are you all waiting for? Is that really her? Upon seeing Celeste, the mercenaries cautiously step back. No one wants to make the first move.
This monstrous aura, it has to be her.
What the hell are you doing? You have her surrounded. Despite his command, no one takes a step forward.
Look, let's just sit down and talk about this rationally. Perhaps a different approach is warranted here, Father?
What?
Could I have the opportunity to speak with Mr. Cuthbert? I believe I can make him see things our way.
I'm sorry, sweetie, but I can just... Well, you've never been wrong before. I'll leave them to you, love.
Shall we go, you two?
Celeste silently watches Eris with her sword drawn, but unlike the mercenaries, Eris seems unmoved. She merely walks past her and out the exit. You and Celeste exchange glances to follow after her.
Oh boy. That was close. I don't think I could have fought that whole room while protecting you.
Does that mean she could have fought them if she were alone?
You are really courageous and to a fault, aren't you?
Eris, I appreciate you vouching for us, but I'm not changing my mind about this.
Oh, I'm well aware of that. Why do you think I intervened?
Oh, well, thank you.
Is this really okay? Won't your dad be mad? I should be asking Tyrion the same question. You've seen your adoptive mother's true colors and rejected them. How are you two, how are the two of you going to move forward?
She's not my...
Isn't she, though? She lost any rights to deny it the moment she took it upon herself to raise you.
She only did that because I asked her to. It wasn't by her choice.
Oh, but it was. How old were you when your real mother was executed? 10 years old? Eris. Back then you barely knew Tamora. It would be a stretch to even call her a family friend. She was the adult in that situation, and what did she do? She fed your anger and hatred for the nobility instead of allowing you to process your grief healthily. Timura took you away from your only friends and isolated you from the society. She even homeschooled you, didn't she? That's... As a result, you never formed any other relationships. You made your first close friend at the age of 20, and she was your client. Don't you think that's a bit sad? She isolated you because she wanted to use you.
That's not true. That's not why she...
From what I've seen today, you clearly have no idea who Timora is. Even with the Eye of Horus, you're clearly a terrible judge of character. Eris, you're going way too far. To save you from more heartache, let me give you one last piece of advice.
Eris leans in really close to you and begins to whisper into your ear.
Do you honestly think Celeste will ever love you?
Well, what?
I'm sure you understand now Timora can only afford to pay her exorbitant salary because of my father. You've already burnt that bridge, so where do you think the Crimson Demon will go when you can't afford her services anymore?
No, she's not.
With Flintheart dead, she has to worry about her mother. Do you think she has the luxury of playing around with you for free? Or did you actually think that she enjoys spending time with you? Tyrion, you have to look at this rationally. Any support or affection that she's given you has only been to keep you as an employer.
That's clearly not true. You seem to know a lot about these things. Oh wait, I had to know that, right. Merchant, hiring, blah blah. Why are you doing this?
Because I want to finally break. I'm just trying to keep you from getting hurt. It may seem cruel, but you have to be realistic about these things. You trusted Timora, and she betrayed you. Try not to make the same mistake twice.
Celeste didn't hear anything she said, but she seems to notice how it's affecting you.
Eris, that's enough. My apologies. I've been told that I've been too blunt sometimes. But I do hope you'll think about what I said. Anyways, the trial should be starting soon. We should make our way back to the courthouse. I'm genuinely curious to see how this trial ends.
Ayo, Henrik Jones. That's a nice bang boot.
Hey, Tyrion, are you okay? What did she say to you?
She reaches for your hand, but you instinctively yank it away from hers. Oh no, Tyrion, you fool.
Tyrion?
Sorry, I didn't mean to. I'm okay, really.
Okay. Is he mad at me?
You can think about everything else later. But for now, you know what you need to do. You need to convict Beatrice Frege. Bonk. I'm playing some Tyrion Cuthbert, Attorney of the Arcane. It's very similar to the Ace Attorney games, if you're familiar with those. Court is now resumed for the trial of Beatrice Frege. Is the defendant prepared to take the stand? Timora, I asked you a question. Is the defendant prepped or not?
She is, if the prosecution still wants to move forward with.
The prosecution will be moving forward with this. Please bring in the witness. I honestly don't know where it's from. Could be Japanese, could be anything else. I guess Tyrion Cuthbert is such a weird name that I would, not expect it to be from Japan, maybe? But I don't know, man. Could be anything.
Do you still see it, Celeste? Yeah, it's there. Should I reveal it now?
No, let's really make a point of it. Wait for my signal. Thank you for agreeing to take the stand, Miss Frege.
Mr. Cuthbert?
It's my understanding that you were with the two princes for most of the night?
Yes, I was. Which is why I'm still quite confused as to why I'm being charged for this crime. Out of everyone here there that night, I'd have thought my alibi was the most solid.
I do have emotes. Right? Like I have my chocolate milk emote. And my Xa emote. And I don't know what you mean by pan milks. Oh, animated? Yeah, I guess I haven't... I think I might have one animated slot, but I don't know. I haven't made anything for that. That remains to be seen. Clearly. Anyways, since you still maintain your innocence, you'll have no problem going into detail about your supposed ally.
As you know, I was with Crown Prince Aster and Prince Alan for most of the ball. I went there after my meeting with my father, and I remained with them until I was arrested for his murder. Lord Steelwind and the King's Guard kept watch over me for the entire night as well. I neither had the means nor the opportunity to steal the Sword of Spell-Eating and break into my father's study to murder him.
Objection!
I haven't really done anything with my about section. Because I don't know. I've never looked at anybody else's, I think, and I don't know. I just never checked, I guess. And that, Miss Frege, is where you're mistaken. Wait, I didn't take the objection. What happened? Okay, right, I guess. Sure. You definitely had the means to commit crimes while under the eye of everyone that night. Mm-hmm. The most effective tool an attorney has is revealing a contradiction in a witness's testimony. It not only completely shatters your opponent's argument, it also makes the court doubt whether the witness is acting in good faith. Usually, you've used evidence to reveal contradictions like this. Now, Celeste.
Aburio. Wait, what are you doing?
No, not really. I'd have to look into how that works first, and maybe I'll do that someday, maybe not. Wow, oh, hey, so it's not even a bird, it's a weird demon. Your Honor, the witness testimony is clearly...
Oh my god, what the hell is that thing? Tyrion, get behind me.
A monster, it's a monster. Someone call the Inquisition, the King's Guard, anyone.
Your Honor, can you please restore order? He ducked. Your Honor? Wow, that's quite the familiar, huh? Oh, Marinette. Yeah, he fled out the back door the moment he saw me.
It can't talk. It's a demon, it must be. It's just like religion say.
Can we all just calm down? That's freaky. It takes a while before you can get everyone in the room to settle down. Eventually, it was clear that the demon wasn't intent on harming anyone, or at least not yet. The court ordered extra guards just in case, and you're eventually able to bring everyone back to the courtroom. Mr. Cuthbert, what is the meaning of this? Sorry, I didn't know it was a... Actually, what are you? Are you a demon? Why, yes. I'm a demon.
Demons actually exist. I thought they were only a legend.
Your Honor, not only do demons exist, the defendant has made a one into her familiar. She's only blind in the literal sense. She's constantly looking through the eyes of her familiar to see.
And?
What do you mean, and? It's pretty obvious that making a pact with a demon is incriminating by itself.
Tell me, Your Honor, do the laws of Wyrmgard prohibit entering an accord with a demon?
They don't, but...
Then my client has committed no crime. Even so, I really would have preferred not revealing Marinath like this.
Marinath, is that your name? He's a demonic familiar, doesn't know any arcane arts, and is of an unknown age. It is what most people call me.
Marinath.
I suppose you have a point, Timora. Having a demon as your familiar isn't technically illegal. However, this does prove that the defendant had a way to commit the murder, all while under the eye of everyone in the ballroom. She could have sent Marinath upstairs to the gallery and then had him steal the Sword of Spell-Eating. After that, they would have just needed to traverse the vents into William's study. That just like Eugene did that night.
The fact that her familiar is a demon proves that she couldn't have done that.
What do you mean?
You saw how everyone reacted when they saw Marineth's form. The monkey may have raised some eyebrows, but someone surely would have reported Marineth if they saw him.
Tomorrow, your client is a master of illusion magic. Can I assume that we'll find invisibility in her spell compendium?
You might.
And with the connection granted by familiar bond, she could have cast this spell on him regardless of where each of them was.
I'll admit that my client does know how to cast invisibility. But your theory raises another question. Could my client continue casting it unnoticed? Yes.
Continue casting? Are you casting it?
You'll understand once I go over the order of events that night.
It's been rather obvious throughout the case, especially ever since we saw what the invisibility spell was like. Maybe they shouldn't have given us that info so early, because I feel now we're just waiting for the time to show it.
At an unknown time, someone stole this sort of spell eating from the Harrison Gallery. Due to the timing of this, I admit that it would be logically inconsistent if my client was the thief. However, sometime later, my client met with the Crown Prince and was watched closely by the Kingsguard. From witness accounts, including yours, we know that this happened at 12:45 a.m. And since this time, my client didn't leave the Kingsguard sites. It was around this time that William Frege retreated into his study and locked the door. He made a point of telling everyone that he didn't want to be disturbed. Then, at 1:03 a.m., Lord Harrison finally discovered that the sword was stolen. He reported the theft to the Kingsguard and they activated the lockdown system. Shortly after the report, Leifa Frege tried to speak with her familiar about the theft. William Frege reiterated that he did not want to be disturbed. Leifa saw his face, and there weren't any traces of illusion directly on his body. This means that William Frege was still alive at this time. Unbeknownst to everyone at the time, William Frege was attacked by the murderer at 3:12 a.m. This is confirmed not only by Jen Hughes' testimony, but also by the autopsy report. Then at 3:26 a.m., the Kingsguard found the sword of spell-eating in my client's room. The Kingsguard tried to arrest my client for this, but the Crown Prince told them to stand down. Finally, at 3:36 a.m., the lockdown was lifted. Jan Hughes reported what he heard, and that's when the Inquisition and the Kingsguard discovered the body.
Thanks for the recap, I guess.
The theft must have happened before 1:23 a.m., when it was actually reported. In order to keep Marineth concealed at every step, my client would have needed to keep him invisible from 1:03 a.m. to 3:12 a.m. Not only that, she needed Marineth to wield the sword of spell-eating to ignore the effects of anti-magic fields. This means she would need to be invisible for more than an hour.
What's your point?
My point is that invisibility has a duration of 1 hour. I'll admit that my client could have cast invisibility before she met with the Crown Prince, but if she wanted to keep Marineth invisible, she would have needed to cast the spell at some point that night. And as you know, my client couldn't have done so during that night without the Kingsguard noticing it.
Yes, she could have. Come on. Come on, this is the easiest part of all things. Your logic makes sense. But that can only mean that the defendant refreshed the invisibility right in front of everyone watching. In front of everyone of the entire Kingsguard and the two princes and Lucius Steelwind. As unlikely as it is, it's the only conclusion I can come to.
I had a feeling you'd say that, which is why we have a witness who can confirm that Beatrice didn't perform any magic that night.
A witness? A witness? My voice is giving out.
Your Honor, the defense would like to call Prince Alaric to the stand.
I see. He would have certainly been close enough to notice the defendant casting magic. But wouldn't the Crown Prince's testimony be more suitable?
Are you trying to say that Prince Alaric is unqualified to give proper testimony, Your Honor?
Manipulating again. Of course he's saying that. The kid is 7 years old. No, of course not. Is the prince ready to testify? Grow a spine, for Lord's sake.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming in, Prince Alaric. Could you please...
Hold your tongue, knave. You will speak when you are spoken to. Ugh. Oh god, he sounds exactly like Miriam when we first met her.
Honestly, he behaves exactly how you'd expect the prince of this rotten kingdom to act. Aster is the odd one out in this situation. It makes you wonder what made him so down to earth. Your Highness, Mr. Cuthbert believes that the defendant used her magic while she was with you and the conference.
I already gave my statement to the instigators. This man dares to question my testimony?
Yes, you said it, not me. Wow, the judge didn't even think twice about throwing you under.
But very well, if my testimony is required to strike down these redundant accusations, I will bestow it upon you.
Redundant? Don't you mean ridiculous? Mr. Cuthbert, do not dare to suppose what His Highness really means. His boots must be shining from all the licking you're doing. What was that?
Nothing. You think Lady Freyja cast magic right in front of me? Don't be a serf. She was under the careful watch of the King's Guard, my brother and Lord Steelwind. We conversed for the whole night and I didn't see her cast any magic. She's been through so much over the last few years, all because of her horrid father. She'd never do something like that. You and Lady Steelwind are just jealous.
Why can't we just say, yo, the spell's fucking motion is exactly what she's doing all the fucking time. The end. I know that's not how these games work, but this one feels especially egregious. He seems really convinced that he didn't see anything. You doubt that he's intentionally lying. Yeah, he's not lying, he's just wrong. Celeste, usually when you cast Detect Magic, I can see magical energies overlaying your eyes. Well, blindness, eyes, and...
Yeah, there's always a visible magical effect on the target when I cast a spell.
But Marinath was probably in another room. The Kingsguard wouldn't see the initial magical effect of invisibility.
Even if there wasn't a visible effect in that room, she would have still needed to say the incantation and perform the gesture with her hands.
Yeah, and we know what that's like. Right, like how you shout repair your Arcanum every time you cast scan a crime scene.
I don't shout it.
Anyways, she must have done the incantation and gesture at some point during the night. Did she ever get an opportunity to conceal herself to do so? Celeste, what do you usually need to cast a spell?
There are lots of factors involved, honestly. Stamina and focus are a big part of it.
Assuming that she is in perfect condition, what's the bare minimum that she would need to do?
Well, she would have to focus on her magic, say the incantation, and perform the gesture with her hands, all at the same time.
That does sound pretty conspicuous, but she must have hidden it somehow. What's the... Ocultar? I guess she could just hide it under her breath or something. I don't think we have anywhere to present anything, so it's time to press. He probably meant don't be as absurd, but there's not much to gain from correcting him. You may think the idea is absurd, Your Highness, but the defendant was clearly good at keeping secrets. She could have easily concealed her actions at some point during the night. A brief moment to say the incantation and perform the gesture would have been all she needed.
But I wasn't the only one watching her.
But would they have really noticed her casting one spell?
The King's Guard are the most vigilant knights in the kingdom. They are trained to watch and counter a major spell.
But the defendant needed to target someone who was in another area. There would be no visual indication that she was using magic.
But she would have still needed to...
He's pretty knowledgeable about the murmur, you know. I'm gonna try to not read everything up because my voice is really
suffering a little bit from all of this reading and voice acting and stuff.
If I recall correctly, you and your brother were with her until she was arrested for the murder. What did you speak about?
She told us stories about what she did while she was away. She was researching something. I forgot what she said. Something about the old cult.
The occult?
Yes, that's it. She was researching ghosts and demons.
Demons. Considering whoever familiar is, her research must have paid off. Anyways, Your Highness, could you please add this to your testimony?
If I must.
She told me about the I don't know if we can present anything there. Clearly sympathetic to her situation. But you must have only been a toddler when she left 5 years ago.
My brother spoke of her a lot. He told me all about her. I could tell from his face he was really sad that she ran away.
Even if it's not romantic, Asta clearly cares about her a lot. The prosecutor must have complicated feelings about that. Well, I can't speak for Miss Steelwind, but I'm just trying to get to the truth.
Liar, you just hate her because she's a noble, don't you? Lord Von Sanctus told me all about you. You just want to lock nobles up because you're jealous of how much gold we have.
So he speaks with Von Sanctus frequently.
That actually explains a lot about his personality.
So this, what do people... For some reason that happened at the start. Something about the occult. Do I just present? I guess I'll just try presenting this together then. Okay. To cast a spell, the mage needs to speak an incantation, but there's nothing that says you can't say anything before or after it. Alright, because it has occult in that name. Right. Now I get it.
Right, it has occult in the incantation.
Yeah, occult RA. Your Highness, according to your testimony, the defendant told you that the occult are a fascinating phenomenon.
Is that exactly what you said, word for word?
RA.
Yes, the stories she told us were quite interesting. They really struck a chord with me.
Oh, I can see. Yeah, struck a chord with me. I see. Well, even if they were interesting.
Your testimony proves that she did cast the invisibility spell that night. Are you deaf? I already told you. No one heard her say any incantations, nor did they see her perform any gestures.
Unfortunately, your testimony proved the contrary. Beatrice Frigga said an incantation and performed a gesture right in front of you, all without anyone even knowing it.
What?
Your Highness, there are two components required to cast invisibility. First, the caster must speak the incantation Occult RA, and clap both of their hands together. As I'm sure you noticed, the defendant has a habit of clapping her hands together to calm herself. Now that I think about it, that habit must have come from constantly casting the spell. The defendant requires Marinath to see, so she must constantly cast invisibility to keep him invisible.
Cuthbert, you may have an explanation for how she hit the gesture, but she would have still needed to speak the incantation.
However, she did speak the incantation. The witness's testimony proved it.
What are you talking about? I never said that she spoke any incantation.
Your Highness, the incantation of invisibility is Occult RA.
Now recall what you said in your testimony.
She said, the occult RA fascinating phenomena. She could have said phenomenon and nothing would have been off, whatever. The pronunciation of that one phrase is identical to the incantation. I see, so she hit the incantation in her conversation. And because her target was a creature that was outside of the ballroom, no one saw the magical effects. This means that Marinath had the means to murder William Frigga, just as Eugene did.
Having the means is completely different from actually having done it, Cuthbert.
Very few people had the ability to shatter the display case to steal the sword of the spell eating, and even fewer people had the familiar small enough to traverse the vents.
Which also makes Harrison's familiar an equally likely suspect. And unlike my client's familiar, he admitted to breaking into William's study that night.
If your client's familiar is truly innocent, then why not have him testify before the court? Wouldn't that thing just lie as well? Well, I see. Well, it's not as if it's the first unprecedented witness we've had today. Is Marinath willing to testify, Mr. Moore? You see Tamora deliberating with Beatrice and Marinath. You can't hear what they're saying, but they're clearly in a disagreement with each other. Marinath in particular seems to be the most vocal about his displeasure.
Your Honor, unfortunately, Marinath is unwilling to testify.
Why the change of heart?
My client's familiar may be a demon, but he's afforded the same rights as any other person.
Is he?
He is not obligated to testify. You look at Marinath and he's grinding his very sharp teeth together. For some reason, he appears to be looking at you with intense hatred. Why are they being so secretive all of a sudden? Anyway, a witness can refuse to testify to avoid incriminating themselves, but a refusal to testify is suspicious in and of itself. Tomorrow had no issues with Beatrice taking the stand earlier, so why would she change her tune when it comes to Marinath? And despite what she said, Marinath seems like he disagrees with their decision the most. It is possible that he's the weakest link of the three of them. Is it possible? If so, he might be the key to implicating them.
According to the legends, demons...
He wondered. I see Marinath is well within his right to refuse, if that's what he truly wants. It is. Well, I suppose it's for the best. I doubt he'd be able to corroborate your story at all. Marinath grinds his teeth together. It sounds like metal grinding on metal. Considering his diminutive figure, I don't blame him for being a coward.
Mr. Cuthbert, could you please refrain from provoking the literal demon?
Oh, it's fine, Your Honor. He can't do anything without his master's word. And between him and the defendant, it's clear that Beatrice is the brains of the operation.
You shut your filthy celestial mouth.
Celestial, huh? Got him. Marinath, what are you doing?
I will not stand here and be insulted by a bloody Heavensborn.
Heavensborn?
I'm still within my contract, and I will not flee from the likes of him. You want my testimony? I'll give you my goddamn testimony.
Objection!
Your Honor, my client does not consent to having her familiar testify. Demora, didn't you say earlier that Marinath is afforded the same rights as any other person? He has a right to refuse to testify, but only he can decide if he wants to exercise it. And he's clearly intent on giving it. So, Marinath, why don't you testify about what you were doing on the night of the murder?
Gladly.
Witness testimony.
I provided sight to my keeper while she spoke with the princess. I'll admit that she did cast invisibility on me during their conversation. She needed to keep me hidden after all. But I never left the room where my master was. Nor did I steal the sword of spell eating. You have nothing on me, Heavensborn. You don't even have proof that I entered William Frega's study.
Do you honestly expect us to take your word for it? Or do you have any evidence to support your alibi?
I only speak the truth, Heavensborn. There were mages other than my keeper that could have stolen the sword. And by my own admission, none of your witnesses saw me on the night of the murder. The one lacking evidence is you.
He has a point. You still need a definitive proof that ties him to the murder. Presenting contradicting evidence might not be possible. However, he's clearly lying in his testimony. There's something strange about the way he's speaking. Why is he pausing so much? You're not seeing any thoughts through the eye, but perhaps you can try to interpret the meaning of his words. Guess let's try pressing first. Is this something that you frequently do?
Yes, my keeper's accident left her completely blind. She looks through the eyes to see her surroundings.
I think I'm going to have to take a food break in a bit. Maybe after we're done with the statement or something, because I'm really hungry and I don't want to delay eating for too much longer.
She looks through my eyes to see her surroundings.
And did she look through your eyes while she was with the princess?
Yes, she did.
He took a bit of a pause before answering your question. Alright, I'm gonna have to eat something. So I'll be back in a couple of minutes, I guess. Just gonna have to change the message. Because at this point I don't think I want to delay this case to another day. But yeah, I'm gonna be eating something. Be right back.
Yo, I'm back. Nom nom nom. Alright, back to this. She did cast invisibility. Don't really see a reason to press anything, but hey. Wait, does that mean she normally casts invisibility every hour? My keeper is a powerful mage, and my pact with her has only made her stronger. Wow, that's actually really impressive. Really? Casting spells might look effortless, but continuously casting spells takes a lot of stamina out of the caster. She must have a lot of stamina if she can cast high-level illusion every hour. Never left the room. I find that a little hard to believe, given that supposedly that would be noticeable.
Objection!
He keeps taking pauses before certain statements, but not all of them. And more importantly, his word choice was different. Did he slip up? Yeah, that's totally why I addressed that one. Or interpreted, or whatever. Fair enough, it looks like you misspoke and used the wrong word. What? Through most of your testimony, you referred to Beatrice Frege as your keeper. But you referred to her as your master during one statement. Oh yeah, totally, that's what I totally noticed that. Why is that? For the first time, he doesn't have a response. So I'll ask you again, did you leave the ballroom that night? I didn't leave the room where my master was. He's using the word master again, even though you pointed it out. Why isn't he correcting it? Does that mean he's intentionally using that term? Maybe a part of his pact that he can't lie with when his keeper's involved or something? So why? Why is Marineth using the term master? There has to be a reason why. Marineth. I guess, yeah, okay. The other theory is that Beatrice is not his master. Is not. Wait, Marineth's master. Or familiar. Wait, no, master. Okay. Okay, if you take his words at face value, the master he's referring to isn't Beatrice. And if Beatrice isn't his master, then his statement, I never left the room where my master was, would technically be true. Yeah. But why even bother making that distinction? He clearly has no moral hang-ups about committing murder. He should have just lied. Why wouldn't Marineth simply lie? Demons apparently pride themselves on tricking and corrupting humans. So why wouldn't he just lie in his testimony? Demons are not able to lie, I guess. No, it can't be. I thought it was specifically only about his keeper, his, whatever, but I guess in general, huh? No, it can't be. Demons are clearly different from humans, but would they seriously have a limitation like that? It would explain why Tamora and Beatrice were so opposed to having him testify. There's only one way to know for sure. Witness, can you repeat the following statement for me? Tyrion Cuthbert's hair is green. What kind of ridiculous request is that? Another pause. I'm afraid I must agree, Mr. Cuthbert. Please don't waste our time. I'm just conducting a little experiment, Your Honor. So I'll ask you again, Marineth. Say the following phrase. Tyrion Cuthbert's hair is green. Your Honor, Cuthbert is clearly making trivial requests to stall for time. His request is not worth a response from the witness. That's not what I'm doing, Tamora, and I think you know that. Marineth, we truly don't know much about demons aside from the stories told in myths. So is it possible that demons are physically unable to lie? Damn it. I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert, but that seems quite ridiculous. Why wouldn't the witness be capable of lying? I genuinely don't know, Your Honor, but his testimony speaks for himself. He can easily refute it by granting my request. Say Tyrion Cuthbert's hair is green, witness. I mean, green is interpretable, sorry, well, it might not be a lie. You said it yourself, Tyrion Cuthbert's hair is green. That's a quote. That's not what I asked for, witness. Repeat the statement I told you, word for word, nothing other or after or before it.
Objection!
Your Honor, the prosecution's argument is absurd. The witness is not obligated to fulfill such an outrageous request.
I might be compelled to agree with you, Mr. Mora, if the witness wasn't clearly avoiding fulfilling that request.
Well, we're all waiting, Marinath. You can easily prove me wrong by repeating my statement plainly.
Ah, you filthy heavens born.
Say it, Marinath.
Tyrion Cuthbert's hairs. Tyrion Cuthbert's hairs! Blonde.
Technically, it's a dirty blonde. In German, we call that Köterblond. Like mutt blonde, I guess.
Oh, shut up. Mr. Cuthbert's correct. Is Mr. Cuthbert correct, Magnus? Are you actually unable to lie?
I think his silence speaks for itself, Your Honor.
Remarkable. I would have never imagined.
And with that, proving my case becomes a much simpler matter. Well, he can still remain silent. But yeah. Marinath, did you murder William Frager? I'm sure you understand, witness. Under these circumstances, staying silent is basically an admission of guilt. You have no reason to stay quiet, Marinath. Tell him the truth.
Lady Beatrice, what are you?
I believe it's time to come clean, don't you, Marinath? Don't you, Marinath?
I see, so that's your play.
What, is he going to take the fall? Don't you think you can just stall for time, Miss Frager? Marinath has no choice but to answer the question. Do it, Marinath. Tell the court the truth.
To answer your question, yes. I did murder William Frager.
What are you doing?
Miss Frager, does this mean you are confessing to the murder?
Oh, Your Honor, I'm not admitting to anything. This confession comes from Marinath himself. But your own familiar just. Let me ask you a question, Marinath. Did I order you to murder my father?
No, you did not, Lady Beatrice.
What are you talking about? You're lying, aren't you? Well, you can't. Demons are physically unable to lie, Cuthbert. Damn it, she's right. She must have done something. Did she plan for this? She must have arranged things that so that statement would be technically true. She could have asked someone else to give that order, or she could have just implied it. Either way, she can just plead ignorance and blame everything on Marinath. Still, this isn't over. Oh, is that so? Let me tell you, this trial was over the moment Arya turned her blade against me. I don't care who you are, man, king, or demon, you are not going to get away with this.
He changed God into demon, haha.
Oh, I do love that gravitas behind that, but I wonder how long it will last. Hit me with your best shot, Heavensborn.
Nope, I guess we're doing this again. No, wait, it's our monument, not the Empire Dialogue. Beatrice Frager, you may not have technically ordered your father's murder, but you were clearly acting with malice. You brought something dangerous into the manor, something that you knew would harm your father.
Oh, really? And what would that be? I didn't bring anything dangerous into Frager Manor. What was so dangerous that it implies lethal intent?
The demon? This? No, that was in the room. The demon? She didn't bring this, or this, or this, or this. Her? Right. Owned by the victim. I mean, I guess she could have brought that in there, but I don't know, that would be kind of pointless. I can't even point out the demon directly, so... Huh? I actually don't know. I guess Marinath, yeah, I guess I'll do that one, but I don't know. You brought Marinath into Frager Manor that night. You were clearly planning to murder your father from the start.
I require Marinath to see. That does not imply lethal intent.
But you brought a demon into that house, and as a result your father was killed. That's hardly an innocent mistake.
My client specifically asked her father if familiars were allowed. We even received a written legal confirmation beforehand.
But he couldn't have possibly expected her to bring in a demon.
He didn't specify not to do this. The presence of Marineth did not break any of his rules, nor any laws made by the kingdom.
Okay, I can bring a knife somewhere, that's not illegal, but then if I use it to kill someone, then it, that's a problem.
Right you are, tomorrow. I can hardly be blamed if my familiar acts without my knowledge.
That's not... No, I think if you bring, like, your dog somewhere and your dog bites somebody to death, you are held somewhat responsible, at least. How can you be blameless in Marineth's actions? He's your familiar.
By that same logic, shouldn't we also blame Lord Haraldson for the actions of his pet monkey?
Yes.
If I recall, he broke into the study, tampered with the crime scene, and then left my father's body without reporting it.
That's... I mean, yeah, that's... he should get some kind of punishment for that. Not a super harsh one, but yeah.
Marineth and Eugene are intelligent and sentient creatures. They have their own autonomy. Their keepers aren't legally responsible for their actions. Damn it, she's playing devil's advocate, but you suppose that's fitting for her.
Mm-hmm. But you still cast invisibility to keep Marineth hidden that night.
Mr. Cuthbert, I always cast invisibility on Marineth. I can't very well let people see it. Face it, Mr. Cuthbert, you have nothing on me. I did not commit any crimes during the Lord's Ball.
Well, she didn't lose any health, but neither did we, so I guess it's okay.
Every crime related to the murder was committed by Marineth.
Illusion magic. Inheritance.
Try not to with them.
I don't know. Did not commit any crimes. Died at blah. Slashed open. Body shows several scratch marks. Illusion magic. I mean, but that... I mean... I mean, we still don't really know about the tremendous force. That could have been her doing, but we don't really know what that really was about. Nope. Right, I guess I should read through that a little more carefully. Magical war. No. Don't think so. No. It is a little weird that he shouted, "Who are you?" But does that fit here? I don't know. Don't think so. Wait, I guess the powerful spell. Demon can't cast that by himself, can he? Beatrice, Marineth required your magic to break the ward against the sword of spell eating. They may be able to explain why you cast invisibility that night, but you can't explain why you cast an invocation spell powerful enough to shatter the display case.
Oh, that? I'd almost forgotten. I plead guilty.
What?
To the charge of grand theft, I mean. I ordered Marineth to help me steal the artifact so I could sell it back to the black market. I would have never imagined that he'd use it to murder my father.
Right, it doesn't matter if she's found guilty of stealing the sword. The Slayer rule only takes effect if she's found to be responsible for her father's death.
Damn it, is there seriously nothing you can do?
Marineth will take the fall on Beatrice's behalf. Marineth, it's not too late. You can still do the right thing and tell me the truth. Yeah, very likely. That still doesn't absolve you of bringing a demon into the law. Come on, I don't know. Marinath, the sentence for first-degree murder is death. Are you really willing to die for you to keep us crimes? I just think both of these are sucky. Like, this would still be like, oh well, I guess she has another crime on her record, but as long as it's not killing her father. And this, come on. Come on. So, let's hope he's not loyal to the death. Marinath, the sentence for the first-degree murder is death. Are you really willing to die for your keeper's crimes? Oh, you stupid Heavensborn. Demons never truly die. When our bodies are destroyed, we return to the abyss of hells. Oh, if I were to die in accordance with your laws, I would only return to my plane unharmed. What? Even if I could die, a fate much worse than death awaits me if I fail. See that look? Clearly there's a fate much worse that he would rather avoid. Maybe we can use that. Those three are a pain to argue against when they're together. Can't break Beatrice's confidence at all. So, do you have anything else, Mr. Cuthbert? I didn't think so. Your Honor, it appears we found the true culprit. I can't believe you killed my father, Marinath. I'm so cross with you. Ah, I should give my apologies, and I won't do it again. Don't worry, I'll forgive you. Huh. Now then, is there any reason why this trial hasn't ended already, Your Honor? Come on, don't you have anything else? There is one thing. Damn it, not again. Oh, is that all you can do now? Glare at me? He knows what's up, maybe. What? Marinath? What did you just do? I've been watching him. He's been using an old celestial trick. But it's weak. Your divine gaze won't work here, Heavensborn. You! It looks like that was your last piece, Cuthbert. Well, I'm glad that we didn't solve it with that again. Now we have to really figure something out. No, this can't be how it ends. Not after you've come this far. What is it that you like to say in these situations? Checkmate. Checkmate, Cuthbert.
Or is it? Well, I have to say this was one of the more eventful trials I've ever seen. It was many things, if not enlightening, but I suppose it all ended the same.
Come on, think of something, anything.
While I find the defendant's actions quite suspect, I must agree with their argument. Aside from the theft of Lord Harrodson's exhibit, none of Miss Rigger's actions that night are illegal under Warrengard law. And there is no proof of the defendant that the defendant is responsible for her familiar's actions. With these revelations, I see no room for debate. We will be taking a brief recess. I will announce my verdict once we resume.
Damn it, is this seriously how it's going to end? After everything you've gone through to be here? To get here? This world is bleak, merciless, and unforgiving. But I've seen you. I know how bright the future, the light within you is. Use my eyes, peer beyond the divine gate, as I once did.
Marinath called you a Heavensborn, and your mother told you that there's a light within you. You have no idea what that means. What even is the divine gate? Why do you have the Eye of Horus? Why are you able to read people's minds? You've been so lost lately, but you thought you finally figured out who you're supposed to be. But all of this, everything you've seen, been through towards, been working towards, it was all a lie. You've spent your whole life trying to be like Miss Tamora, but is she even like her? No, she just wanted to raise you into a tool for the Eye Taker. She was never your guardian. She was never your mother. I don't know if that's entirely true. Your real mother died years ago. Was Eris right? Is everyone in your life just trying to use you?
No!
Looking back on it, you've had no idea what to do with yourself since your mother died. You've just been making mistake after mistake, leaving Oranax, trusting Tamora, becoming an attorney. You've always just done as you're told. You never once made a path for yourself. But you saved Celeste and Wallace and Dracogen, all when no one else would stand up for them. Was helping them a mistake? You fought for a dream that doesn't exist, but that doesn't mean that you can't make it real. It's true that you followed Tamara's lead, but you've always done what you thought was right above anything else. You wouldn't have stood up for that criminal if you truly didn't know right from wrong. And you wouldn't be standing here if you'd just done as you were told.
What do I do?
I'm not going to tell you that. You already know the answer. You've always known the answer.
You take a deep breath and relax your thoughts. How do you prove that Beatrice ordered Marineth? Situations can seem hopeless sometimes, but there's always a way to win this in the end. Okay, that was a weird blank there.
Use physical evidence, use testimony, use a deduction.
Deduction, I guess, but use testimony that connects Beatrice. No. I was thinking the statement about what are you doing here? I thought we could maybe use that. But I guess use deduction that connects Beatrice and Marineth. That connects, that separates, that equips, that kills. No matter what you do, it won't mean anything unless you prove one fact. You need to prove that Beatrice ordered Marineth to kill her father. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I'm trying to do by connect Beatrice with Marineth, but you won't. You would need something strong to prove that. Testimony wouldn't be enough. Well, okay. I guess physical evidence. I don't know if we have that, but I guess we do. In order to convict Beatrice, I need to prove that she was responsible for Marineth's actions. People leave trails even when they think they've committed the perfect crime. Something always gets left behind. There has to be something that proves Beatrice gave Marineth the order. Beatrice's relationship with Marineth is clearly different than a relationship between two humans. What is unique about Beatrice's relationship with Marineth? There's a specific way their relationship works. Their connection is facilitated through a pact. There's a specific way their relationship works, or their pact, as Marineth calls it. Wasn't there something that someone said, but what was it? Who told you something about demonic pacts? It was my guy. Alright, the sword of the spanner of consoles was you're asking for trouble. Blood contracts. That's right, Beatrice must have made a blood contract with him. A legally binding document that must describe how their relationship works. Leifrid did tell you that Beatrice would never trust someone she couldn't control. So she would only put herself in a situation where she had full control over Marineth's actions. But it's not as if they'll ever show it to me. It would be a tall order to even prove that blood contracts even exist. I guess you have a point. Wait. Oh, I didn't realize that Frey was talking with us again.
But if you ask me, I think you've done a wonderful job so far. So, just this once, let me guide you the rest of the way.
What?
Tyrion, your eyes don't actually read minds. They give you the means to reveal truths that are being concealed. You can pull the truth out of anyone and anything.
The truth?
So, say it together with me.
Marineth, dweller of Avernus. Wait, what are you doing? By the Eye of Horus, I issue upon you a divine edict. Release thy gods and manifest your blood contract with Beatrice Freyga. Okay. Cool. Okay. Beatrice's blood contract. It's a legal document written in blood. It's also 50 pages long. Holy shit. Luckily, you somehow know the excerpt of the exact section you need. Marineth is prohibited from killing or injuring any and all humans. Beatrice Freyga can designate individuals that are exempt from this rule, and exempted individuals will only remain so for 24 hours. After that, Marineth cannot harm them unless told otherwise. Well, that's rather interesting. You did it. But how? Was that really your... No, that's not important right now. She gave you what you needed. This is up to you.
What in the nine hells was that?
You, when did you learn to... Mr. Cuthbert, what just happened? Your Honor, I just made the witness manifest their blood contract.
You did what?
Blood contract. You can think of it as a legally binding document that lays out the terms of the pact between Beatrice Frigga and her familiar. Incredible. Why did you learn how to do such a thing? The library? Wow, to think that our kingdom had access to such knowledge.
Yeah, I'm not buying it. How did you really find out how to do that?
It's a long story. You're not sure if she'd believe you even if you told her. Sure she would. Anyways, the defense's argument is such. Marineth was acting alone on the defendant, and the defendant is not to blame for the actions that night. However, take a look at page 7 of the blood contract. It specifies that Marineth is prohibited from killing any and all humans. There's only one scenario where he can do so, and that's when Beatrice Frigga designates someone to be exempt from this rule.
You.
Beatrice Frigga, you didn't directly order Marineth to kill your father, but you implied it by telling Marineth that he couldn't, but that he could come. Not only that, you did so within the 24 hours of the Lord's ball. Your intent was clear. You brought Marineth into Frigga Manor with full knowledge that he could and would kill William Frigga. And that is checkmate. But would people even believe that document and all that? And just when I thought the surprises were over. But in the end, we arrived at the truth. I suppose I can't disagree with that. What do you have to say for yourself, Lady Frigga?
Do not call me that.
It's almost funny that you hate your names that much. Your entire plan depended on your claim to the Frigga estate.
Do you have any idea what you've just cost me? Everything has been ruined because of you.
Why should I care? You're just another noble, trying to steal power for yourself.
Don't you dare lump me together with those tyrants. We wouldn't have just liberated House Frigga. We would have liberated everyone. Miriam, Leifer, Aurea, and even Aster. Our system is broken. The only way we can fix it is by burning it down from the inside. As long as King Olivier sits on the throne, the suffering will only continue.
Lady Frigga, as the prosecutor, I should warn you. You don't want to add treason to your list of crimes, even though you'd like to see the king ousted as much as she does.
It doesn't matter. I'm done either way.
Heavens born. Look at page 46 of the blood contract. By accepting this pact, Beatrice Frigga forever binds her soul to the abyssal hells. If Beatrice Frigga fails to pay her debt by claiming House Frigga and all of its assets, her soul, her mind, and her life will be claimed by the Empress of Discord. Damn. What a powerful chat program. I didn't know how to better put that joke, but it was whatever. The contract goes on to name several parts of House Frigga's holdings. There's very little room for ambiguity.
Aurea was almost right. She just jumped to the wrong conclusion. My debts were never to the Eye Taker, they were to the Abyssal Hells.
Why would you agree to something like this?
Because I miscalculated. In this folder are records of your many plots against House Steelwind and the Crown. It would be a shame if this information fell into their hands.
You think this feeble attempt at blackmail will frighten me? I've dealt with far more formidable adversaries than you. There's nothing I can solve with House Frigga's resources.
What are you talking about? Lucia Steelwind isn't the type of person you can just buy.
It's clear your time away has taught you nothing. Everyone can be bought.
Before I left, he controlled every aspect of my life. I saw him as this unstoppable tyrannical force. But I never even considered one possibility. That William Frigga was a shattered moron.
He honestly thought he could pay off Lucia Steelwind. Anyone who's met him would know that would never work.
I could have sent this information to House Tyrion and the king. But I was running out of time. I needed to inherit House Frigga as soon as I could. I felt trapped. I felt angry. I just wanted something to change.
Something about this feels wrong. Something deep inside you is crying out in anger. Yeah, a blood contract is still a legal contract, isn't it?
What?
If it's a contract, we can dispute it. We can find some kind of loophole to get you out of it. What? Trying to redeem the enemy you just defeated? You really are a Heavensborn.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert, but I won't accept your help.
What? Why?
We can at least try, right? Did you seriously come this far just so you could die?
To dispute a blood contract is to bet your own soul. If you fail to render it null, your soul will be dragged to hell alongside hers. Even your divine blood won't save you from that fate.
But still, I can't just... You've beaten me, Mr. Cuthbert. I don't want to drag anyone else down with me anymore. Not you, not Leife, not Miriam. Despite everything, I still have my dignity.
I believe there's no further need to prolong this trial. Bailiff, please escort Lady Frigga and her familiar to a holding cell. I'll be passing my verdict shortly.
Uh-oh. Hey, are you okay?
Yeah, as okay as I can be. You still feel uneasy about how things turned out. It doesn't feel quite like the victory you were hoping for. You fought against the demons, and you couldn't help but feel like you lost.
Cuthbert, we need to talk. What's done is done, but the boss isn't going to take kindly to what you've done today. I know it's a long shot, but maybe if you could talk to him, he'll...
No.
Cuthbert, this is serious. He's going to send people after you, dangerous people. You can't just ignore this.
How old were you when your real mother was executed? 10 years old? Relationships?
Please, just listen to me and...
Shut up.
Tyrion? How could you do this? How could you work with criminals? Cuthbert, Everything you told me, all those ideals about protecting the weak, it was all a lie.
No, not all of it.
Everything Commander White said about you is true, isn't it? I'm just trying to...
I don't want your help. As you yell at her, your voice echoes throughout the lobby. Several of the people nearby turn silent.
I gave up everything for you, my childhood, my home, my happiness. I left it all behind to chase the ideal that you told me you were fighting for.
But it was never real, was it? You made me throw away everything, all for a goddamn lie. But I'll make it real. And I'll do it without you.
Tyrion,
As she reaches her hand out to you, you step away from her. No! You never cared about me, did you? No, that's not true. She would have never gone this path if she didn't care about you. It was because she failed to save your mother that she went to this. We've learned this today. All you cared about was using the Eye of Horus.
That's not.
Shut up. I don't want to hear any more of your damn lies. Go away. Get the hell away from me. I never want to see you again. No. Without a word, she walks away from you.
Tyrion.
She reaches out her hand to you, to hold yours again, but she hesitates this time.
Do you honestly think Celeste will ever love you?
No. What? I can't believe it.
I can't believe it. You actually won.
Kind of fun how this time we were the one kind of like breaking the fourth wall, almost saying no in the past when we didn't actually, did we?
Tyrion,
Celeste, there's no way for you to avoid checkmate next turn.
Just surrender. There, how about that?
Checkmate.
Damn it! You've been acting weird since we arrived in RNX. Does it have something to do with your mother? Please, just talk to me. I'm your friend, aren't I?
Your hands are trembling. Why are you so scared right now? Feel Celeste holding your trembling hand from behind you. It's the same sensation you felt back then. The anxiety fades and you take a deep breath. I'm not going to do that, Mr. Moore. As she hesitates to hold your hand, you reach out and grasp it. At least we're not pushing her away. She smiles as you take hold of it. She seems glad you didn't pull away this time. Without thinking, you pull her into a hug. Oh man. Huh? Sorry, I just really need this right now. Should I stop?
No, it's just... people are staring at us.
Who cares what they think? They're nobles. They're going to hate us no matter what we do. Hey, she said that to us last time. You're still unsure of what you're going to do next. But perhaps you don't need to, even if tomorrow's ideal was a lie. Hey Celeste, there's been something I've been wanting to tell you about.
Oh, what is it?
It's hard to explain really, I don't even know where to begin. But it's about an ability I have. I call it the Eye of Horus. Even if that idea was a lie, you have the power to make it real. And even if you can't trust tomorrow anymore, you have people in your life that you can trust, Episode end. Severed Ties. Complete Case 4. Sheesh. What a fine mess this is. That kid has completely and utterly ruined everything. As much as Tamora hates it, we're going to need to put him in the ground.
I don't think that will be necessary.
Sorry, love, I know you're fond of him, but I can't let an insult like this go unanswered. He's going to have to pay the price.
I think you've misunderstood me, Father. I meant that this facade is no longer necessary.
Huh. What the hell?
Is something wrong, Father?
Who the hell are you? You look nothing like my daughter, so why?
It happened centuries ago, I believe. Your great ancestor hated the monarchy and needed a weapon to fight the mages of the noble house. So he made a pact with me.
What are you talking about?
But things didn't turn out like he wanted, I'm afraid. Poor Lord Leyron's plot was discovered, and his noble house was stripped of its rank and status. His very name was stricken from the annals of history. He was supposed to give me Wurrengard, but I had to settle for claiming his bloodline.
Leyron, how do you know about my name? No one knew about that name, not even my real daughter.
I know it's been centuries, but I haven't forgotten, John. Everyone in your bloodline belongs to me, including your daughter.
You bastard! What did you do to her?
What do I do to all my prey? I made her suffer.
No.
Did you know that she was trying out for you for months?
Oh shit. For months?
I made her watch, I made her watch as I took her place. All while the father that she so desperately called out for forgot who she was. All while my minions slowly and painfully tore her soul apart.
You monster. You goddamn monster.
I enjoyed their torment while it lasted, but even that couldn't satisfy me. What I really crave is the blood of a Celestial.
That's what this is about. That stupid kid.
But I can't have you kill my dear Tyrion just yet. At least not until I'm done with him.
You goddamn demon, I'll kill you.
This man is your enemy. Your life's goal is and always has been to exact revenge on him.
What the hell are you talking about? I lost everything because of you. They kicked me out of the Inquisition because of your false testimony. What? Let go of me. You killed my entire family. I won't let you get away with this. What are you talking about? I didn't do anything.
Hey, isn't that the noble who killed all those children? I heard he got released by paying off the judge.
What are you all talking about? Get away from me. Don't lie to us. We know what you did. No. Stay away.
We finally entered the final act, my dearest Tyrion. And from what I've seen, I think I know exactly how I'm going to break you. I hope you're just as excited as I am.
Ba-ba-bum. Well, is the next one the last case? Yes, it is. Well then. That went longer than I thought. If I had known, I guess, I probably should have stopped after like 3-4 hours or something. I'll probably do that for the next case. But for today, we're done here. And I thank you for watching, hanging out. And getting all up in this story's business with me. And I hope you'll join me again sometime. Maybe tomorrow? I'm not sure. I hope my PC will arrive tomorrow, and maybe then I'll get it built and set up in time, just fine. Maybe not. It probably won't arrive, because aside from the tower, none of the other parts have been even like set to being on the way. So my hopes are very low, and whatever. Yeah, we might see each other again tomorrow. Pretty good chance, I'd say. And then we would start the final case, which would be exciting. Yeah, that was a pretty nasty case. Pretty good. Probably the best one so far, especially considering, like, given that I didn't like fully figure out the main way that it went for most of it. That was nice, I guess, for a change. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. And Eris is totally still my wife, and so is Arya, of course. And things are gonna work out between us, and Timora also. She's gonna come around, and we'll be friends and family with her again. It'll be good. Probably. So, until next time, お疲れ様. Bye bye.